sudden and dramatic technical difficulties where I wasn't having them before. But yeah, we're here.
Glad it's resolved. Sorry, I failed the test.
But miserably.
I know.
My man, what do you think? Start saying something.
Well, I was waiting
Rather
for
than
Nalfon
nothing.
to return because I was going to engage with him, but he said he was going to get a drink. I thought it'd be like 30 seconds.
Something. Rather than nothing. Just dead air. Like,
I'm pretty sure your stream can survive, 2 minutes of dead air at the beginning of a stream.
My guy. Something in the future, okay? If it ever
All
happens
right.
again, please. Something
Noted.
rather than nothing. You could have just been talking about your day.
You're right. I could have.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine, Corey.
No. It is noted.
All right. Hey everyone. So we are waiting on a few people to get here. Lactoid will hopefully be here soon, and we're waiting on Ali and
I can confirm that I am healthy and thus present.
Yeah, man. Like, I've seen it happen so many times where one person cancels, and then like a whole list of people. Literally, I was thinking when I saw Scott cancel, I was like,
Dominoes.
your days are gonna go down immediately. I knew it. I knew it was gonna
I'm on my 50th booster, so I'm good, healthy.
Okay. It's nice that you can get that over there.
Thankfully, yes.
We're
I can.
losing access to that.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Here in the States.
I'll save a dose up here for you, or maybe I'll fetish
thank
it
you.
down.
Thank you. Which brand do you get?
I try to get the Pfizer, but like generally you gotta more or less like, unless you really like shop around, you kind of have to like sort of accept what they give you, either the Moderna or the Pfizer.
Was Pfizer the one that has to be chilled?
They both, I think, have to be chilled. Pretty sure. I could be mistaken about that, but they're both.
I thought it was one rather than the other. I could be wrong about that too, but I was pretty sure at least one. Anyway, I know there was at least one type of a vaccination that didn't allow, or that could be room temperature, which was useful for like taking it to low-income countries.
I believe that was a technical challenge of, when they were in development. I think that was more like, so as in like the mRNA vaccine, since mRNA is, maybe not or can be degraded very easily. It's like those typically have to be, they might have changed since they originally, came out, but those have to be refrigerated, as opposed to, back then the original Johnson & Johnson or the AstraZeneca, your more mainstream technology that you don't have to refrigerate it as heavily. Like you really have to kind of like, again, I don't know if it's still the case, but kind of have to deep freeze the mRNA ones.
Okay. But yeah, so we're almost all assembled here. Let's get you in your proper places. All right. Lactoid doesn't like it.
Test.
And I don't put him there. Test. I hear you.
Test.
Yeah. Hmm? Like Lactoid gets quite upset when he's not first. You should see the DMs he sends me. Like it's not even a joke, right? I'm like,
it's filled with the N-word, I'm sure.
he calls me Nancy. You little Nancy boy.
Yeah, I don't know how much Prime would have me on if I did that. There'd be a line there somewhere.
But thanks for coming on. Hopefully our last participant will be here soon. Let's right here. All right, great, love it. It doesn't feel right, Ali, if you're not like on that spot, right?
Fine by me.
Yeah, the cool pink colors, right? They soothe my soul. So thank you for being here. Okay, so we're gonna get started quite soon. We're only waiting on one other participant, but I guess while we do that, first of all, like, I gotta handle some business with our friend Gibbs. Link, that you were telling me I gotta. You send a link, Gibbs. You were telling me.
A link? Which
Oh
link?
my god, what we were having, the conversation we were having earlier in our DMs.
It's been a long weekend.
Hold on.
Let me
Hold
go
on.
see what we were talking about.
You were talking about
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, give me like 10 seconds. And
Okay,
I will have
take
it
your
to
time.
you.
Take your time, friend. So
Okay,
yeah,
I'll
take your
have it
time.
to you.
Working on that. Working on that. And then after that, when he's finished with that, our friend.
It says you're unavailable. Like, do you have that disabled?
What? How? Did I have to enable it?
I don't think so. Here, let me. Lactoid, are you
It's
live
like
yet?
that shared streaming thing, but I would assume you have to enable it.
I'm doing it now.
Okay, once you go live, I'll get it from Lactoid, and then I can send you a actual link, and I think that'll work.
Okay.
Who did what? What are we watching?
Yeah.
The best
We're
porn.
doing it. It's a shared stream thing.
Okay.
And it's a shared stream thing. Chastised.
Okay.
And we're not. I was
More N-words?
chastised. More N-words. More N-words. More Nancy boys.
More
Seems like Corey's just hopeful. The ends are getting dropped.
Fingers crossed. You know me.
But yes, I was like, and I've been meaning to ask Gibbs about it before. But so anyway, but that's inside baseball stuff. Nothing the audience needs to worry about. But I'm also waiting on Gibbs because Gibbs wants to introduce the topic to us. Gibbs, why don't you introduce the topic and then you got the link.
I want to introduce the topic.
Well, you said you had something that wanted to talk.
It's been a
about.
long weekend, Prime. Come on.
It's been a long weekend.
Yeah,
Who are you? What are we doing?
What
here?
are we doing?
Know.
I don't know what we're doing here. Let me read what else I've said to you here. Make sure I'm
Gaming
back
panel,
on.
right?
I didn't know. Gaming panel. I don't know. He said he had a topic.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm back. All right, cool. Sorry. I have a short little intro one we can do. I have noticed something interesting recently in my degeneracy days. I've gone out and, I see this online. I've seen on the Red Pill. The Red Pill guys are always talking about how women only want dudes with money, right? They only want dudes with money. And, if you want to get this guy, and I've come on here and I've come on other places to advocate that's not true. I see felons with no jobs. They're literally homosexuals and they're dating like the best looking girls in the world. However, I have stumbled to something interesting. And it's this. I'm kind of an interesting place, right? Like my adopted family has been in Texas forever, but they've never had like money until like recently. We've all started doing well, and we've kind of had this interesting look where we've been like the poor, and then now but we've known the old money people. And so now, like, we're kind of in some of those same circles. And I've noticed, so it's this interesting, like, two little, like, best of both worlds or worst of both worlds or whatever. I've noticed now, kind of when it's in the dating field or you're going out, there's this infatuation with the money to a degree. And I think there's always been that. But there's this kind of new old money perception versus like, new and old money kind of thing that they talk about, and people don't even recognize some of the old money like flexes, right? Like I was watching the fights this weekend, and it was they had Crawford on there, and he had the brand Off-White on his shorts. So I googled him, and like this is all like what I would call like new money attire. I thought it looked hideous, etc., etc. And then you see like what old money people wear, and it's so interesting because if you go out, you'll see girls and like talk to guys with like Cartier watches or whatever. But then if you see a guy wearing a Rolex, you're like, what's this basic ass watch? And it's I don't know. I've seen this kind of interest. Do y'all think that there is a aspect to the social brainwashing in regards to like dating with the new money kind of taking over? Have y'all noticed any of this?
Yeah,
all
the 17-year-olds that grew up, that got famous, right? We have a new influx of 17-year-olds who get famous, right? And then they get all this money. And so, yeah, you're going to have a cohort of like young kids who are going to be attracted to like the FaZe Clan flex lifestyle, right? Or like the TGR, like stock trading lifestyle where everything is brand. And because the brand is like, it's a symbol, right?
And some of these brands are shit. Like,
yeah, I mean, most of them are shit, right? Like gallery department or whatever, like doesn't have nice clothes. It's really just like It's a baggy t-shirt. The material might be like slightly better than like your average Old Navy t-shirt. But yeah, obviously you're gonna have when the young kids get the money and they're the ones who are setting culture for the younger kids after that. Then yeah, flex culture is gonna be it's gonna be insane.
It's really weird because I wore like Versace glasses out this weekend, and I think Versace is a solid established brand, and I wore them out, and like two different women came up to me like, "Oh, you're old school. You're kind of not hip with the times, huh?" And I'm like, "Bro, what? Hold on. Like some old money things are like timeless, but like, is that really the case? I don't know.
Versace anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. Who wears Versace anymore? Like,
you didn't know.
But you wear Champion, and like Champion, people are like, oh, look how sexy that is. I'm like, Champion's the Walmart brand, bro. Like, it's just
used to be, not the Walmart anymore.
I mean, it's just crazy. I just have y'all like, I don't know. I think it's interesting how like it develops like these perceptions.
Well, that interaction that you had with the classes, those were women that you didn't know. They're just like strangers that came up to you.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Even that in itself just seems so a stranger just comment on your
class. Well, you're at a bar, yeah. Like people comment on your stuff. They're like, hey, whatever.
Yeah, I don't hang on bars, so I'm ignorant on those things.
I mean, it was kind of like an icebreaker, I guess. I don't know. They came and started talking, whatever. But like, it's just, you just talk to random people.
An icebreaker by essentially criticizing your classes.
It's called negging, Corey. All right, maybe if you watch some.
Yeah, it was like playful. They weren't like mean about it or anything. They were like, "Oh yeah, you're a little out of touch, huh?"
It sounded like they were talking down to you, of like, "Oh, this person's like That's the impression that I got, which I was mistaken about. That's how it was. Sort of...
Yeah, sure, but it was like a playful, like like they weren't being like rude. It's just I did find it interesting that would even be like a comment, not like I think maybe the rude aspect of that's maybe kind of getting hung up, but yeah, it is like the negative. It's like a playful, like banter kind of thing. Like you pick out something like whatever that they noticed. Obviously, they noticed you're wearing X brand, and then they comment on it. Clearly, you wore the brand to be noticed. It's probably partially kind of thing, right? Like
they're saying Gibbs is old money, right?
Yeah, and which is not true.
Like, look at you.
Yeah, basically, but it's like kind of like this perception because then you're like, oh, you see them out and they'll say that comment, and then it's like, oh, they'd rather hang out with like I don't know, well, not they would rather hang out, like people would rather be associated with other brands, and I just kind of find how people are choosing these kind of interesting.
This is why I want more people to just reject brands. Okay, I refuse to wear branded clothing. None of my clothing has any brands in it. Okay, I make sure I got a bunch of plain blue shirts. Okay. A few different plain black shirts.
Are they still are they good quality, or do you go to Walmart or H&M and get some shirts?
And I sent you the link.
These are Walmart shirts. These are Walmart shirts.
That's the issue, man. Is you got to find the nice plain. That's the rich money or old money, new money, right? Old money, right? They're going to be wearing their Laura Piana or whatever it's called. They're going to be wearing their Brooks Brothers polos. They're going to be wearing. So it's like you can still get the plain, the covert, right? But it's better material, better quality. Right, you upgrade one day from Walmart to Uniqlo, right? And the shirt looks a little nicer, fits a little better, lasts a little longer. It's only $5 more, so it's what you're willing to pay for.
I buy straight from the cheapest sweatshop labor available. Okay,
you specifically go for the garments made by children. I imagine.
Exactly.
The children
the best
bargain
bin for non-fun, right?
Absolutely. Hell yeah.
I mean, yeah, brands are weird. And
yeah, I thought that we might have gone off in a different direction than it did there. It didn't seem like there was much commentary on it, but not everybody hits a win.
Brands aren't weird, right? Luxury brands are a little bit strange because they're getting away with charging so much because they're like they're established, right? That's people are willing to pay for them. There's some notoriety to their thing, but no, brands aren't weird. I think branded clothing is like not like screaming the brand, but like there is something to be said about.
But like have you seen Off-White stuff?
Companies use better materials. Certain companies do just make better clothes. Right, and so it's like I don't know if the brand thing is necessarily a bad thing.
No, that's
there
true.
are brands that are gaudy.
There's a range of quality when it comes to clothes, but there are clearly.
I don't know if it is though, Corey, and sociological. Like I'm specifically bringing up like Off-White, right? Because this is the one that was really egregious to me when I like looked it up because I had never heard of the brand. I looked up, and they had some shoes, okay, and like they had a little tag thing on them. You know
who Virgil Abloh is?
No, but
the guy has a Maybach. He has a design.
Listen,
Maybach.
I'm not saying that whoever made it.
He was Louis Vuitton's like head designer.
Listen, it's just not a brand I'm familiar with. Okay. Okay, I mean, every once in a while you miss a brand.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sure, it's fine, but like, and I'm sure it's wildly successful, especially if they can sponsor. They have their name front and center on Crawford's dick. I'm sure they're fucking gonna be able to afford to spend some money. So I'm going there expecting this to be kind of whatever, and so I see the fancy shoes, and I'm like, okay, these are cool. They're ugly. I wouldn't wear them, but like, hey, I can see people liking these. But then I get to the t-shirts, and they literally they're the same like Cottonelle t-shirt that like you could get at Walmart, and then they basically just have their own version of that, and they just don't have that brand on there. And then they literally looks like they put a screen press on there with like the cheapest designs. And I'm just like, this is a $600 shirt, and like people are gonna recognize that brand. But if you go wear like a polo, like you said, they're not gonna be like, oh, what is that? That's Walmart. I'm like, that's crazy. It's just crazy to me.
Yeah, but that's because like the artist himself made.
When did you guys become bitches? Like, when did you grow vaginas? What is this? All this fucking fashion talk? Like, all of you.
Oh, I didn't start it.
I make money in fashion.
First of all, in order to get pussy, you have to understand women. And part of understanding women is enjoying fashion.
I'm wearing my Versace fucking glasses. Like, oh my god.
You know, I like fashion. I like fashion, dude. I'm sorry.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Why would I be ashamed of myself? I succeeded. I have a wife. We're chilling, right? So
because
when
you latch onto these stupid brands, right? You're essentially surrendering your brain to this like fucking a massive conglomerate that's convinced you that their name means something. It means more than your name, actually. It means more than the fabric that is
true. I don't wear brands.
It's bullshit.
I don't wear brands, but there's something to be said about certain brands and their quality.
No,
there just is. What do you mean? Fuck that. I'm not talking about
you should buy
Versace, right?
$50 shirts. No, $50 pack. Hold on, $50 packs of shirts from Temu. Got like 200 little white shirts, and there you go. That's all you need.
I mean, hold wait.
Exactly.
I use Shein. I use Shein, but even within Shein, right? Even within Shein, there are certain brands that have good quality. So like my jeans that I buy, right? They're $15, $20, but the brand that I bought one pair from and the pair that I bought another from, you can tell the clear difference. And one is a really cheap, it's gonna fall apart brand, and the other one isn't. And so, like, no, there is something to be said about quality from certain brands. I'm not saying about $80 t-shirts, right? I'm saying like the difference between a $10 Walmart t-shirt and a $15 Uniqlo t-shirt is vastly different in terms of like the quality of what you're spending your money on, the return on the investment of what you're making, right? How long or how durable something that you're spending $10 to $15, $20, $30 on matters, especially when it comes to like something like a t-shirt, right? If I want to wear a t-shirt and I can only get 2 washes of it before it's like deteriorating and looks like shit, well then yeah, I'm gonna want to spend maybe the extra $5, $10 to get a better t-shirt that'll last me longer and I'm getting better use out of.
No, fuck that.
I mean, yeah.
This is, I think even thinking about this, right? And as deep as you have, right? Think about it any deeper than you would like fucking which like plastic cup you're gonna use, right? When you're at like a party or something. Is like just bitch shit. It just tells me that you've been like your brain's been invaded by women, right? And now you're like regurgitating their.
I'm the baddest bitch in any room I'm in. First,
I know. Okay,
understood. Not like listen, it's the Lebanese in me. All right, Lebanese men are the
actually that makes sense. That makes sense. Lebanese and Armenian guys, is exactly the same.
Yeah, and Texans, we like to be outrageous with our outfits. Have you seen our cowboy hats? Come on, bro.
Wait, but also you've seen how I dress. I wear pretty plain shit. It's just my style comes in like the jeans, the accessories, the hoodie, the extras, the ensemble. But my jackets. There's something to be said about like brands and what they come with. And I think it helps to be invested like not for nothing. These fresh all the guys that are in the red pill, they all dress like absolute shit. And it's like, I know that they're getting women, but they're not really getting women, right? They're essentially paying hoes to sleep with them because it's just like the girls come for the lifestyle and then they hook up with the guy. There's nothing meaningful or fruitful that comes of it, right? And it's just like, I don't know, all that money and like no fashion sense really bothers me. It feels like you could afford a stylist, right? You could afford like maybe just figuring out what your style is instead of just the whole skinny jean hoodie. I don't know. Look, it's a bit insane to me.
You just got to get some custom shit made for yourself, right? That fits you perfectly, made just for you, just the way you like it, and that's it. You don't need to do all the brand shit. It's kind of lame.
No. Once again, when I said brands, I said the luxury brands aren't necessarily worth it, but like in terms of like regular brands, yeah, it's worth shopping around and paying attention to what you're wearing.
Said you should just get custom clothing. Just
Yeah.
kidding.
In fact,
Well,
you should
Taylor,
buy.
right?
You
Yeah,
should buy
actually.
them. You should buy
It's
them
not that
from
expensive.
me. Matter
Well, 'cause
Force
Doobie- 'cause Doobie has
customizations right
money,
now.
right?
Thank you.
Doobie has
Thanks for
money.
that, Prime. I
So
appreciate it.
he knows
Custom
to go get
clothing
custom
for the win.
clothing. He knows that clothing matters. So when he says no, the brands don't matter. That you can't be like that, dudes. You can't be like, well, brands don't matter, and then be like, get your
Well,
own clothing.
there is something to be said.
literally doesn't.
Taylor-
matter.
Well, no,
Like,
Doobie,
Taylor
there is something to be
suits
said
for
for
the
what
rags.
Sociologic's saying, because I do make clothing, like a lot of custom clothing, right? And usually it's like where it doesn't matter. Say like a suit, and it's like a mass-produced suit, and then I rip out the inside, we do leather or something. Then I would agree with matter. I will say there's a definite like difference between like Jildan and like some of these great value, Chinese brands in the T-shirt. Like they'll just hold up like a
You can buy
Crooks and
white tees
Cat.
at the gas
Yeah,
station.
like if I get a blank Crooks and Castle hat, it's gonna last a lot more than if I just buy like the Jildan flat back and then like I modify it and it's just a higher quality. But like I think there's a point that it reaches that it can't be higher quality. But like other than being like ludicrous, like oh yes, we used Italian lambskin, 300 whatever. Then yeah, sure,
At a
that's
point,
like
you are
one
just paying
level.
for like the
Yeah,
brand.
then yeah, that's at that point you're paying for all the different expensive items. But when it comes to like mass produced anything that you're gonna custom, then yeah, I think there is a brand production kind of like quality difference.
Like jewelry, right? Don't go buy designer jewelry, right? Like a Van Cleef bracelet, which is like all the rage right now, which is like the little 4-leaf
I don't know
clover
what
with the
that
gold.
is.
Get some
Well, I'm
moissanite,
telling
boys.
it to you,
Diamond created
Wait, I'm
diamonds.
telling it to you. It's a gold bracelet and it's supposed to have like some like stone in it, whatever. You look at the pricing, it's like $1,800 for a minimum bracelet. Don't go buy that because you're just paying for you're not getting your ROI in terms of like you can go to a jeweler, they'll all make you the same fucking design. It'll be a third of the price.
Well, Non-Fawn's going to tell you, Ali, that we should be supporting the blood diamonds here because the child labor is good. So like he's going to say the moissanite's bad. Tell him, Non-Fawn. Tell him why you're right about this.
My understanding,
I'm a
most of the
synthetic
blood
diamond
diamond stuff
guy.
was involuntary, right? Like that was the big concern, is that there were like literally troops like ordering.
Would you be
to go
okay with a
extract these diamonds.
hypothetical child slave mine and like I'm not like slave mine, slave labor mine if they're paying them
Not
they're like
slave labor,
$250.
child labor.
Child
Jesus.
labor, yeah. Take the slave word out of there. Sorry.
There are not many cases where I would be okay with that. I don't think.
But you said child labor is
Because
good last time.
Child labor is base.
A lot of child labor that exists in today's world that like we buy from or whatever is like probably good. It might not be like literally the best option or whatever, but it's probably better than a lot of the regulations that try to shut down.
Yeah,
What is
no,
the option?
here's child
We
labor.
buy them these the Minecraft.
They
and
learn
they could just
mines.
be
The
mining.
The first thing that Lactoid says the entire stream is like, yes, more
Yes.
child labor.
Yes,
Correct.
more children
Yes.
working.
It like
Yes.
sets them on fire.
Not every child's gonna be a fucking physicist.
I think children should be practicing law, if anything, right? I think
Yeah.
children should be
No,
lawyers, right? They
no.
should be
Well,
1,000
all
we
lawyers
should
are
never
not
do that
children.
to a
if
child.
children can mine, children can practice law. I think that's fine.
No.
I think it's okay.
We need more.
Surgery,
We need
right?
more.
right? Like
no, we need
9-year-olds
more-
doing surgery.
We need more lithium.
Fucking
We don't need
based.
more laws. Okay. We need more
Wait,
lithium.
Wait,
laws.
what jobs are okay
Sure.
for children? And what jobs
Lithium,
aren't
not
okay for
laws.
children?
Lithium, not laws.
I want 12-year-old bartenders. I want 12-year-olds. What do you mean no?
Let's
That
go.
could be dangerous for them.
I was a server at 14, right? People would ask for the wine, right? Like, what do you mean?
That-
You want these
Okay.
children
There's plenty
to
of
work,
jobs they could
fucking
do.
work.
There's plenty of newspaper couriers, delivery food.
Newspaper.
Yeah.
Who the
Maybe not-
fuck?
maybe not
Wait,
drivers.
Wait. Who the
Slaughterhouse
fuck is the
attendant?
newspaper?
Hey,
You have this
I mean,
paper
hold
for
on.
7 in the
Slaughterhouse
morning for
attendants, that
one
would be a
person.
good one because they work
The
on the ranches
milkman,
already.
the
They're already
paper boy.
working, so they're probably capable of killing the animals. So if you like,
Clean the saws.
no,
Yeah.
not to clean the
12-year-olds
saws. I
clean
was
the-
gonna say actually do
Just,
the
like,
shooting of the
Spray
animals.
the blood off of them. That's
No,
it.
no,
I just
that-
want
what
them
they
to-
I don't know why we have
Work
janitors.
environment. I want
in
No,
them to
no,
work
no, probably. What we
environment
should
where
have the
there's-
kids doing is the
Like, could you
shooting of the
imagine
animals with
working
the
a
rod. That's
12-year-old?
what we should
Like
have.
having a 12-year-old
Yeah,
coworker.
yeah.
That's the more apt.
I don't want- no, no,
Especially
I
if
don't
they work
want
on the ranch
that.
anyway. They'll be dead into that anyway. You know, you
I
gotta
don't want
kill these
12-year-old
animals.
coworkers. What I want is, I don't understand why we have janitors for schools. We can just have the kids clean up the school. That, to me, I think would be very important to establish important
Kansas
lessons.
is America. Love it or leave it. Okay. All right. So
That's what you guys say when
You
I
wanna
bring up
become
taxes.
Communist China? You want the children to clean the schools when they're done
Would you
with
be
class?
okay with like putting them in
I'm
like
pretty
a
sure
program
Japan
where they
does
can
that
earn
too.
money? Hold on, what if
Communist Japan?
What if the school gave them an option to work for the school to like be a janitor? So
Yeah,
like for a
child
class,
labor.
for like a class,
Whatever
for like
you
a
say.
class, they could be caught this and they could earn like minimum wage,
Sure.
like as a janitor. They
No,
could
no,
be taught,
no,
like,
no, no.
like
They
real
earn
world
credits.
skills.
Like instead of going to a class, like one of their classes could be like Janitorial engineering.
Well, so I say that. Well, I say
they clean the
well, hold on. I
school.
say that because when I was
right,
well, when
this solve we can now differentiate between the good and the
Does that
bad
also
people,
count to the
guys.
private schools, the expensive private schools? Are
They can have their
also
own policies.
No,
They can have their policies
they
they
can't.
want.
well, they could do that too. They can actually offer to pay their way for some of that.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell other people what to do with their own property, but public schools are partially my property.
Well, if the private school paid their kids to do it, they could maybe make a scholarship program. Hey, if you want to take this class and you get to work, whatever. But I'll tell you something. My high school did was we had like a process tech class, right? And it was and they had a partnership with the city of Corpus Christi water department, and then they would like send people up to be intern at the end of the year. But to fund the class, because they did a lot of welding, a lot of other stuff, they would make like as projects that would get graded. They would make like barbecue pits, or they would make other like useful things, and then they would sell it. And then these kids would get graded before, and it'd be a project, and then they would be able to make money off of it. And basically they would just sell scrap. Like that's almost like a pay class kind of thing.
It's called bake sales and car washes. In high school, I know like my high school had like a mechanic shop, right? Like you could take mechanic for like a fucking period or whatever it is, and you could work on the teachers' cars, right? Teachers were getting free oil changes and shit, and I guess that would be the trade-off, right? You're learning a skill, teachers get a free oil change or a free spark plug, whatever the fuck your
dude, I love this
need was. But like once again, that's like a high school, right? You only got to do that when you're like 17, 18. I don't know if you want your 12-year-old. Like what like
make it age appropriate. Yeah, it'll be age appropriate.
What job?
Right? So like small.
Like, I just need to know.
Sure. So here's a classic example, right? Whenever I walk into a Chinese food store that's going to actually have good Chinese food, there's always like some fucking 8-year-old who's like running up and taking my order. Right? Yeah. And so boom, we know they can do that. And so now every single cashier should be like 8. And then that should be between like 8 and 12.
Well,
and then like between like 12 and like 15.
Especially in 7-Elevens where they get robbed often, right? They should put an 8-year-old there.
No, there's not going to be robbers once everybody learns the value of hard work.
They should be able to work overnight, right? They should work at a Waffle House, right?
No, they shouldn't work at a Waffle House. No, they might have schoolwork.
Look,
I'm being reasonable about it. I'm being reasonable.
I'm reasonable too. They should work at a Waffle House. Waffle Houses, like they have such a fun name, right? It's such a fun environment.
Working at a Waffle House, that's basically like working at like an MMA ring. I don't want people. I don't want them working at a Waffle House.
What about gas station cashiers?
Hey, why not MMA?
I was a gas
Prime,
station.
do you want to ban the cultural practice of small Chinese children bringing me my crab rangoons? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No. What I told you, you told me what we should do is ban the adult cashiers. And so I'm just taking. I'm like, okay, I'm following your lead, Lactoid, right? Let's ban the adult cashiers. And let's
I'm not saying ban it. I'm not saying
14. I want all my managers at Walmart to be 15. I want the
market.
To be 12.
Hey, you know where they also have cashiers in gun shops, right? Maybe
no.
Why not?
The market would decide like the reason why all these 12 the reason why these children are going to be like. By the way, farm work is great for kids. Some of the healthiest and strongest people I know.
And then you're just gonna have adults riding in the street against children they took our jobs. Like you're just kids took their jobs.
No, because that's their kid.
Farm work is great for kids. I think farm work is typically bad, which is why the better opportunities that they get in sweatshops is better than the farm work that they otherwise would be doing.
Let's go to Doobie.
I like where your head's at, but I disagree. But go ahead,
I don't know how you get to that though.
The evidence I've seen suggests children are more likely to be injured in farm work than they are in sweatshop work.
Doobie.
Did you guys see that Alex Jones tweeted that video of Destiny? Some that conservatives need to be afraid to go to.
Oh yeah, I was going to mention that in the opening. But if you want to move to the topic,
we're going to talk about
it. It's going to be talked about. Yeah.
Okay.
Gibbs is going to be unhinged. This.
I put in the group chat for you, Prime.
I'm waiting for it.
Thank you.
I've never once.
No, we're going to be surprisingly hinged.
I've never once been.
We've seen the last couple of days.
I've never once been.
Oh yeah, for sure. You're going to be hinged right now because it's we're all going to be very, very.
I'm a very hinged person.
Very calm.
Well, he gets.
I might not be calm. I might not be calm, but I'm going to be hinged.
Did you see the Piers Morgan appearance?
I did watch the full Piers Morgan video on 4 times speed, and so
4 times. What's wrong with you?
I watch videos on 4 times speed because otherwise I get too impatient.
Oh my god!
Have you ever heard of Adderall?
Listen to that. Like it's not.
I
Might
can
check
make
out
out
the
and like you can make out enough words to kind of get what they're saying.
Oh my
But again,
God.
like if I'm at the point now where I'm so brain broken that if I'm at like 2 times speed, like I feel like anxiety.
Yeah, that's nothing to be proud about. That's like,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
actually
you might want to
something
go
to
see
care.
somebody about that.
I go through a lot of videos.
You need to disconnect and go into the wilderness for a while. I think. Just,
I look
exist in
whenever
the outdoors.
every hunting season I do.
No, but I mean, just like live out there for like a month. You know, no connection to anything.
Your
And
chat.
come back, you'll be.
Is that even
pure
possible
again.
to survive that?
The chat just brought up a
You'll
good point,
find out.
Lactoid. I bet that saves you a lot of time on
a
Pornhub.
month.
I don't do it at 4 times speed, and by the way, I don't even use that website.
You use it
It's
4 times
so
slow, or like
fucking.
is it like frame by frame porn?
Lactoid is
Sarah.
a gentleman. He uses and pays for OnlyFans.
Ah,
I do not.
What a supporter.
Not because I'm against porn, but I'm against paying people.
Okay.
When it's free
Sorry,
somewhere.
I just
Oh, wait, you're against
watched it.
people money. Period. You're stopping there.
I try to
just watched
generally
that.
avoid it.
Can
as
we
much as
can we
possible.
actually get a list of preferred sites that you like, since you don't like Pornhub?
I don't want to do that. Not at least not here in stream. I don't know if I can. Do
We
that.
all know Lactoid's lots of spreadsheets.
He searches
rating
really
people,
hard on Twitter and
lots-
Reddit. Okay.
Any
He finds the good
recommendations
stuff.
for the
I do
any
not.
recommendations for the group to try later? Like
This is fun.
Yes.
Finding out what you
Unironically-
don't use is actually way more fun than finding out what you do use.
MILFs, unironically, okay, because I'm a well-adjusted person.
Can I say?
well, that
Cold
goes
End
well
in
hand in
chat,
hand with you liking Latinas. So I mean,
There's a guy Cold End in the Twitch chat, right? The shared Twitch chat you guys have, and he said that he says Destiny and Hassan Abbey are both bad people. They should be shunned and allowed to sink back into the obscurity that their lack of talent and intellectual deserves. Yada yada. Like, I don't understand lumping Hassan in with Destiny. Like, I really don't. Like, I've looked into his statements and shit, and I really don't understand.
Sympathizer, Doobie.
Didn't you go to a brothel one time, Doobie?
Oh yeah, he went to.
No,
a brothel.
that is the
Well,
main
like, I don't-
argument. He's a terrorist sympathizer and Marxist Leninist. So
I just don't understand like lumping him in with Destiny shit,
What-
because like
what-
it's
yeah.
just, I don't know, it just seems so far.
We got him.
disconnected.
we got him.
So we can get into it. We just get into the topic. Sorry, and I'm gonna read a super chat. I see it, Lawson. I'm gonna read that super chat in just a moment. However, before I do that, because if I lose this, then it'll never come up again, and Julie and I will never talk about it. Doobie, I've only seen one photo of you, right? And the photo he chose, everyone, the photo he chose was a gym photo, like a thirst trap gym photo with him bare chested, right? That's what he is.
Big sexy,
right? Yeah, interesting, right? Just interesting choice.
There's no way that's a real photo.
Wait, what's wrong with that photo?
I know there's nothing wrong with the photo. Nothing wrong with the photo, right? Now, but I'm just curious. Again, we're going to get to the topic in a second, right? I'm just curious. What do you actually wear? So I've never actually seen it. I don't know, like what you usually wear. What does that look
Just
like?
always bare chested, no matter what.
I'm just always bare chested. That was me, like visiting my grandmother.
Doobie wears polos and chinos on the.
No,
regular.
no chinos. What the fuck?
100%.
No, I tend to
What
wear.
about Jenkos? Do you wear Jenkos at all?
I don't even know what Jenkos are. Okay, I just tend to wear dress shirts, button-up shirts, usually darker colors. Usually like slacks or jeans. No, I'm not too fancy.
Okay. All right. And they're all custom made?
Most of them, yeah. I have some older stuff like that. That it's not, but I don't wear that often.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
like I
of
prefer
course.
to wear stuff that's like fitted for me.
High quality.
I have a guy who's like, yeah, that's
And mind
what
you, like my taste in fashion was like, you're very bitchy. Says the custom tailored.
Okay,
clothing
I was
guy.
talking about the brand thing. Okay, the brand thing is what bothers
Yeah, you're
me.
right. You just went a step above and made your own brand, right?
It's not. It's not that. It's not that serious. Okay, you just go get fitted. You get a bespoke pattern for yourself, right?
A what?
And
A bespoke pattern?
Bespoke pattern.
Yeah.
That's right. He knows the language.
Yeah.
By the way, if you want bespoke
it's a unique
clothing,
pattern
if
built
you want
for your
bespoke
body,
clothing,
okay?
matter of course customizations. Thank you, Doobie, for the shout out. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Bespoke
Okay.
clothing. Right?
It's like
what
rich
it
people
is.
speak for custom.
Yeah, matter of
I
course.
know,
One
I
of nine.
understand what it is, but I'm just like, I'm trying to
just learned
take
that pretty
this all
recently.
in. Yeah, I'm trying to take this all in, right? Like, oh, he's saying for the rest of us, for you out there, YouTube and combined Twitch chat, he's saying for you, like the answer to your clothing needs, right? To your design dilemmas, right? Oh, it's just to get customized clothing, bespoke patterns.
I've never
right?
agreed
Like,
with
just
anything you
why
said
don't you just get all
evermore.
your clothes like custom?
Here's
Doobie's
the thing.
Doobie's
design,
the
creative,
baddest
right? Utterly
bitch.
unique.
I'm
It's
sorry,
not
I
a
didn't know.
problem.
I
Oh
didn't,
my
Doobie,
God.
I did
Says
not.
Doobie's never
respect
said a
you.
more
Mr.
true
I gotta
statement.
respect your game, bro. You are
That's
the
100%
baddest
true
bitch.
statement.
Says Mr. Millionaire. Why don't you all out there? Why don't you just do what I do? I just all wear custom clothing.
Wait,
Thank
hold
you,
on. Okay,
DB.
but Prime. Before I had the money to do that, I was wearing like dollar store shit or thrift store shit. Like that's what I wore. Okay. So if
Okay.
you're not able to do the bespoke thing, yeah, just don't do the luxury brand thing because that really is just like a poverty trap, I think.
Who
I
is
agree.
saying do
You can also
luxury
custom your own.
brand?
Well, you can also custom your own clothing. Like I have a friend, and I'm actually about to hire him to like start being one of our designers. And he literally buys white T-shirts, and then he like cuts sponges into shapes, and then paints the shirts with like some kind of whatever clothing, and he resells them for like bukus of money because they look fucking cool. Like you can make your own bespoke clothing if you're really broke until you like have enough money to buy the better, higher quality shit. Bespoke clothing is the best clothing. Doobie's
My favorite
absolutely right.
clothing is from Kanye West.
Well, that's sus.
Bro.
I actually bought some of his like $20 like weird sock shoe things just to see what they look like what they were. It was fucking terrible. I do not recommend it.
It doesn't work too well.
It just feels awkward. It really does feel like socks with like rubber. I mean, it is socks with rubber pads on them. Like it's
Yeah,
not
but then you
a
get
real
used
shoe.
to it.
You gotta
They're
suffer.
probably
You gotta
comfy.
suffer for the
Fuck
style.
that.
Did you order the Hitler shirt?
No, I didn't know that. That's the $20 sock shoe thing is like the only thing I ever got from him.
So I heard that my friend of mine, multiple friends of mine, actually ordered that, and they canceled the orders. It's I don't know if they're actually ever going to get it.
When did they order? Because it took me
You
a
have
long time to
multiple
get
friends
it.
that
It
ordered
took
that shirt?
It took a very long time to get.
Well, it was
those
only
socks.
up
You
for
mean
a-
the Hitler shirt.
Yeah, the Hitler one.
Okay,
It was
got
only up for a day, and so because by the way, that was Kanye West truly is like a artist in the sense of a very creative mind. He ran a fucking Super Bowl ad, and then pulled off all the products except for a swastika shirt. Like when everyone would go, that's master level trolling. Okay, that is
When you got that
master
kind of
level.
money, you could do what you want. It's called
Yeah,
fuck you money and such.
that is fuck you money.
I remember.
Hey, he's got new products on it
He's
right
got
now.
a
He's got
lot
new
less
products.
of it than he used to.
Well, it's the nitrous.
Well, you want to know another way to get the really expensive brands cheap? I found this out back in my. I was about to type this in your chat,
Buy
but
fake.
was the I used to be like real big into like Tap Out and Affliction because obviously I fucking was wrestling, doing MMA, and those were the big brands like growing up.
Douchebag?
Yeah, giant douchebag. I mean, I am still a giant douchebag if you hadn't figured that out. So I mean, I remember walking into a Sam's Club one day and they had all the fucking Affliction shirts and Tap Out shirts there for like
Sam's Club is a good hack.
for like $15, $10 because these other companies when they run low will go buy them from like a Sam's Club or something and sell them in their store like short notice. So I was like, oh bro, I'm doing this all wrong. I should just be going here to get my fucking name brand clothing.
All right, now we know.
Now you
know. This does make me feel more feminine.
He's selling dresses
now.
now.
Let's get to manly
Kanye?
things, okay? And
lingerie.
let's talk about murder.
Don't forget the super chat.
Oh no, I haven't got.
Oh.
Oh, let's forget the super chat. It makes me angry. I just saw it. Fucking Lawson. God damn it.
Okay. Well, but the super chat is dealing with the topic at hand. So we'll wait in a second. But thank you for trying to remind me, Corey. You know, I simply cannot be trusted. So thank you.
And I can't be trusted to kill dead air.
That's true. Okay. Hey everyone. This is our roundtable we should have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Name's Prime. And we got a great group of guests here. We're going to talk about uncontroversial topics as usual here, right? Try to keep it clean. Try to keep it calm and cash, right?
Not me, never.
If that interests you, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give subs. We haven't done so yet. We do our pre-show warm up, right? We're warmed up now. Now we've all touched our softer, gentler side, our more bougie side, honestly. Yeah. So consider supporting the channel. If you haven't followed the channel on Twitch or subs to the channel on YouTube, so doing that. If you're on YouTube, of course, you can give us super chats, send us super chats, and I will read the super chats to all these wonderful people, and we will react to those super chats. So the super chats extremely helpful. Instead of doing that, and we'll react to it, and it'll be fun. And sometimes some of our greatest, what was it? Not when you stray from a conversation. What's that called again?
A tangent.
Tangent. Thank you. Yes, some of our best tangents have come from Super Chat. So consider doing that for us. Okay. Let's get started. I'm going to read the topic, and I'll also read that Super Chat I've forgotten. But so let me put up the banner. Yeah. All right. Earlier last week, conservative commentator Charlie Kirk was assassinated. The suspected killer was caught, but as of now, the motive is unknown. However, that hasn't stopped Donald Trump from blaming the quote-unquote radical left for Kirk's death. Trump has promised retribution against those on the left that he perceives as responsible for this. In this moment of political crisis, do you think Trump is the man to lead this nation? Do you agree with his message? Do you think Trump's rhetoric will heal the nation? Is healing the nation even something we should be striving for, or should we be seeking vengeance against those who think have wronged us? Charlie Kirk got shot. If people want to talk about their feelings about that, they are free to. That necessarily isn't like the actual assassination isn't really the focus of this particular conversation, but I'm sure it'll come up. But more like the aftermath, right? And what's come, what our political parties are doing. We can talk about the response from the Democrats. Not really much to say there, honestly. But mostly, I like to talk about what the Trump administration has been doing, and other conservatives, what their response to this has been. And is this what we want for our country? Maybe it's fine, or maybe it's not. So we'll ask our friends, and you can do an intro, right, and your opening statement. So we'll go to our friend Lactoid.
All right, so I wrote down an intro. I'm going to speak quickly because it's a little bit longer.
Four times speed.
Yeah, if I'm going to try to talk as fast as I can at 4 times speed. It's unfortunately how I think now. 5 main points. The first point, this is by the way, really the first time I'm really talking about this. I did have a brief conversation on Wick's channel, but so I just have to get some thoughts out of the way first. Just been rant a little bit about what I've been saying. Number one, murder of Charlie Kirk was horrific and inexcusable. He was trying to share his opinions like all of us here are trying to do and will try to do during this panel. He was assassinated in cold blood. Absolutely reprehensible. Number two, the killer was indeed a left-winger. However, far more importantly, the general left-wing response has been disproportionately horrific. Mocking, insulting, celebrating, and misrepresenting. A lot of them will be awful and hide behind cheap whataboutisms to justify their evil. Not all lefties. Some of them have been surprisingly refreshing. I was actually kind of blown away by how human at least Hassan's initial response was. I haven't seen anything beyond that. But there still is too many horrific videos out there about the reaction here. Number three, these cheap whataboutisms aren't even solid. I am going to argue during this panel that the left wing spreads dangerous misinformation that overall leads to more unlawful violence than the right does, and the left does not play nice like the defenders of the left argue that they do, even beyond the absolute unhinged terrorist adjacent shit that Destiny's been saying lately. The left at large seems to be suffering from some collective amnesia about the BLM days. Because of this, we're just doing it back is flawed from the start, and it is informed by partisan propaganda. It is unjustified. 4, under the same standard that Trump incited an insurrection, the Democrats incited the murder of Charlie Kirk. For many lefties, fight like hell was sufficient to be considered incitement in the context of widespread mistaken election claims. Just for one example, the Unfuck America campaign, partnering with major left-wing streamers that we know, had Take the Fight to Charlie Kirk on their main website in the context of mistaken racism and Nazi claims, including on their website. Fight like hell apparently is incitement, but taking the fight to is not. If you want to say neither of them are incitement, that's fine, but just pointing out the double standard. Finally, in very direct response to the prompt, the Civil War rhetoric is dumb. Trump needs to calm down the shit that he says. I have never been inconsistent in saying this. I never have made fun of or talked good about the Pelosi situation with the hammer. I also never talked good or spoke well of the assassination of the Democrat senators in Minnesota. Trump also condemned that and condemned that violence, which is good. I think some of the rhetoric right now coming out of the right is problematic as well. We need to stay peaceful and destroy these losers with ideas. No vengeance. Vengeance is bad.
And just quickly before we go to Gibbs, just so people don't remember the Pelosi situation, our friend Latchford brought up, it's when a unhinged individual showed up at her house with a hammer and I think like zip ties or something, right? But in any case, he was attending to like accost Nancy Pelosi. She wasn't there. Her husband was there, and he attacked him and beat him over the head. He suffered severe injuries. Luckily, he survived, and the man was, caught. But after that, there was a lot of ridicule from the right about that particular incident. I don't want to go too deep into it and like put my opinion on the whole thing, but like it was like the response was quite varied to that particular act of political violence. But I'll leave it there. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, I tell you what, I initially on the day of, I was much more in the let's talk about it things. We need to be cooler heads, But I over the next few days, I've gotten more and more angry, and it's not because of what the right is doing. It's what people on the left are doing. This is like one of those times where even people I thought were like, I don't know, like the reasonable ones, right? Have I done something that I think is a little bit sick? I'm really sick of the perfidious, duplicitous, and dishonest nature of this 1 degree of separation game that so many people are playing in like this moderate space, right? The idea that, I can say XYZ and leave the last part unsaid. Like just this week, I've came at several other streamers because they'll say, we need to wait. We don't know what this person is. The media is doing it. See, MSNBC or CNN just said something. This guy could be a groiper. It could be a right winger. And they ran with this when there's been no indication. And all the indication has been, we know the motive. They're left leaning. Their family said they were left leaning. Their friends said they were left leaning. There's this trans ideology aspect to this. There's the all sorts of other things that we know for a fact. These are facts that we've been given to us by the law enforcement. We know for a fact that he wrote these Bella Ciao, which is the anti-fascist movement symbol thing on there. We know the uwu bulge thing. That's a furry thing. We know this person is and has been confirmed by the neighbor that have been seen making out with their transgender furry roommate, which, it's crazy because this is the sad part about this. This person actually has worked with law enforcement, and now they're getting hate. We know that Discord has lied. We actually have a confirmed that he confessed in a Discord about it, and Discord said there was no evidence. So now we have more, I don't want to go with conspiracy, but it seems like Discord covered it up, and they don't want this associated with him, and that's bad. That's its own separate issue. But the idea that these are not a left leaner, and the fact that people push this idea we don't know the motive, which is part of even the premise tonight, I reject wholeheartedly. We knew the motive almost immediately when it happened. All the evidence pointed to it. People were jumping in joy. Some were claiming to have been the shooter. Honestly, these people should all be tried with the individual that confessed that we're killing with this man as accessories to the murder because they made the manhunt harder by being fake confessors. All this is evil. Destiny has called for the death of streamers, saying conservatives should not be allowed to go or should be shot before they go to places in order to silence them. That's their goal, to silence conservative voices because they've lost the debate, and so now they have to silence us in order to win. It's disgusting. It's just, and I'm really sick of it. And this idea that just I can say all these things and then be like, well, I didn't use the exact term groiper or whatever, and their whole audience goes on the chat and just co-signs the unsaid part. They're like, well, I had nothing to do with it. It's disgusting. You know what you're doing when you do this, and you can't just because you can have the one little backdoor out saying, I didn't use the one specific word doesn't mean you're not just as guilty. And it's really gross behavior. And I think that this really was exemplified last Saturday when I went on a show and I went through my DMs and I went through other appearances and I took all the things from left-leaning people have said about me in chat and I inserted these people's names there. And they said, oh my God, your rhetoric is so incendiary. Oh my God, your rhetoric is going to cause violence. And I said, oh, so then you, as a left-leaning individual, admit to knowing, this is to a Democratic senatorial candidate in Florida, I said this, you'll admit to knowing that this is loaded language that you're using, and when it's returned on you, it's a problem. So, this is something moderates have said. This is all sorts of shit, and only then is the problem when the right plays this game. And I think it's time maybe we either, because it seems like playing the nice guy hasn't worked, and now maybe we just have to give them a taste of our own medicine so that they feel like how terrible this language is before they realize that something else is going to happen, and we do need to tone it down because clearly the most reasonable voices in the room are actually duplicitous liars 90% of the time.
Okay. We'll have fun with that later on. But thank you, friend.
Whatever that was.
Let's go to our friend Corey.
I'll probably keep this short. But you can find my Twitch, Corey Comedy 4, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack is Corey Campbell. I suspect that this conversation is not going to be all that productive, but I hope to be proven wrong. The only thing that I'll say is to answer the prompt.
Yeah, lactoid.
Do I think that Trump is going to lead us out of this and actually call for you? I don't think so. I think he's a poor leader, and I do agree with the sentiment that he's just contributing to fueling the fire, so to speak. The only thing that I'll point out, sort of, I guess, to close out is lactoid. Okay, despite everything that he said in terms of he criticized Trump, but he still voted for him. Okay, and as far as I can tell, I don't think he regrets his vote. He's still sticking to it, and this is in the vein of the right wants to talk about, let's say, accountability potentially. I think the left should take accountability for all the violence, which does exist, when the right actually takes accountability for everything that they do, which includes January 6th, which Trump still pardoned them, and he is rewarded for that. Okay, Lactoid still voted for him, Gibbs still voted for him, and they're sticking by their vote. So what do you do when you're actually incentivized to in that way, and you're not actually held accountable? People still vote for you. I don't know what to do about that, but I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, Doobie.
I think that both sides are being dishonest about how they've contributed to the escalation of the language and the violence. I was watching that Piers Morgan thing earlier, right? With Destiny and Anna Kasparian, Andrew Wilson, Jack Prosobiec is fucking drunk. All these people, right? Even Cornel West, who I fucking love. Okay, I love Cornel West, but even he was, I think, being dishonest, right? And I've seen this over and over again, where the left says, "Oh, it's the right that's been, using this crazy, violent rhetoric, calling us Nazis and yada yada," and the right says, the left says that the right's been saying all this kind of crazy shit about the trans, and they're calling them demonic, satanic pedophiles and shit like this, and the right says, "Well, you guys have been calling us Nazis," but I think that the reality is both sides have been doing this for fucking ever, and it's not even a recent thing. It's not even a Trump thing. When Mitt Romney was running for president, Biden was saying that he was going to put black people back in chains. He was saying that's what he wanted to do, right? So this kind of hyperbolic bullshit, right, to smear the other side has just been common in American politics for fucking ever. I think people need to stop pretending that it isn't common. I think people also need to stop pretending that the other side is entirely at fault, right? And I think that this idea that if we're going to bring down the violent rhetoric or whatever the fuck, we need to wait for the president to do it first. We need to wait for the right, quote unquote, right, whoever the representative of the right is right now, to do it first. I think it's just childish. I think both sides need to stop the escalation. However, I think there are some things that are true that you actually just can't talk about without there being an implicit call to some kind of action, i.e., Trump being a fascist. I think he's a sort of proto-fascist. And I think that Trump has been doing things recently that are direct attacks on fundamental aspects of American values and American freedom, right? So him attacking those things and then people supporting him as he's attacking those things, right? I think at some point you do need to say, hey, that is bad. I need to call that out. And if calling that out makes some people angry enough that they use violence, well, that's on them. That's not on me for just calling the thing out. Like, if you don't want people calling you a fucking fascist, don't do fascist things. Like, it's that simple. I don't know. I think it's much more. I feel like there's an implication that a lot of these insults or these things are just like empty. They're like fake, and they're just like you're just like smearing the other side. But I think on both sides there's some truth there, right? In the criticisms, in the allegations being made. And I think those things need to be addressed in a real way before we can like move away from any kind of like tension or violence.
Okay. Let's go to. Sorry, I'm not even looking at the screen. 1 second. Ali.
Yeah, so I agree with Doobie. This whole the left is doing it first, the right is doing it first, the right is doing it. It's just so it's pathetic and like childish. But so I agree with Doobie. But in terms of like, do I think Trump is the man to lead the nation? Yeah, right. Not in a way that I want to. Not that I think he should be leading the nation, but like this is what the people want. The people want him, right? I know this is a sad time, but you know, the fringes on either side, right, especially on the right, they got their martyr. They get to kind of unleash and go unhinged. And I mean, yeah, this is what they voted for. This is what they want. Should he lead the nation? No, I don't think so. But is he the man to lead the nation? Yeah, this is what the people want. I don't see I don't see anything coming down any soon. I see the rhetoric's only going to ramp up, right? I see more of this political violence. I don't think it's good. I don't think you should be shot for saying words. But to Doobie's point, right? If people are going to ramp up their rhetoric and, you know, say some fascisty or Nazi or like racist, like extreme racist rhetoric, whatever it may be, and then people are going to call it out and something violent happens, it can't be the fault of the people who call it out, right? It has to be to some extent, you know, we're going to have to look at gun laws. We're going to have to look at mental health crisis in this country, or like where people are at, and then like plus the rhetoric that's happening. So yeah.
Okay, let's go to our friend, newer friend, Non-Fun.
Yeah, first of all, I condemn all violence coming from the furry community, okay? The very violent furry community that's attacked us. But I mean, I think it's relevant that like on a lot of sort of like 80-20 issues, Democrats are like end up taking like the 20% side because they're trying to appeal to the people to the more left of the party. There's like two issues they don't do that with, and that's Israel and political violence. It looks like every single elected Democrat, I think, has taken basically the right line on the issue. They've immediately come out and condemned it, and they're apologizing and blah, 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 blah. I don't think you see people on the, certainly not most elected Republicans even now, on the right doing things that I think are comparable to that. And I don't think Donald Trump himself has done anything remotely to heal the nation or whatever. And I think he probably will end up using this as an excuse to try to crack down more on universities because he already does not particularly like them.
Okay. So before we get started, I just wanted to read that super chat, which I didn't forget, right? And our friend Ali, I guess, wants to go after that. So the super chat from our friend Lawson Harrison says, why should we care about what an I can put it up on screen. I forgot about that. Why should we care about what an ex-reality TV star says days when the president of DGG can't even denounce violence? So I guess we could talk about this first. And again, thank you to the $10 lost, and thanks for supporting the channel. If you want to support the channel, great way to do it is through super chats. Go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/PrimeKai, in case you haven't done so already. Join our YouTube community and consider supporting the channel. The super chats will react to the super chats. All right. But going off of this, yeah.
That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay, great. Well, then we can. I'll just give a little bit of intro from what I've seen, and I've seen a lot less than I'm sure the rest of you have. On Destiny's comments, like much less, and that's the way I like it. But Destiny seems to be taking quite an extreme stance on this, and not. It seems like, unless my understanding is incorrect, that he's not just denouncing violence, that he's like saying that, well, maybe even encouraging it. Now, if I have that wrong, other people can correct me on that. But he doesn't seem to think this is a bad thing, from my understanding, and doesn't seem to think that we shouldn't be celebrating the death of Kirk, like actively celebrating rather than just like discussing it or whatever, discussing his politics. Yeah, like I think that I think this is an interesting moment for the left to grapple with, as to like where do we want to stand on these things. Now, what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to be like lecturing people on how they should react, because I think that's bullshit. Lacto tried to lecture me last week about that. But I'm not going to be lecturing people on their stances, how they should feel, because I actually care about
or react or joke about. I thought comedy was legal now. That's what I got.
I thought comedy was legal too. I thought comedy was legal, but apparently I was wrong. But I actually believe in freedom, so I'm not going to lecture people about that. But like, if there's I don't want to say anything that's a little slanderous. So I don't know if Destiny has made an explicit call to violence. Be very clear about that. Because Lacto is also my lawyer, the person I just insulted. So I don't want to do that. But in any case, I think this moment is actually quite instructive as to.
Well, that's kind of what I was talking about, Prime.
I can give you the statement. Can I quickly just give you
the one degree?
like
the one degree of separation
statement?
thing, though, is kind of what I'm talking about, Prime. I think you're kind of touching on that. It's like he didn't explicitly say it, but it's like, okay, you said it. You know, like, or you like did something, and you're like, oh, I didn't say that it was a right winger, furry or a right winger groiper that killed him. But then it's like you set everything up for your audience to do it, not you, but like I'm talking the metaphorical you. Like I've seen multiple people do this where they do it and then they don't ever use the exact word, and then it's like they have like, oh, well, I'm just waiting for something to come out. Like, come on, bro, you're being dishonest when you do this. You know what you're doing. Like there's several people that are doing this, and I don't know. I'm sorry.
So the thing that he said was right wingers have to be, or conservatives, it's going to be slightly paraphrased, but need to be afraid to go to public events, should be afraid to go to public events for like fear of being killed, so that they pressure their leaders to tone the temperature down. Mm-hmm. That was the statement. Like, they should be afraid to go out in public and go to these events. Should be.
I think that statement. I think that statement is irresponsible considering the size of Destiny's audience that he has. Like, if you're a big streamer in general, you should be careful about what you say because you're always going to have crazy fucking people in your audience. But I think his general point there, which I probably would not go as far as Destiny, to be clear, is that like when Democrats come out and repeatedly apologize constantly and condemn all the violence when the right doesn't seem to do the same, Republicans have no incentive to sort of to pressure their leaders to try to tone the temperature down, and that's why Trump feels perfectly okay not saying anything about this, or not taking serious steps to actually try to unite the nation. I would say.
Let's let Ali in.
So Trump might be like a unique case, but like with Destiny trying to get the president to bring the temperature down, do we think that like politicians hold more influence than like streamers or influencers?
I think the president does.
Yeah. I think politicians do in general, and I'll tell you why. It's because they're the leaders of the party. They're the ones actually either like implementing the law, and a lot of times, even if they have like super PACs or they have organizations around them, or even like the non-fund, all of that all trickles down from them. So streamers, when they're advocating for a stance, like I'll say Hassan's kind of like an odd one because he's like kind of like anti-American in some ways. So like he might even be a little more whatever. But even then, like Destiny, for example, is like kind of trickled down from the Dem leadership because he's gonna use their stances and he's going to push their policies. So yes, they are the more influential, I think, in that.
Except in this moment right now, where all of the Dems are essentially denouncing, and he's kind of like saying it's cocked, right?
Well,
I think like the politicians, right? The politicians have denounced because that's what they're going to do, right? And I'm saying in terms of like how people are going to react to this.
Well, only people they're denouncing are because of what's like their press secretary people are telling them, like, oh, you got to do this because it's a bad look. But despite we have them on clips saying all this violent rhetoric in the past, and then Ilya Omar just got stripped of committee seats for her awful reaction to the Kirk death. So I mean, it's not like all leadership is not doing this.
When something happens like a death on the left or like a murder or whatever, like it's not like the right's rhetoric is like peaceful and kind and like wishes and so on and so forth. They kind of go crazy as well, right? It's just that this was a political death, so it's like you guys feel like it's different in that.
Sure. Okay. I wish there was a better way to quantify this, but certainly, it feels like sort of the politicians on the right are able to set the culture for the Republican Party and for the right more generally a lot better than politicians on the left.
Because the right is more unified in what they want and who they voted for in terms of.
I don't even know. Well, I think they're
the vibe they voted
for, who they voted for. Yeah.
Hmm?
But I'm saying it feels like Trump is able to make issues out of things that the right never considered an issue before. And Democrats, I think, struggle to do that a lot more. And that's, relevant when I think Trump could certainly, if he made it, political violence on the right an issue at all, instead of essentially tacitly supporting some of it at the very least, especially like the January 6th pardons, for example.
Because he doesn't support that, right? He kind of this stirrup is good for him, right? It only riles up his base more.
Well, yeah.
You guys, yeah. So so he's not going to tone down the rhetoric.
Well, yeah, because he's an egotistical maniac. Yeah, I agree.
So I'm curious.
I agree. He's not going to, but I think Trump is in a position where if he made it an issue, a lot of MAGA Republicans would essentially listen to him. I think the right is a lot better able to control that. And as I mentioned, even my opening, it feels like Democrats struggle to do that.
I think they'd see through the PR and kind of do what they're doing anyways.
I don't know if that's
okay. So I'm curious. Lactoid and Gibbs, right? So my feeling about Trump is that he is basically like a proto-fascist. I don't think he actually has an ideology, really. But I think what he's done, right, and the kind of his bent, right, the way that he leads and the way that he tries to get things done, I would feel comfortable calling him like a proto-fascist, right? And I think that he's done things that are fun or attempted to do things that are fundamentally at odds with American values, right? So, for example, this push that he tried to ban flag burning, right, or to punish flag burning, right, using fighting words laws or whatever the fuck. I think just the president doing something like that, pushing something like that, right, that we're going to punish people for burning the American flag, it to me feels totally antithetical to Americanism, right? One of the great things about our country, one of the ways that we sell our country when we're talking about it, is how in our country we can criticize the government. In our country we can say "fuck you, government," and they can't do shit to us, right? They won't they can't put us in a cage for it. Whereas other shitholes, if you criticize the government, if you burn a flag, they're gonna throw you in a fucking cage and beat the fuck out of you, right? So the fact that he even tried to touch that, right, even if he's not successful, that he pushed in that direction, to me is fucking egregious, right? So how do you and to me that would be enough. That right there is enough that I can imagine somebody being upset enough about that to do something crazy, right? If not to Trump, then to somebody supporting Trump as he's doing these things. But then that's not even the only, he was talking about denaturalizing citizens, right? Denaturalizing them and deporting them for criticizing Israel, right? Crazy shit like this, right? That I think is bad enough that if you just talk about it honestly, people are going to get angry and they might want to take some kind of violent action, if not against Trump, then against people who support Trump. And Charlie Kirk was one of the primary people driving the youth vote to Trump, right? And Charlie Kirk has his own fucking issues. He's a Christian nationalist, right? Which is its own bag of shit. So how do you talk about this stuff without there being some kind of implicit call to action or avoiding language that might cause somebody to take some kind of violent action, because the actions themselves are bad enough that some people might want to take action. I don't know how you detach those things or you even talk about them.
Well, I'll go first if you want, Lactoid. I do agree with you that the concern for right-wing authoritarianism is something that people should be concerned about, especially since, I know you just kind of framed as Charlie Kirk is white, a white Christian nationalist or something, right? But
no, I don't think he's a racist. I think he's a Christian nationalist.
Christian nationalist, fine. Yeah, my bad. That's I don't necessarily have a problem with someone classifying as that, and I know that some people are going to disagree with what I'm about to say next, which is that Charlie Kirk, in my opinion, was somebody more moderate on the right. He's in the center, right. He's not as far extreme. Hold on. Yeah, I know y'all are going to disagree. Hold on. No. And this is what's crazy is y'all are all saying this, and so most of us on the right, we all are yeah, he was a fairly moderate milquetoast guy. Didn't have any convictions or anything. All this stuff. He was a good youth leader, and then y'all are already just here on this panel, just with the laughs, already painting him as some extremist right. And so when y'all are going, oh, hey, yeah, I'm worried that there's going to be more authoritarian authoritarian Trump, yeah, I think that is a real concern because now you have people like Milo unretiring. You have people that are way more extreme now going to be having a bigger voice. I saw on Rumble that Nick Fuentes outperformed Kai during his marathon 3 thing going on right now, or Mafiathon 3 thing going on right now, which is crazy that Nick Fuentes just had pulled those, and it's because of the Charlie Kirks. And like you're going and you've killed this guy that most of them the right think is moderate, and especially Christians who think he's a moderate Christian guy, and y'all are going, oh, these are the radicals, and then you're like, well, we don't want the authoritarian to rise. Well, guess what? That's how you get somebody authoritarian, because you kill the guy that's in the middle, and then all the really extreme guys are the ones who are going to be not afraid to speak because they push extremist views, and I think that is a concern. However, that being said, I think another thing that's happened on the right is all the right-leaning factions have basically unified. Like I've never seen I don't have the urge to go after like Andrew Wilson right now for some of his shit takes on like feminism or something. Like I don't or it's men's fault, women's fault, or dating stuff. I have zero desire to do that right now because there's a bigger problem. The left is fucking killing our people. That's what it is. They're killing it with the policy. They're killing it. They're literally killing them with like Charlie Kirk. They tried to kill the president twice, and then they try to do this dishonest framing like, oh yeah, this guy was a right leaner even though he like donated money to Biden. All this other bullshit. Like we know the games, we've seen the games, we're sick of the games, and now y'all are terrified because y'all created a martyr.
I don't think anyone ever argued that this was effective political strategy. I obviously don't think like the left should not support this because it makes the left weaker. I don't think anyone ever said otherwise, Gibbs.
Yeah, I'm not saying that
I can
he
respond.
should have been shot. Okay, like to be clear, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
I know you're not saying that.
Yeah, so just to like give you like something direct. So the Piers Morgan panel that I saw earlier, Andrew Wilson and Jack Versovic, like one of the things that they were talking about is being called a fascist by people on the left, and they were saying this as if it was like ridiculous and you're like smearing us by calling us fascists. But I mean, if they are supporting a guy who is doing fascist things, like what else are you supposed to call him and them? You know what I mean? Like if that's the smear, and the smear is just accurately describing your actions or the actions of the guy that you support, like how the fuck do we even communicate with you or about you?
I mean, you say that though, right? And like, I listen. I know Lactoid's going to be sympathetic to this because he's a libertarian. He doesn't want authoritarian. He doesn't want to do it. I'm a Texan, and we don't trust big government. I've said this about Doge. If it's a tool used correctly, great. However, I'm worried that like the left is going to take over and turn it into something that it wasn't intended or make it expand the power. I like worry about big government. I worry about authoritarian government. I also agree with your.
They're not banning lab-grown meat, right?
Hold on. Well, hey, shh.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Hold on, but I mean, hold on. I absolutely think there's needs for regulations. I'm not a libertarian. Like, I definitely think there's reasons why we should do it. Lab-grown meat's another leftist plot to weaken America. We don't have to go into all that right now, but that's fine. We're gonna sit here and like with Doom. Yeah, I definitely get the concern, and yeah, I can see why you want to argue this. But you can say someone's authoritarian. Like, if I call like Trump a populist authoritarian, that's not the same as me using the buzzword and calling him Mussolini incarnate. Like that, like, oh, he's a fascist. He's basically Mussolini. Oh, he's a Nazi. He's basically Hitler. That's loaded language, and you can talk about this in a way that's not like that. But y'all aren't doing that. And then this is the biggest thing, is the other thing that's happening is if I comment on left policies and y'all don't like my framing, like I'm gonna give you a list, right? If I said the left stands for open borders, open crime, free crime everywhere, and critical race theory, and they want to put transgender people into women's sports, you would say, I've literally heard this week from a person running for office in the Senate in Florida. They told me that was dishonest framing and that was incendiary language, even though that's actually can be tied directly to policy. And that's much less incendiary than me calling somebody a fascist.
So
I'd like to respond.
Lactoid, and then our friend Corey, and then Ali.
Yeah, I just wholeheartedly reject this characterization of Trump as a fascist or a proto-fascist. I think that it's myopic. I think that when you look, you have to compare Trump, if we're going to talk about whether he represents some kind of new threat, some kind of proto-fascist, you would have to compare Trump to presidents past, right? So you look at Donald Trump and compare him to, let's say, somebody like George W. Bush, right? What's more fascist, right? What about starting $2 trillion wars leading to shit tons of death, and also launching the PRISM program that is illegally spying on millions of Americans? And then when the person who calls the alarm on that, he puts out information exposing the government for spying on its civilians and its citizens illegally, then all of a sudden he gets a bunch of flack and has to leave the country and is continued to be sort of this target by the establishment, both on the Republicans and the Democrats, but the establishment. Well, that was George Bush. To me, that's infinitely more fascist than what Donald Trump has done.
But can't there be more than one fascist?
Well, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Look, if you categorize most American presidents as fascists, then maybe you have a point. Okay, what I'm saying is that if you characterize like George Bush as a fascist for that, if you characterize Obama drone bombing U.S. civilians, you consider him a fascist. If you consider Biden a fascist, you're trying to get OSHA to illegally force. Maybe you do, Prime. Okay,
yeah.
But for most other people, okay, sure. Most other people, though, right, trying to through executive fiat push OSHA to force millions of vaccines in executive order, which was not the full scale, was not the scope of OSHA. We know that, trying to extend beyond what the legislation allows them to do. Arguing for, potentially packing the court, and the Kamala, of course, having history of actually arguing to pack the court. I mean, I think the closest peer person you could probably argue with was a fascist. And even this is like, I don't really feel, super comfortable saying he's a fascist, but he is the closest by far. And this is FDR, right? The left's kind of sweetheart, the guy who put Japanese people in camps. This is the closest we get, right, to fascist. And this is nothing like Trump, right?
People in camps now.
No, like putting people in camps because of their race, because specifically targeting because that was not targeting people because they were Hispanic. This is targeting people because they're in the country illegally.
Decision where like the government fought against a restriction that would say you couldn't target people for their ethnicity.
No,
right?
So no. There's nuance to that. What that Supreme Court, and by the way, the Supreme Court ruled in Trump's favor on that, was that you can use a multiple of factors to investigate whether or not somebody is an illegal immigrant. And one factor you can use to investigate whether they are an illegal immigrant, which is the thing that's being targeted, is their race or ethnicity. Because people coming up and say, because people come because look Hispanic, because the yes, and this is wholly different. This is wholly different than the internment camps.
So exactly
this is wholly different. This is wholly different from the internment camps. The target with the with immigration enforcement is targeting people who are breaking the law of the country, whether you agree with that law or not. When it comes to the Prime, when it comes to Prime, let me finish, please. No, they didn't break any law. Right? No, they didn't break any law. They didn't break any law. Prime
says they need to be in an internment camp. If you're outside the internment camp, you'd be breaking the law.
No, that's not what the law. No, that's not what the law said. Those were military orders to put them in camps. The law did not allow for that. Right? It was only afterwards the Supreme Court kind of semi-justified it, and then has since the government walked it back. Right? That was the closest we got to fascism. Arresting people for illegal immigration is not that. Flag burning, I criticized that immediately when that was proposed. Flag burning has also been, I think by the late 80s, most states had flag burning legislation. There's been multiple attempts on the federal level to ban flag burning. If all those governments were also fascist, then sure, right? It's not good, but this argument that, hey, president is doing kind of authoritarian thing that I don't like, right? Therefore, he is fascist. When you compare, this president, you can point to plenty of things that he's doing that's not fascist, right? Like, you really thought a Republican would be on board with gay marriage coming in 2016?
Factoid.
This has been
what is this argument? What is this awful argument? This is an awful argument. Hey,
is it an awful argument? Two wars, the prison program.
I'm not going to tell you exactly.
Okay? You think Biden was a fascist? Was Bush a fascist?
Yeah, Bush had a lot of fun. It actually goes straight to my point, right? Hey, guy. First of all, why would I have any problem calling Bush a fascist? I don't know.
Do you think he's a fascist?
Yeah. What did I just say? Why would I have any problem doing that? Hold on.
Was Obama a fascist?
Yeah, Obama is a war criminal. I'm not sure if a fascist.
Him and Fabian agree on all these things.
One second. Yeah, I
would have told you he was going to say this.
Who do you think you're talking to here, right? I trust all of these people, right? Biden, genocidal maniac, deserves to be in the Hague, right? Zionist, and Zionism is fascism, is Jewish fascism, and he is a pro-Zionist to his core. So yeah, he's a fucking fascist. I have no problem saying that, right? With Obama, he did the drone strikes, which I think was illegal. I don't know if I would necessarily call that fascism.
Funded fascists in Ukraine.
Sorry, what did you do in Ukraine?
Funded fascists, right? This was the 2014-15. Was it the height of the Azov Battalion?
I'm familiar with that, but if you say so, I'm not gonna deny you. Sure. If you're saying that happened, okay. But I don't need to defend Obama. I trash Obama all the time. I don't give a fuck. Fuck these people. Fuck
okay,
Obama.
well then maybe you're the wrong person to talk to on this. I don't know what to say. You think they're all fascists, so then I guess Trump is a fascist according to you, and you're pretty consistent, I suppose.
He's absolutely 100% fascist.
Okay, well you're consistent in a way that's crazy.
No. Listen. Before we go there, right? I'm just like, you want me to bite bullets, so I have to just bite your bullets for you, because I wanna gobble them all up, right? I got no problem.
Yeah.
But right, I would say that and like when people like seriously discuss fascism, not just like on Twitter, right? When people are seriously discussing fascism isn't a light switch, right? It's not simply, oh, you're in a fascist regime or you're not in a fascist regime, right? We understand it's not a binary. Everything, like I like to say, is a spectrum, and fascism is definitely included on that. And so, yes, you can have presidents who can take more authoritarian actions than others, right? Who can engage in brutalities that we might call fascism, right? You brought up FDR. Hey, that's a really good point, Lactoid. Good work, Lactoid, bringing that up. That's a good point, right? But different. We've had like other presidents in this country sponsor genocides, right? Either directly by the American military, right, that we've done, or indirectly, we've had authoritarian regimes literally do a genocide their population. That's the thing that we've done. And I'm not talking about Israel. I'm not talking about Israel here. I'm talking about before then. This is not new, right? So like you can say if you're saying that's a fascist act, right? Yeah. It applies to a lot of presidents. What you've just discovered is that, yeah, a lot of presidents do evil shit. A lot of presidents do evil, heinous shit, and they should all be in jail for those actions. Absolutely.
Okay.
When we're judging, but that doesn't invalidate. That doesn't invalidate the actual criticism itself. Trump has secret police. Secret police.
Prime.
Hold on. Let's establish this just quickly, right? With our good friend Lactoid. Hey, Lactoid, right? Is it true? Yeah, is it true or is it not true that ICE is approaching people ununiformed and masked? Is that true or not true?
They're approaching people they do have signifiers on that they're ICE. They have masks on.
No, we've seen.
I can have the same signifiers, brother.
Their signifiers are like literally just regular street clothes. We've seen the video.
That would be impersonating law enforcement.
They literally don't. They literally.
That's a crime.
How would you be able to tell?
Okay, I haven't seen this. This sounds like a bad idea. I don't think it. Can I answer?
Okay.
Can I answer, please? I don't think it necessarily makes them more or less fascist if they have uniforms or not.
No. Building the picture of a secret police force, right? Building the picture. So we start there.
The uniforms wouldn't be too secret,
that
would
they're
they?
masked individuals, not identifying themselves, and then dragging people into unmarked cars. Is that true?
Seems like they would just be the police then if they had uniforms.
Sorry, I don't want to. Gibbs, please. Back to it. Is that true? Have they been dragging them into unmarked cars?
I'm not aware.
Oh, you're not aware. Okay. Well, they have been.
I'm willing to accept that they have.
Okay, great, right? Have they literally black bag people?
Potentially.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've arrested people too.
Sure. And and then where have they sent them off to? Have they sent them off to prisons, right? Mm-hmm. Outside of U.S. control, at least full U.S. control, where they've been tortured, where they've been physically abused. Is that a thing that's happened, Lactoid? Under actual authoritarians, those prisons run by actual authoritarians. Has that happened?
You're talking about CCOT? You're talking about CCOT?
Yeah. Oh,
yes. There have been some people sent to CCOT for sure.
Oh yeah. They've been physically assaulted. They've been sexually assaulted at that prison. This is the testimony of the individuals coming out there, right? So we have a police force that rounds people up in mass arrest, right? Millions of individuals for all kinds of spurious reasons. We can get into that some other time. Sorry, I don't want to pull this whole conversation into this, right? But we are taking off exfiltrating them out of the country as fast as possible, right? And then putting them in a prison where they're getting tortured there, physically abused, sexually abused in that prison. And then you say, well, what's fascist about Donald Trump, right? And then what's worse, you say, oh, well, Trump does things that you wouldn't consider fascist. Yeah, again, it doesn't matter, right? Like, he can do things that I like. There are things, in fact, there's something he did recently that I really praised, right? There's something he did recently I really praised. We haven't really talked about that. We'll talk about this some other time, right? I don't want to get off topic. But he can do things that a person like doesn't negate like the authoritarianism that he's engaged in, right? Like we can point all these things out. That's what exactly what people are doing. That's an honest conversation to have.
Can I respond?
Sure.
So I never denied that you can point to specific examples. But like what I said at the very beginning is, if we're going to use the term like label, if we're going to label, because labeling here matters. The only point of labeling something is to distinguish it from something else. You wouldn't use the same label on everything. Otherwise, the label loses all utility. The point of a label is to distinguish. If you're going to say, which you have, that, yeah, well, all the fascists are fascist, or all the presidents are fascist war criminals, we could just, they should all be arrested. Then again, maybe you're the wrong person to have this conversation with, because you're gonna say, well, Trump is a fascist. I'm gonna say, oh, by what metrics do you label someone a fascist? And then you're gonna describe metrics, and then you're gonna describe metrics that would include, as in your own words, like Bush and Biden and potentially Obama. You weren't quite sure about that one, but like it was kind of close.
I'm willing to give you Obama. If you give me on Obama, I'm willing to give you Obama.
Okay, you're even willing to give me Obama. But I'm going to bring this back to Doobie. But Prime, can I bring this back to Doobie? No. You went to for a little while, Prime.
No, I can go as long as I want to, and I will if I want to. But I'm not going to do that. But I'm just saying, just give me a second here. All I'm trying to say is that if you want, you can we can do the thing that we make to make white people feel better, right? Well, we can do when we're talking about bigotry, right? When we talk about bigotry, and we say, oh, okay, this person isn't a racist, right? Instead, they've done a racist action, which doesn't necessarily implicate their character, right? Again, to call the feelings of white people on this one. So this is something you can do. You can say that this person is essentially a fascist, right? They have done taken fascist actions, and then you can tally up how many fascist actions a person has done and the severity of the actions a president has done. That's another path.
Trump is relatively lower in the fascism degree compared to other presidents.
But if you want to go
wait,
this one went Doobie's, because Doobie was the one who asked me the question. Then I want to talk with you, Nafon. Doobie, do you agree with Prime that Bush and Biden were fascists?
Not in the way that Trump is. I think Trump is way worse, actually.
You think that the Iraq War and Afghanistan War and the prison program?
I don't think going to war equals fascism. I don't think going to war is fascism, right? I think
it's comparable, or like I guess a feature of fascism is kind of warlike behavior.
No, that's about as good of an argument as the secret police argument that he just made.
Not necessarily.
Going to war, not necessarily.
Launching various wars without like international justification.
We should be in jail for them, but some of them are. I don't classify everything I don't.
Iraq was not
legal. As we know from our greatest ally, liberal westernized democracies in the Middle East go to war all the time.
You criticize them for this. You call them fascists for this.
Well, they're nationalist Jewish supremacist countries. Yeah, I do consider them.
And you factor in the war, don't you? You factor in the airstrikes.
I don't think the average person would say going to war equals fascism. Right?
It adds fascism points, like Prime was talking about. Like being a warlike country is like emblematic of a fascist country as opposed to being a peaceful country.
Democrat culture.
Militarism is a key tenet of fascism.
No, hold on. Actually, that's it's not true. Hold on. No. I have to answer. Sorry, Brian. I have to answer. This is actually not true.
Everyone shut up. Doobie was talking. Someone Doobie to finish, and then you guys can jump in.
Yeah, stop bullying me, okay, you fucking assholes.
All right, I'll be quiet.
So I don't think it even matters. Right? So I don't think we need to get lost in the weeds of what a fascist is. I think you believe that Prime believes what he's saying, right? When he calls Trump a fascist, right? You think he's being honest about this. The issue that I have, that I'm trying to point to, is how does Prime express these honestly held genuine opinions, right, that he has based on the behavior of these people? If calling them a fascist, apparently, it might lead to somebody shooting them, right? Like, how do you even engage with the topic?
How do I engage with the topic if people calling somebody a fascist? Like, I try to add the context, right? Like, if people who are saying that like Trump represents some kind of unique threat, which, by the way, by the time of the next Republican administration, the Democrats are going to be saying the same shit about Trump as they're talking about Bush, like, oh, he was so nice, he was so good, like, totally, like, trying to again compare whoever the current president is as like make him look as bad as possible by lionizing the prior president. But the question of whether or not Trump is like a fascist, if you're trying to use fascist in terms of like this new like horrible threat that's like changing the country to some like the features of the country to some kind of substantial degree that was not the case when it comes to Bush or Obama or Biden, etc. Like that's the kind of like designation that I think most lefties are talking about, and that's the kind of designation that I think is most harmful and most inaccurate. But if you're using fascist in terms of the incredibly broad way that Prime is using, and as long as he explains that, then I don't know how anybody's going to see what Prime said and say like, oh, like Trump is like uniquely bad. They're going to say, well, Trump is simply one member of like a long line of a broken system, which I think that narrative is much less likely to be conducive to violence.
Okay, just real quick. Like lactoid, I think the fascism word is silly to debate the semantics of it sometimes, but I think, would agree with Trump has a kind of unique view of the powers of the executive branch. We didn't see Bush doing the same things, pushing unitary executive theory the same way I think Trump wants to.
In certain regards, yes. In other regards, no, right? I think Biden's attempt to use OSHA without Congress's approval to push mass vaccine mandates was like a massive overstep in executive control that Trump has not attempted to do. I think that the idea of packing the Supreme Court is like particularly anti-constitutional and represents a destruction of our third branch of government. That was something the Republicans have said they're not going to do as compared to the Democrats. Yes, Trump, there's other things that Trump has like talked about. I think Trump has been pretty like gone overboard recently on executive orders. Like you can criticize him for that. That's fine. But again, I don't think that makes him uniquely bad compared to the shit that was happening before or was threatened to happen.
I think for one, the reason Biden did a lot of things that you might see as being, sort of overbearing or overstep to the executive branch's power is because he genuinely has some concern for well-being people, right? Like Biden genuinely thought COVID was an issue and wanted to get the vaccine mandate as the thing to fix that. I think the reason Trump wants to do things that are an overstep of the executive powers branch is literally just because he wants power and he's egotistical, right? Like him, him saying, oh, I want to have the power to have some say over interest rates, right? Like I don't think does he really sincerely believe that like monetary policy is being severely mishandled? I think he just wants that power because I think he knows it's going to do well. Or I think he wants that power for himself because he knows it'll give him more power over voters. It'll give him more power over the economy. I think that's something that's kind of unique to Trump. Sure. But I also think Trump uniquely has sort of control over his own base that is relevant to the actions that Trump takes rhetoric-wise.
We gotta let some other people in here. So we gotta agree Corey, Ali, and then Gibbs.
So Gibbs earlier, if I heard you correctly, if I understood you correctly, which I might not have, I think you mentioned that the left calling, or I've never done it, but you, I don't think correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm confident I've never called Trump a Nazi, but you seem to frame it as like a left calling Trump a Nazi that somehow like invokes violence. But did I understand that sentiment correctly?
Yeah, I do. I that would be correct. Yeah, I do think that it invokes violence.
So then you would agree that J.D. Vance was violent towards Trump by calling him a Nazi?
I would say that would be a example of violent rhetoric towards Trump. Yeah.
Okay. So his own vice president is violent towards the president, right?
He was fair. At one point, and then he's become allied with him, and changed.
We're forgiving people.
Yeah, even someone as goated as J.D. Vance can make a mistake and atone for it. And it seems like he's atoned for it and asked for forgiveness, and they become good friends. It seems like.
Okay, and so
and working colleagues.
In that vein, then
shows our acceptance levels on the right.
So then you would say also that Trump is using violent rhetoric when he says radical left Marxists.
No, I would not.
No, okay. So can you finish this phrase for me? Better dead than.
then red. That would be yeah.
What is that invoking?
That would be it'd be better for me as the individual to be dead than be a communist because the communists are evil.
Someone calling a Marxist.
Not us killing them. It's better for us to be dead than red.
Okay, yeah. So that's
I guess that's self-suicide. I guess that's violent towards other people.
Okay, so it's better to be dead than a Marxist, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, so Trump.
I would rather be dead than be a Marxist.
Okay, but you would agree that Trump is being violent. That's violent rhetoric.
I mean,
right?
if we're counting violent rhetoric towards oneself, then I guess we're also counting every My Chemical Romance song. Like, I mean, what? Like, are you fucking kidding me with this logic that you're using?
Well, no. How is your logic? How is your logic then?
Well, one of them must.
Why is labeling someone Nazi violent and someone Marxist not violent?
Well, let's examine those two expressions. One is, oh yeah, he's a Nazi, and we should assassinate Nazis or punch Nazis about. This is a common thing.
Wait, where in the definition of Nazi does it say you have to assassinate them?
Well, I mean, that's what people have called for. People have called for that ever since the Nazis existed, right?
That doesn't answer my question.
Hold on. There's a difference. Also, just in the own expression you used, if we're going to use English, let's break it down. Better red than dead implies it'd be better to self-harm than it is to be one of them or to die and fight. I didn't reverse it. I'm just explaining simple English to you. That's how that works. Better dead than red. It's better to be dead than be red. So it's better to die than it is to be a communist. Or that's what that means. It's not, go kill the commies. Like, that's not what that's saying. Or it's saying it's better to fight them and die fighting them than to be killing the communists. Either way, it's a self-harm thing.
Explain to me where in labeling someone Nazi that means we should assassinate them or kill them. Where?
I don't know. World War II? Like, I mean, are you fucking like? I mean, are you like? This is history, bro. They went and killed the Nazis. That's what they're doing. Fight the Nazis. Punch a Nazi.
Can I just expand? I'm curious, right? Because would you apply that to people on the right, including Charlie Kirk, by the way, calling people on the left child grooming, satanic, child mutilating pedophiles, and also people who are like pro-Palestine, calling them like terrorists and terrorist supporters? There's the same level of violence attached to those things, I think.
Well, nope, this is the difference. Once again, you say something like that, and if you're actually a Christian like Charlie Kirk professed to be, one of the things he did mention was tolerance, acceptance, and forgiveness. That was a big thing you mentioned. And so he would argue, and this is what Charlie Kirk would argue, would be that Charlie Sheen might, depends on drugs. He would argue that it is your duty to witness to these people and try to bring them back to the light and show them that they are following demonic paths. It's not to go kill these people, because the Lord is the judge. There's a difference there. But, that would be a fake representation of Christianity that you're pushing forward.
A question in terms of, because Lactoid was talking about.
Also, I still want to be in the list. I have another point. I have that point I want to make.
Yeah, and why we use certain labels to differentiate one from the other. Like, you were calling Charlie Kirk moderate right. You said you guys see him as the moderate right?
He is the moderate right.
I do, yeah.
You do. So, and because there's like Nick Fuentes and like a couple other people.
I mean, we're both more radical than Kirk.
Yeah. Is that in the same regard? Like Hassan is the moderate left because like Haas exists and like what's his name? Jackson Hinkle exists, and they literally go hang out with the Houthis and they have an active American communist.
No, Hassan is not the moderate left. He's much further left. Why? I can tell you why. Because Hassan himself will tell you that he's a far left, like socialist that wants to destroy the current state. That's not the moderate position.
He's a Christian nationalist. He believes in Christian law.
Yeah, which is a not moderate position in the United States, despite what you may believe.
Stoning gays to death is God's perfect law. So, like,
which is something that you believe in as a Muslim.
Left or moderate right.
Wait, hold on. That's what you believe in as a Muslim, right?
He's a little bit on the far right. It's okay. He's a little
bit. Wait. What do the Muslims say to do to the gays? Hold on. No. Don't let him run away with this. What do the Muslims say to do to the gays? And if it's dissimilar, because it means it sounds like y'all have. It sounds like you have the same position. This is called throwing stones into glass houses. It's the same.
I'm going to address.
It's interesting, but it's the same lead. It's the same position. Seems like it's a moderate position.
I want to address this specifics, the stoning question. So Charlie Kirk did not call for stoning of gays. It was a specific question as to it was a specific question as to biblically what does the Bible call for. This would be a very similar question like what does the Quran call for, and then you explain what the Quran says without necessarily saying that should be enacted into that should be hold up without that being implemented as law in America.
Okay,
You're not. Hold on, unless maybe Doobies can correct me here. You're not going to find Kirk saying that element of Christian law, specifically stoning gay people,
which is revoked. Hold on. That element of Christian law is revoked in the New Testament anyway.
Guys,
but that's going to inform the policy he wants to push.
Guys,
finish your quote.
He did not say that should be implemented into American policy.
Of course not.
He did talk about, like, biblically this is the case, and by the way, biblically he's right. If you look at the Bible, that's what it says. That doesn't mean you put it into policy, but if you're doing an analysis of the Bible, that is accurate.
It's also Old Testament law, not New Testament law.
And when you describe something as God's perfect law, right? You may not want that specific law written directly into policy, but that's going to inform the type of policy that you're going to then push for, especially within your group, which I would not consider a moderate position. If you This
not necessarily.
Is God's perfect law? Is that an endorsement or is it?
This is the problem. This is the problem. Like this, no, it's not. This is the problem. You're
law.
I know this is dishonest.
Saying something positive about that.
The reason why this is dishonest is because the specific conversation that you're referencing was a discussion about the Bible. Unless you're a fucking liar, if you read the Bible is very clear about what to do to gay people. It just is. Now, maybe if
Old Testament, Old Testament, which is different.
Sure, and that is part of, that is part of the Bible, right?
Which has been revoked under the New Testament.
Can I please finish? And so when you're reading the Bible, and that's in the Bible, and you are not a dishonest hack, you're going to say, "Hey, look, the Bible says this. This is what the biblical law prescribes." Mm-hmm. He did not, in that conversation, very specifically, did not call for this to be implemented in American policy.
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you. But in the same regard, if you had the same a Muslim political influencer who is speaking about like Sharia law, he's like, "Listen, this is what it says in Sharia law. I'm not necessarily pushing for it, right?
No, that's not what
these are the things I believe."
That'd be honest.
But he also goes on to talk about
that would be honest.
This is very hold on, Max. Right, there's a second part to this. Hold on, I have to say something here. This is very dishonest framing how the Bible says. Hold on, Prime. I really have to say something here.
He said God's perfect plan. God's perfect plan.
Okay.
Is that an endorsement?
God's perfect law.
That's not an endorsement because you're misrepresenting. Hold on. I have to say something. You are misrepresenting the Bible.
God's perfect law.
You are
God's perfect law.
Hey, hon.
You are misrepresenting the Bible. I will.
If I say that Mein Kampf is a man's perfect law, would that be an endorsement? You would say
no. In that case, yes, but in this case, no, because hold on, this is the part you're doing wrong. Hold on, no, it's not a nice try. It's because this is how dishonest you're being. It's either dishonesty or purpose ignorance. Okay. In the New Testament and the Old Testament, they're both parts of the Bible. Lactoid is correct. That would be the canon biblical law back in the day in the Old Testament, right? That's clear. Now, Jesus himself, the inheritor of the mantle of God, in the flesh, in person, on earth, as the representative, states that with his death, the old law is no longer needed and the canon is broken. Hold on. And this goes on and is repeated with several examples, the Holy Spirit coming down and speaking to the Gentiles and speaking to the people in front of Peter, and Peter and Paul being sent on a mission to speak to people of other faiths and other races. Hold on. This is important because y'all are misrepresenting. And Prime is laughing, and honestly, I am a little offended at this Prime that y'all because what is happening. Cool, that's fine. Because what is happening. Hold on. What is happening? What is happening? That's fine. What has happened? That's fine. What is happening is that you are lying about what Christians believe, and you're lying about what Christians. Hold on. Let me finish. You are lying about what Charlie Kirk said because Charlie Kirk said, let me finish. Y'all just lied about what Charlie Kirk said because Charlie Kirk goes on in that later in the same speech when he's talking about that and talks about how there is a division between the Old Testament law and the New Testament where they talk about where the power of Christ comes in and pays for things with the power of his blood. And that is the New Testament canonical law, whether you're Protestant or Catholic or Greek Orthodox. And so when you sit here and prescribe that he is, it does. When you sit here and prescribe, when you prescribe that he is sitting here saying we should stone these people and it's God's perfect law, that's because he believes. He said, when he says it's God's perfect law, it's because everything God does is when he says because it's God's perfect law. Everything God does is perfect. Hold on, everything God does is perfect. Hold on, if you're Muslim, then sure, yes. If Sharia, yes, I will absolutely agree with it. I will absolutely agree with you, Ali. If Sharia, if you're a Muslim, you believe Sharia is God's perfect law. That is true. And no. This is what you said. You said he said, oh, it's God's perfect law to do this. And it is God's perfect law because God is perfect and nothing is imperfect. And that's why it changes in the New Testament. But you clearly don't understand religion. You are being dishonest about it.
I didn't say he advocated for stoning people. I didn't say that. Doobie brought that up, right? You can ask Doobie about that.
You just said God's perfect law 5 times.
I asked, hey, like when you say this is a perfect plan, is that an endorsement?
It is because it is and it isn't because it changes in the New Testament from the Old. No, Prime. I'm not being dishonest. You're being dishonest because you don't understand the religious aspect.
You're fucking dishonest.
You are being dishonest because you don't understand the religion. You don't understand the religion, Prime. You're literally lying about the religion. You are literally lying about the religion right now. You are saying yes, you are because well then you don't understand it because it's not a strict endorsement.
What did I ask? Hold on.
You said.
Repeat it.
Oh, I will. You will say. You asked. Is in this case, and you listed one case, which was is it God's perfect law, and then I said, oh, okay, no. In this context, no, because he explains how that law no longer applies in modern Christianity. It's ridiculous, and he's done this. Hold on, because every law by God is perfect as to people, and that's why it was perfect at the time, and it has changed under the New Testament. That's why we no longer put blood over our doors during the Passover. No, this is just facts. You are being dishonest because you don't understand the Christian religion and you want to bash every church. Yeah, it's very disgusting. I mean, it'll never work because you're lying right now. You are lying right now.
So you think Charlie?
You're lying right now.
I'm just going to ask. LGBT is a disease. Yes.
Wait. Stop. I'm going to ask very specifically. So hold on. Is your honest opinion then, Prime? Honest, because you're very imposing here on your demand of honesty. You honestly think that Charlie Kirk wanted the law to throw rocks at gay people until they die? That's what you both think that Charlie. No, so you don't think Charlie Kirk believes that?
Yeah, I never stated that. No. Have I ever stated that? He wanted to I believe that. No, I didn't. Once again, Gibbs is being a fucking liar.
No, I'm not being a liar. You're being a liar because you don't understand the difference between Old and New Testament law. Is there a difference between Old and New Testament law? Yes or no? Is there an Old Testament and New Testament difference in law? Is there a difference between Old and New Testament law? Yes or no? Oh, then you know that you are framing this dishonestly. Then you know you're descending this fraudulently.
And I asked Gibbs a question.
Yeah, and you framed this dishonest. Yeah, and you've just framed it dishonest. I know, you're being a coward. You were being a coward. I answered your question honestly, and you are being dishonest right now.
Good luck, Ollie.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, I stated all the facts, and you just are sitting here. You were trying to use a clip to frame something wrongly. That's dishonest.
Hey, Lactoid, let's see if you can be brave the way.
Be brave like Prime and lie about the context.
Shut up for a second while I talk to Lactoid, right? I don't want to talk to cowards right now.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. Let's stop talking to yourself.
Shut up.
I mean, you're the one acting like a bitch right now.
Lactoid,
sorry.
Shut up.
Watch, he's going to mute me next, bitch.
Lactoid, I will make me. If you want me to, I will.
I mean, it's a pussy move, but go
shut
ahead.
the fuck up so I can get to this. All right, thank you. Let's, Lactoid. Hey, if I say something is a perfect plan, I describe something, right? I say, this is perfect. Is that an endorsement or not?
In most contexts, but not all contexts.
Most contexts, but
can I offer more
context? What are places where it's not an endorsement?
You're describing the Old Testament.
Oh, okay. Nice try. All right, nice try. You see the dishonesty in this group.
Can I
how is it dishonesty when there's an absolute clear differential between the two?
Real quick, wait, hold on. And you, by the way, you have to agree with that, Prime, unless you think that Charlie Kirk was endorsing throwing stones at gay people until they die. If you think he was actually advocating for that, then I guess you can say that was an endorsement.
That's a dishonest framing. That's a dishonest framing.
How is that a dishonest
because framing? I don't think he was advocating to change the actual policy to us have gay people in the town square and stone them to death in 2025. However, I do believe that he believed that this was the correct law. This was the correct thing to do to gay people.
Yeah,
it's just that we're more civilized. It's just that we're more civilized now. So what he would do is push for to repeal certain pro-LGBT, or repeal all pro-LGBT policy.
not the stoning protections.
So he's not going to advocate for stoning, right?
But you just
that
hold
doesn't
on.
mean
You
that,
just
that doesn't
admitted,
mean that
Ollie.
belief isn't going to inform the type of policy that he pushes.
No, Ollie,
for,
did you just
which
admit that there's a difference
is
between New
still
Testament and Old
detrimental
Testament law?
to the LGBT? So it's like just because
I'm
he's
sure
not advocating for
Wait, hold on.
specific
Is there a
stoning
difference between
doesn't
New
Okay.
Testament and Old
mean much.
Testament law? Is there a
Doesn't
difference between New
fucking mean
Testament and Old
much.
Testament law? Yes or no?
No, that's why I keep asking. If Zohran Mandami was like, listen, I think Sharia is the perfect law.
I would
you guys
argue
be
that
fucking you guys
No,
would
I
be-
would,
you
but
guys
I would,
you-
but I wouldn't
you
say.
guys-
Hold on,
you
I
would
would say it's
that
an endorsement,
informs-
but
that's
I
gonna
would say.
I prefer that to
inform
communism,
Hold
honestly.
on,
New York.
Ollie, I'll build a bridge with you. If he said that, I will accept that he believes that the Sharia law is God's divine plan, which is what Muslims believe, because
And that-
that is their
yeah.
perfect law, and there's nothing wrong with him
Yeah.
saying that
There's-
and advocating
there's
for
nothing
policy.
wrong
Now,
with-
I
wait,
will.
wait,
Hold on,
there's nothing
hold on,
wrong with
hold
Zohran
on,
Mandami.
hold on.
The
I
mayor of New
would,
York
I
says
would,
Sharia
hold on.
law is God's perfect law.
Hold on. I will fight it, but
No
not.
shit.
Hold on. I will fight it on the grounds that no, I disagree, and I think it's religiously flawed, and it's not the correct law, and not the perfect law. However, I would actually applaud him for fighting for his beliefs and pushing something.
Wow,
But
damn, that's
Wait, do
a
any-
fucking
just
bullet
please,
you're willing
do
to
any-
no, I will butt the bull because if you're the
right.
same, look, hold on,
So
I will
actually-
back a Muslim pushing for their
Zohran
laws.
Mandami-
I'm just going to
Zohran
fight them on
Mandami,
every
there's a clip
chance I
of Zohran
get.
Mandami. He says Sharia law is God's perfect law.
Well, that's what he
The mayor
believes.
of-
It's his
the
religious
potential mayor of
belief.
New York. And you would be,
Ali,
no,
no,
would you say that
can I
isn't
answer
an
a full-
endorsement of Sharia law? Yes or no? It's really a simple
let me
yes or no.
no. Let me get the full answer, okay?
Oh,
if
okay, cool.
if Zohran is talking about like Islam, if he's on a podcast and they're having a conversation about Islam, and he talks about Sharia being God's perfect law, and then he goes on to describe how he's not, like, he doesn't say he's going to put in any policy. He goes on later to describe how it's not really applicable in modern day, but that like the Quran very clearly talks about the law and how it's like the perfect law. But he also goes on later to like say that he's not implementing it in current policy, which by the way you guys agree with.
Muslim as Charlie was a devout Christian.
Which
There's a difference between
Okay,
you
can
and
I-
Old
can I-
Testament, too.
then let me please. Then that would be okay. And when I say okay, it's at least okay in the sense that I'm not going to think that he's like actually prescribing stoning gay people, which is the very obvious implication when you bring up this out of context quote.
Would
So
you
let's go
believe
to-
that he's
please,
endorsing?
we gotta let the people in.
I just need to know. Like, it was a yes or no that he didn't answer. Was it yes or no? Would you say that Zohran Mandami was endorsing Sharia law by saying?
What do you mean by endorsing? What do you mean by endorsing?
As in the potential mayor of New York thinks Sharia law is God's perfect law. You'd
You
be
mean
okay
implementing
with him
it?
running and winning potential mayor for New York, and you wouldn't use that against him.
And
That's
implementing
what I'm
it?
trying to
but
say.
Jesus is
And implementing it?
Please, oh my God, wait.
Implementing
Okay, cool.
clearly something different, not endorsing. But
All right, go
So
ahead.
is-
Go
that's why I asked what endorsement meant.
go
Hold
ahead,
on.
Doobie. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead,
let's
Doobie.
I'm gonna let other people in, guys.
I asked what endorsement meant.
Okay, I just want a few very simple things. Okay,
Sorry.
do any of
Very
you
simple.
seriously? Do any of you dispute the fact that Charlie Kirk wants to ban gay marriage based largely on his religion?
He also is advocating for a partnership
Probably.
separate from marriage, because marriage is between a man and a woman under Christian law.
Okay, that's
a
great.
difference.
You
Hold on,
don't
but
deny
that's a
that he
similar
does
but
what he
equal
wants
thing.
to. That's
It's
great.
like-
Okay, do
It's
you
like
guys
40%
dispute
of
that he?
Americans or something, sure.
Do you guys dispute that he also wants to ban all of abortions, including rape and incest, largely based on also his religious beliefs?
I mean, which is murdering children, so yeah.
Okay, I'm going to read you a tweet now from January 5th. Quote, the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. Okay, I'm going to read you another tweet now from September 1st. America does not need more visas for people from India. Perhaps no form of legal immigration has displaced so many American workers as those from India. Enough already. We're full. Let's finally put our own people first. Do those 4 facts strike you as more moderate or more pretty extreme leaning Christian nationalist?
Pretty moderate.
The reason why
Those 4 things are pretty
Well, then
moderate.
Hassan is
the
moderate.
reason
in that regard.
no, hold on. The reason why I'm going to say moderate, the reason why I'm going to, or at least
Hassan's
maybe a
moderate
better,
too.
maybe a better term might be like mainstream, is because these beliefs that you described represent like probably 30 to 40% of America.
Hans and GQ.
They represent this person actually has like did or at least have an established voice within the Republican Party. Meanwhile, Hassan is like treated like a black sheep. He is excluded from the Democratic Party. He is not like platformed by the actual like political machine of the left.
This
is
the issue with the Republican Party. Thank you very much.
And so
Buttloads of political power and is
so
mainstream.
maybe things change with Zohran, but as of right now, I wouldn't call him like mainstream.
AOC and Bernie.
AOC and Bernie, I would probably call more moderate and mainstream compared to like Hassan.
Yeah, and he hangs out with them and he endorses them. and they endorse him.
Sure. I mean, I
Well,
think I don't think they endorse Hassan.
We have Jackson Hinkle, who
I
actually
don't
hang out
think
with the literal fucking Houthis.
I don't think they endorse Hassan. I know. I think Hassan with his 9/11 take tanked like any kind of like real political interaction that he is able to have. Like, I'm sorry, you're saying, oh, he's moderate. He said America deserved 9/11. You don't really come back from that.
And AOC is not moderate either.
I mean, I just want to be clear. Like,
X amount of things about Islam, about black people, about so on and so forth. Like, yeah, and in terms of like rhetoric, yeah, Charlie doesn't have the most moderate rhetoric.
Nothing. He said nothing like America deserved 9/11, which is what Hassan said.
We got to let other people win.
Can I give you guys more context?
That is not moderate.
About Charlie Kirk and what he believed. So I think it'd be
sure,
helpful.
and then we'll go back to non-farm because non-farm wanted to tie into that as well. Sure.
Okay, yeah, just really quick. So my understanding is he was a seven mountain mandate dominionist, which means that he believed that that Christians have a mandate from God to seize the seven mountains of cultural influence, like schools, politics, the media, family, like etc. Like these are all like spheres of cultural influence. So they seize those spheres of cultural influence, and then once they have them, they use them to transform the nation into a Christian nation, explicitly Christian nation, with laws that come from the Bible, right? That are influenced heavily by the Bible. So I don't think that's something the average Republican wants or even thinks about, right? I think this is very, very far on the fringes, actually. I don't think that the average Republican would want to ban gay marriage, for example, like a non-farm brought up. I don't think the average Republican would advocate for, would say that he doesn't believe in a separation of church and state. He actually didn't think there was one. He thought that was like a made up thing, and there shouldn't be a separation of church and state. So he was explicitly advocating for there to be a Christian government in the U.S. Right. So I don't think that's like an average normie Republican position.
I would say you're wrong. I would say you're wrong about that. I know
if that's the normie position.
No, I would say at least 40% of the Republican Party is probably in the Christian nationalist camp or adjacent.
This is exactly
that's a moderate.
Wait. I would say what percentage of Republicans do you think support gay marriage?
I just looked it up. Yeah.
Before you answer, Prime, I want Doobie's answer.
I'd guess somewhere around like 40%.
Yes, 41% of Republicans support gay marriage. And so when you keep pointing out Kirk's like opposition to gay marriage is like him being like extreme or him being out of line with like mainstream Republicanism, this is just not true.
Yeah,
like, this is actually very much in line like with most Republicans.
And like
the Republican Party is an awful party.
The other thing is y'all sit here and preach for the Bible. Kirk is sitting here. He's used this story multiple times. I've heard him, seen him watch clips, and he'll talk about he without first with sin cast first stone, which is in the New Testament, which circumcedes over the Old Testament, right? So we're sitting here going, we all know that. And if you're being honest about the Christian religion, and you know this, then even if he advocated in God's perfect world, hold on, and even in God's, no, we're gonna finish this. Even if God's perfect plan. Even his perfect plan or perfect law, then he's admitting that the humans are not perfect, because the New Testament, he says he without sin throw the first stone. They don't throw the stones because Jesus teaches that, and then he says his sacrifice. So if you believe he's a Christian and you believe he's advocating for Christian beliefs, then you know that y'all are doing dishonest framing by using this one clip out of context and ignoring hundreds of other clips where he talks about this regularly as a Christian witness. So y'all are being bad faith and y'all know it. This is the same as the Trump thing where the good people on both sides lie and hoax. This is the exact same 1 degree of separation bullshit I was talking about in my opening, and it's disgusting behavior.
Okay, let's go to non-fun Corey. No, he's not. And then we'll go to Ali.
I mean, part of what I was going to say got mentioned, but obviously, Lactoid laid out exactly the problem with the Republican Party is that on the left, on the side of left wingers, people like Hassan are marginalized, and on the side of right wingers, Charlie Kirk, who believes there shouldn't be any immigration from Indian people, and that the vice president has the unilateral authority to choose whatever elector or reject fraudulent electors. In his words, this is the problem with Republican parties, that voices like that are put into the mainstream.
The problem with this though is, and I think because we all have people that we are, don't really lament the fact that they get got, right? I don't think anybody here is crying about Hitler. But the thing that I think
we got to think about his humanity though.
Scaring a lot of right wingers, right? Is that when you guys are saying, well, or celebrating his death. I mean, not you guys specifically, but when the left is celebrating his death and they're saying, look, he supported this, and then when you look at that and you realize it maps onto half the country.
Yeah,
like the concern there is
25% of the country.
The concern there, well, half the sure, but like most Republicans, right? Okay, it maps onto most Republicans. The concern there is, okay, so you guys want a significant portion of the country dead. Like that's the scary part.
Non-fun, you can respond. Then I got to move on.
Okay, I don't think I wasn't like trying to, and I don't necessarily think you were accusing me of it. Like I wasn't trying to like justify why or why not. Like Charlie Kirk was, like asking for it or whatever to some extent. I was just adding on. I forget what Dewey's even initial claim was at this point that got us in this whole conversation.
Rolling Stones.
He was a big Christian guy for sure.
He was a big, yeah. I was really just trying to provide evidence at that point. I don't know.
Yeah, look, and Ben Shapiro's like very like his Judaism is like informs his moral philosophy. Religious, I think it's very difficult to like have religious beliefs and not have that inform your moral philosophy, because like in the same way that like there's secular ideologies that can inform your moral philosophy as well. Like there are things that we believe in that inform our decisions.
Ben Shapiro,
and I don't think Charlie Kirk's beliefs were all that different and all that like extreme compared to like significant major demographics of the country. I don't want this to become the new norm where like we find out Grandpa Joe died and then hey, Grandpa Joe didn't like gay marriage, so let's go like piss on his funeral. That's fucked.
Okay, also, just to be, no elected Democrats have done this, but yeah. I was going to say no. I'm sure there's some have.
Corey.
Destiny has, but
Corey,
not elected.
The ultimate elected Democrat.
Corey Ali Doobie.
Okay, so also rewinding, Gibbs, you mentioned earlier, same conversation that I brought up earlier, of, I think you said more or less the sentiment was the left is literally killing us. So, like, is it your impression that, like, the killing is just one way? It's just the left killing the right?
I'd say it's disproportionate, right? Like when I hear things like righty violence or something, it's much smaller scale.
Okay, so out of curiosity, which one do you think the right should be held accountable for? Or which one do you think they should own up to?
I don't know. Give me an example, like a question.
No. Any ones that you're aware of.
Like I don't know. I'm like asking what you're gonna call because some of them are questionable.
So coincidentally, there's no right individuals that have killed on your radar.
Sure. You know what? Let's go. Timothy McVeigh. He was a right-leaning guy, right?
Let's say in the past 20 years, since Trump was elected.
I mean, since Trump was elected, I don't know. Wasn't Dylan Roof a crazy fucker?
What coincidence? So
I don't think Dylan Roof really espoused the ideas of the Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so either. But he's in the period.
Like, are you of the same sentiment as Gibbs? It's just one way, just the left killing the right.
No.
Okay, so then, are there any that you would take the right should take account for? Of like they should own this, or are you the same sentiment? I'm not aware of any.
No. Okay, just to be clear, like. My point this entire time has been that I am criticizing the reaction. I'm answering the question. I'm criticizing the reaction, and I'm saying that people like shouldn't be so awful about this.
I agree.
I think that when those senators from Minnesota were assassinated, that was really fucked. They were Democrat senators. It appears that the killer had a conservative motive. Trump went out and condemned that, as he should have. I condemn it. Not good.
Okay.
I think at the time you argued. Hold on. I think at the time you argued with us on whether he was a Republican or a Democrat.
We didn't know. We didn't know at the time.
Okay, yeah, because I remember you talking about flyers in his trunk.
Yes,
right?
We didn't know. We didn't know at the time. I think. And by the way, there's still evidence both ways. I think I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt and like lean towards it being a conservative, especially considering who was targeted.
I appreciate you.
But sure. We don't know for sure. Okay, but.
We know for sure
Trump still condemned it right away, which is good, and I condemn it.
I like that. Let's keep that evidence for later because we're going to bring that up again. But I thank you for saying that. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm done. Just to maybe a quick. So far that's like the only one that you're aware of. That's the only one that the right should take account.
That's the one that pops out for me. Yeah.
All right, gotcha.
I don't think Dylan Roof is going to be like a Republican. No. I think white nationalism is different.
Okay, and Gibbs, do you agree with Lactoid's assessment?
I mean, like Dylan Roof is I would agree.
That's not what his assessment was. A different, as far as I know.
I would say that he probably had a mostly accurate assessment.
Okay, but how come you didn't bring that up earlier when I asked you?
I mean, I brought up Dylan Roof. I mean, like I didn't have like all these people off the top of my head. I mean,
It's not
you okay? I'll give you the example. What was
No. My question is, why did you have to go to Lactoid to get that out, and why didn't you?
I mean, there's other examples you could go to. Like I've heard. Okay,
then why didn't you bring them up?
Well, let's just hold on. Because a lot of the time, this is the problem. Right? This is the problem.
Just like in my opening statement, the right will never take account for anything.
No, this is bullshit. Because a lot of the times, y'all want us to act like immediately take accountability for shit that's dubious at best. Like we've seen evidence to suggest that this guy with Pelosi, for example, they had a previous history, like with her husband, right? So we've seen evidence suggested. Now I'm not saying that's true, but you know what? I condemn the violence in general. If he's right leaning, he's left leaning. If the guy is Dylan Roof, put him in the wood chopper. If it's this guy, put him in the wood chipper. Like the right will be like, yeah, the guy's bad. He shot gay people. Put him in the fucking wood chipper every time. You know, like the Pulse nightclub shooter. You know, like put him in the wood chipper. Like all these shooters, like put them all in the wood chipper. Like what's your point?
Why did it have to go to Lactoid to get that information out?
I've said this other times. I just don't know. I don't know which one you want me to say because the problem is I'll say something.
Because I'm a politics god.
Yeah, no. The problem is like you'll say something and then like okay, no. The problem is we'll do like we did with this prompt, right? Where we know this guy's obviously a left-winging nut job, and then we sit here, we see the people on the left go, oh, he's clearly right-wing because his parents were Mormon, even though he's living with a transgender furry and they're fucking, and then they're sitting here in Discord group saying this shit, and they're saying this shit, and they're saying it openly, and they're doing this, and we have witnesses, we have anti-fascist messaging on the bullets, we know this is things, we have other people, hold on, we have, and then, then we see the spin, I'm answering your question, I know you don't like this. No, because then what you'll do is you'll frame this, and y'all are trying to say, this guy's a right-winger. So then we have someone like the guy that shot at Trump, right? He comes along, and there's evidence that, he was a registered Republican, and okay, cool, but then we find out he also donated to Biden and was part of BlackRock, which are more left than a right. So it's like you go, but they're like, he's a right-winger, he was a registered Republican, even though he doesn't. So it's like y'all have these misinformation thing where
for BlackRock
and then it's like y'all want us to co-sign this guy's inherently right-wing when there's like mixed messages, just like the guy that killed the Minnesota people, right? Okay, I would probably say he was probably a right-winger, right? Maybe, probably. However, hold on. Once again, even in that case, there's other evidence that supports that it might have been a personal vendetta of some sort in like these cases because the point. So it's like, well, yeah, sure, you want us to like co-sign things that are not super obvious, and then when something super blatantly obvious comes along, y'all are like, oh, it's totally the same situation.
So I don't see I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying I don't see why a personal vendetta would change anything about the question. And there's not an attack towards you, Gibbs. What I'm saying is that like these things are mixed, right? Like we can understand that these people are crazy people, right? Like the type to do mass shootings. Hopefully, no one here will be that type, right? Because those people are insane. Right, like one way or the other.
Well, okay, that's why nobody's saying the guy that killed the Ukrainian girl is like, motivated by left-leaning violence. Yeah, we might say it's racially motivated, but nobody's going. Hold on, we're talking about DEI. We say he's might have been racially motivated, but we're not sitting. But we're not sitting here going, this guy specifically was a leftist, right? Because we know that it was probably mental illness and whatever, and then it was DEI that killed him. But it's like when we sit here and go to this other thing.
Guy, I'm trying to reach out to you. Here, so I'm not trying to. Again, I specifically, I'm not trying to attack you. I'll attack you later. Don't worry. That's fair. But like, I'm saying that. I'm saying, okay, what we choose to identify as a political, an attack with political motivation, and one that does it right, like that has complex and it has lots of rules as to what counts and what doesn't. Like I like to say, everything's a spectrum, right? Like, what is a political attack? You can actually go down this line, right? You can find gray zones where like you're attacking like a marginalized group, right? But like, did you feel any hate towards them? I mean, you did shoot at them, or is it that hey, they just happen to be literally the closest people near you, right? You're like, I want to die by cop, and there's a group of Lebanese people near me, and so I'm going to shoot at them, right? And then if you're a white guy, it might say, hey, this is like racially motivated or politically motivated. Like this is how these things work. So I'm just saying that like it's very complex as to what counts and what doesn't. I'm just trying to like acknowledge that. I know we got.
Can I add one thing on my answer? I got to add something onto my answer that I answered Corey about. So I as charitably as being as I am, of saying that hey, the list was all Democrats. So I'm comfortable saying there was likely some kind of anti-Democrat motivation there. Not only did Trump condemn it right away, but was there really any kind of significant celebration on the right of them dying?
No, we said throw them in the wood chipper.
I don't know if there was a celebration, but like
was there TikToks of people dancing?
No, the question is the fact that you don't know.
Issue, we're asking like Twitter liberals on Blue Sky to change their behavior, but then like we make all these excuses for like Trump, who is president of the United States, and also
Trump condemned it.
I understand. No, I understand. Trump condemned the Minnesota lawmaker shit. He's been very flaky,
and nobody celebrated it. Nobody in the right celebrated it. So Trump condemns it right away. I don't know if that's
true, but I do know for the Paul Pelosi hammer attack. What?
Yes,
I'm telling you, I don't know. It could be true, but like certainly Trump did it with the flags. It's never been good.
The hammer attack was a little bit odd, right? I agree, it wasn't good. I didn't celebrate it. I think some people unfortunately saw some level of humor in it, especially since nobody died.
I don't care about the.
I think when nobody dies, like we're usually a little more.
It's also a ludicrous story.
I don't even care about like the people.
Gay lover. But I just want to make it very clear that I think this is an important distinguishing factor. When those senators, people keep bringing up the senators, when those senators were assassinated, Trump condemned it right away. So this is the president of the United States condemning the violence immediately, and there was no mass celebration on the right.
And if there was, it was very extreme fringe.
I gotta let in other people. We've been waiting patiently, right? I forget it was Ali or Doobie next. Well, we can say Ali.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So it's like one, those were politicians, right? So like I don't know if the same thing gets extended to like the people who die on the left that people want to criticize, like George Floyd or whatever it may be. People criticize them and celebrate and dance and mock and do the whole spiel, and that doesn't seem to bother any of the Republicans at the time. Right. So like for Charlie Kirk, I don't know why you want people to extend an empathy that he didn't extend to them. Right. This is a guy who pushed. Brother, I'm not going to lie. As a Muslim, the guy literally hated Islam as the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. This is just.
Yeah. Conservatives don't like Islam.
Yeah. That's fine. This is also just pre-Nazi rhetoric in terms of me. If this was said about Jews, the
left is saying about the Jews.
So on and so forth. This is something I've said multiple times.
Wait, hold on. They are saying about the Jews.
Ideology you don't agree with. Just because it's an ideology you don't agree with, you're going to sit here and say that this guy was a moderate.
Wait, so you're admitting the left are Nazis right now because they're the ones persecuting the Jews, Ali? Is that what you're trying to say?
Right.
You can criticize Islam. That's fine.
Well, you just said they wouldn't use it. They wouldn't use the rhetoric that you're saying that it's pre-Nazi rhetoric because they're doing it to the Muslims. But if they're doing it in the same way. And if they're painting to the Jews that way, then it's whatever. And then we've had people on this panel, which is their political position, say things that are similar, if not worse, than anything the right said about the Muslims and about the Jews specifically. Are you saying that's pro-Nazi? So are you saying that's pre-Nazi rhetoric?
Hold on. Who said what about the
Jews? Okay, so I'm going to give you an example right here from this panel, and I'm going to give you the example from the other night. So first we'll go with the other night, right? I laid out a bunch of policy, and I was told just saying their policy was inflammatory rhetoric. All right, cool. Now, just on this panel we had today, and you don't have to argue whether this is policy or not, but it's the same kind of logic. I heard people here Doobie say, they're a Jewish ethno-state supremacy group, a supremacist nation that is starting wars with other countries for ethnic cleansing, right?
That's true.
Right,
yeah,
okay, so it's true.
Isn't that about the Jews?
Hold on.
It's
about Israel. Sure. But then you're going to go on to say a lot of people are like, anybody that believes in this brand of Judaism is Zionist and they're evil. That's the same kind of rhetoric that the Nazis use. I mean, are you arguing that? Hold on. If I pull up a quote right now with Hitler saying the exact same things as the Free Palestine movement, what would you do?
Hold on. Sorry.
Oh my God.
If I find one, what are you going
to
do?
You're just fucking picking that strong.
No, I'm just asking you because you said it's the same rhetoric, Ollie.
What just seems like what you keep doing is like you are making a vague statement and say like, well, if someone else did this vague statement.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is Ali made a claim. Ali made a claim. And I actually have a direct quote from Hitler where he says, hold on. He said, a literal Nazi
No, let's not
says the same things that all he is advocating would be Nazi thing.
Not Hitler yet. 1 second. We'll talk about Hitler. Don't worry.
You don't know what my claim is.
You can't escape Hitler. You can never escape Hitler, right? He's all around us. He's inside us, right? Okay. So, you made a claim about the people on the panel saying things against Jews, okay?
Which is what's happening.
Then you gave an example where it wasn't against Jews. It was literally like
that's a different distinction without a difference in this case.
The Jewish nation.
Yeah, we're talking.
Yes,
a Jewish ethno state is talking about as a description of this nation of Israel, right? Not saying that like it's a nation filled with Jews. It doesn't mean like you're making a statement about Jews. That's
okay.
Crazy.
I need to respond to that.
That's a derogatory statement against Jews.
No, let me tell you this. Here's the thing. I have a direct quote from Hitler. I literally watched the clip today, and I went and like fact checked it afterwards. And I just coincidentally, it's coming up now. And all Lee's claim was this is the claim. He said if they use this rhetoric, and they said it about Jews, it'd be Nazi rhetoric. Okay. In fact, I would agree. He's right. The same exact rhetoric has been used by Democratic policymakers and by the Free Palestine movement is actually taking direct quotes from Hitler. That by definition is Nazi rhetoric. He talks about how the Zionist regime supported by the British is oppressing the Palestinians, and he goes on further and further and makes the same things and talks about from the river to the sea. These are exact quotes from Hitler. All right. And so when we sit here and you say, okay, well, one's Nazi rhetoric or would be Nazi rhetoric about Jews, and I agree with you and say, oh, they've actually said the exact same rhetoric as Hitler, that's Nazi rhetoric. Yes or no? If you use the exact same quote, is it whether just because it's true?
The sky was blue. If it said the sky was blue, we'd say saying the sky was blue.
Wow, what a coincidence there. So, if Hitler says the exact word, and it's not Nazi rhetoric.
In the way I'm referencing it, Gibbs, I'm saying that we have a bunch of political influencers like Charlie Kirk, like Valentina Gomez, like these people, like a lot of people who are using Islam and Muslims as scapegoats, right, to blame all the issues that are happening in the country, down to the point where we have Valentina Gomez actively going in front of these people, saying that Islam is the religion of rape. They're raping your children. They're raping your women. If you don't want your women to be raped, you need to get these Muslims out of your country. And this is rhetoric that is shared by these people. And so, they're like, I don't understand how you want anyone from the LGBTQ community to share like an empathy for Kirk when he actively fights against them. I don't want how you want anyone from the black community to fight against Charlie when he said all these things about DEI and black women and so on and so forth. I don't know where you want this empathy extended just because someone died. Right.
That's right.
Also, I want to say, by the way, it's funny. In my opening, I literally said the two things that elected Democrats like don't cuck out to the far left on ever is Israel and the political violence shit. That they're all pretty pro-Israel and they're all hardcore condemning the political violence.
Let's go to Doobie and then Corey.
I don't even know where to go from this actually. So I'm just curious. Like I don't want to make this an Israel-Palestine thing, right? I just don't understand how me criticizing Israel equals attacking the Jews in some way. Right? That's I think the fact that you're conflating Jews in general with a genocidal ethno state is pretty anti-Semitic in itself.
That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing at all.
It's pretty fucked. It'd be like saying
that's not what's happening. I'm saying the direct quote
are like Nazis. Right?
No, Doobie, that's not what I said. I said the direct quote from Hitler is a Nazi statement, and all his claim was that if you were saying this about the Jews, it would be Nazi rhetoric. And then I quoted Hitler, which is the same thing that the Free Palestine movement and many on the left said. And your response was, oh, these are true statements. But it is a Nazi rhetoric, though. So you agree that the King Nazi said it.
Like Prime said, if Hitler said the sky's blue, that wouldn't make the sky's blue Nazi rhetoric. It's just true.
Hitler said, but that's a crazy take that you're going to sit here and die on that hill. You're going to say a thing that Hitler said. It was a fundamental platform.
You're on the Hitler famously known for saying from the river to the sea.
I haven't done any additional research, so this is wrong. This hallucination. Well, then I take it back. I take back what I'm about to say. Right? I just put into Google. Did Hitler say Israel was oppressing Palestine? Adolf Hitler never said.
Oh my God!
Adolf Hitler never said that Israel was oppressing Palestine because the state of Israel did not exist during his lifetime.
Well, that would make sense because I said the British who had the mandate were oppressing them for the Zionist power.
Nearly 3 years after Hitler's death in 1945.
So you're just misquoting me.
It's
not what I said.
The context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay, sure. Well,
that's not what I said, is it? It's okay. I said specifically. Okay. He said already, and you know this. You heard me say it. I said that he said the British were oppressing the Palestinians at the expense of the Zionist Jewish powers, and it's a Jewish conspiracy.
I'm sorry, you said the British. Okay, I heard Israel. No,
in Israel, in Palestine.
If I said it, if you said that and I heard something differently, then I do apologize because I'm not trying to misrepresent you. But you're saying the British. Okay, so then when do leftists today talk about the British oppressing Palestine?
Well, here's a direct quote. While the Zionists try to make the world believe that the national consciousness of the Jew finds its satisfaction in the creation of Palestinian state, the Jews, again, slyly duped into dumb Gorin. It doesn't even matter the heads of build a Jewish state in Palestine for the purposes living there. All they want is a central organization for the international world swindler. Sorry, something popped up. Endowed with its own sovereign rights and removed from the intervention of other states. A haven for convicted scoundrels and a university for budding crooks. It is a sign of the rising confidence and a sense of security that at the time when one section is still playing the German, French, and English, the other with open effrontery comes out of the Jewish faith. That is him directly talking about in reference to the British control with the British mandate of 1919 controlling Palestine and having they're basically the Jewish masters in charge. That's what he's talking about. So when we talk about this, it's the same fundamental language as Hitler, and when people claim these things like what I've heard on this panel already today. So it is not. It is not. It is Nazi rhetoric, whether you like it or not. That is actual Nazi rhetoric.
Hold on. So leftists, right? Like Doobie, I won't call Doobie leftist, but like people like Doobie, use language like international swindlers, right? We talk about the British mandate. We talk about I didn't catch the whole quote. I was trying to listen. I'm sorry, but like we use that type of language, right? So that's the same. Right. So talking about Israel at all, any criticism of Israel, then you would say is Nazi language.
No,
right? Any criticism. Oh, OK. So then what is fair criticism? Can we barely say
I think that y'all
is OK. So
I'll give you an example of fair criticism, and this will build a bridge. I think that Doobie passionately believes they're committing a genocide. I think I'm not sold on that, but I think there's enough evidence that you can accurately portray it as a genocide in some cases. I think you can argue they're ethnically cleansing. I think those are accurate statements. You can do this in or to some degree, or have a degree of fact behind them. I think you can say that without using Nazi buzzwords or using exact Nazi quotes like we've happened here, basically.
Sure. Yeah, what's a buzzword that we might have used? Yeah.
I mean, I would argue that anytime we're sitting here going, oh, it's a Nazi propagandist sort of thing, or in previous panels, Doobie's argued, oh, all these countries kick Jews out at certain points, X, Y, Z. I would argue that follows a little closer.
Wait, Doobie's never said all 109 countries kick Jews out.
Yes, you have. I have been on the panel with you when you said this.
And two.
So he knows he said it. That's.
Let Doobie handle it. Go ahead, Doobie.
Hold on. To be clear, yeah, I've mentioned that before because it's a true thing that happened in history. I've never said it was a good thing. I think it's a bad thing for people to be targeted for their ethnicity.
But you did say it happened.
It did happen as part of history. Hold on, just really quick.
Historical fact.
But you could say a historical fact that it also be Nazi rhetoric, correct?
No, wait, hold on. Just really quick. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
It's just not that hard of a concept.
To be clear, I believe that Israel is a genocidal
state silent
run by Jewish supremacists. Again, a genocidal ethno state. It just is. We can go down the details. And also, they for years now they've been enacting apartheid, right, on Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. I think this is bad. I think it's a bad thing to do, right? So,
and that's a better way to describe it.
That's what I say. Now, I've gone into detail about I think I've had, and to be clear, this I'm talking about.
Also, I'm not accusing you of being a Nazi for the record.
That's fine. Hold on, I'm talking about Israel and Zionism as political ideology, right? Like a nationalist political ideology. I do have criticism of Judaism that I made before. I think Judaism, because of this chosen people thing, I think that it does have this strains of ethno supremacy built into it, and I think this expresses itself through religious or traditional Jewish culture sometimes. So I'm definitely a criticism of Judaism, the religion, but my criticism is never about Jews generally. I don't do this generalization bigotry thing for any group.
And for my thing, when you're saying Nazi rhetoric, I actually clearly say pre-Holocaust rhetoric, as in I draw correlations between the type of scapegoating and and narrative building that the Nazis were using to build this fear of Jewish people to lead to something like the Holocaust. I see a direct correlation with the same thing that people do with Muslims and Islam in this country and in the UK. And I'm saying that we're using the same type of rhetoric, which is I believe is going to lead to at least a mass exodus of Muslims from the West in the way that we talk about it. So yeah, like it's not so much that I'm calling people Nazis. I'm saying like this type of rhetoric is what led to Nazis. Is you have this group of people that you're othering completely. You're blaming them for things like mass rape of your children. Yeah, it's going to lead to huge problems.
Okay. All right. So, sorry. Was Corey? Did you have your hand up at some point? Okay,
at some point, yes.
So maybe 20 minutes ago. At some point.
That's okay. I'm not a super chat, so you know. Rewinding, going back. Okay. What occurred with Gibbs, I think, was super interesting. You know, I asked to one of my arguments of like the right will never hold themselves accountable. I asked an open-ended question to Gibbs of like any political violence from the right that you want to take out, and he said nothing. And then I extended the exact same question to Lactoid.
No, I said examples, but you just didn't like those examples.
No. Okay, did you say anything?
Yeah, I said Timothy McVeigh, and you're like, well, the last 20 years. I'm like, okay,
I said since Trump was elected. Okay, yeah, that is true. Okay, and then you said, well, I can't think of, or you know, gave like some obscure example. But then when I posed the question,
Dylan Roof is excused. Okay, go ahead, come on.
No. Okay, either way, I'll continue my point. But then I went to Lactoid, and then he brought up an example, and then you eventually took ownership of that. Okay, where
this was a good example.
Why exactly? So then answer my question.
Wait, so you have a problem with me?
I don't think you answered.
Hold on. Why, you have a problem?
Why did it take Lactoid bring it to your attention for you to take ownership of it, or not you, but rather to actually bring it up?
Sure. I'll tell you why. It's real simple. I mean, if I asked you to list like every example of leftist violence that ever happened, or I asked you to whatever, and then you listed or said, "Hey, list the leftist violence," and you said this one, right, that just happened, and then you're like, "Okay, cool." Or if I said like one of the biggest bombings in history, like Timothy McVeigh, and then you further narrowed it down to Trump, and I just don't have one off top of my head on hand, you know, no, because I don't have that right in a second. And then Lactoid brings it up, and I take ownership immediately of it afterwards. This is bad faith. He said it. I said, okay, yeah, it makes sense to me. Like, and you're sitting here going, oh, well, why don't you have? Because I'm sitting here going, oh yeah, that's so bad faith.
Were you not aware of it at the time before I asked you the question? Like that was just not on your radar at all.
I mean, I'm sure I was aware of it. I'm sure it just wasn't in the front of my mind.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you recall how the panel started, Prime asked me two questions right at the beginning. He goes, one, about the link thing. And I go, oh, yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? And I had to go back in there and go reread the chat. And then he goes, what about the other thing, the other topic? And I'm like, the other topic? What the fuck are you talking? And I go, if you're expecting me to have just everything at the front of my knowledge ready to go every second, that's ridiculous.
I don't think I literally just asked an open-ended question. And so...
I mean, anybody have an example I claimed it? Like, what more do you want?
Okay. Fine. Well, I'll move on. And then, okay, maybe to my point about, you know, the right will never criticize themselves. What just occurred now, Lactoid, do you agree with that sentiment?
Well, so you're saying the right will never criticize themselves, and then you use me as an example of somebody who brought up a good example. Like,
no, I'm on the right. I mean, what occurred with Gibbs and Doobie.
I don't think Gibbs. Yeah, I think when you ask, like, put somebody on the spot and ask like for a specific question, they give an answer that's like outside of your time frame, and then you say, no, I want this within this time frame. Sometimes they can't think of an example right away. I was able to think of an example.
The interaction between Gibbs and Doobie that just took place there. What is your
But the Israel thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with some of the extrapolations that Gibbs is making with Israel.
Oh, okay.
I do think that you can criticize Islam, and I also think you can criticize Judaism. I think when it comes to Jewish people, it's a little bit like you got to be a little bit more careful because Jewish is also designating an ethnic group as well as a religion.
Would you agree?
I'm not done.
Wait. Would you agree though that quoting? Would you agree that quoting the literal King Nazi, like verbatim almost, is a Nazi? Hold on. Would you agree the King Nazi, big dick Nazi God over here, Hitler? Would you agree that if he says something, that would be Nazi rhetoric?
Okay.
Not all.
Well, not always. Maybe when he's not. Yeah, I'm sure that when he's saying talking to Ava Braun how much he wants to fuck her while he's on heroin, that's not Nazi rhetoric. But like when he's over here talking about the insidious Jewish international plot that the
that's pretty Nazi.
Cool. Maybe agree. This is Nazi rhetoric.
When did anyone use that within this panel? We never use that.
We talked about the Zionist plot to sit here and keep up the national Jewish ethno state. That is exactly the same sort of language. It's literal verbatim to what Hitler said.
That's not verbatim. Wait, you don't know what the word verbatim is. Okay?
I mean, I can find more quotes about that's going to say the exact same thing.
This is verbatim.
Yeah, verbatim means word for word, and I say it's word for word.
You say phrase A and then phrase B, and they don't match.
They're identical.
Right? So they're not verbatim.
They are identical.
So let's start that, right?
They're
let's
identical.
knock that shit off.
I mean, I understand that you're confused about what identical is.
Okay. So you don't understand what verbatim is. You don't get it, right? You're like vague sentence A, right, and vague sentence B. They're different, right? But they're verbatim. Okay, all right. So we established that part. And talking about Zionism was just a political ideology, and criticizing that, right, isn't criticizing Jewish people, right? We have Jewish brothers and sisters on the front lines against Zionism. And once again, like Doobie said, right, you're criticizing this political ideology with Judaism itself, right, which is extremely anti-Semitic. And again, I'm offended, guys. I gotta put it out there. I gotta register my offense. My offense is anti-Semitic behavior. It's happening right here on my stream. Hey, if Twitch officials are watching this, I want to say I condemn that rhetoric. I condemn that anti-Semitism, right? Because I can understand that my Jewish brothers and sisters, right, around the globe are whole individual people, right, who don't all have a group think, right? I don't follow all one ideology. That would be extremely anti-Semitic, and I don't do that, right? But unfortunately, a panelist here went a little too far. And the Prime Kai channel wants to apologize for that. Sorry. Moving on.
Lactoid. So it's not a criticism, right? Like if someone's saying things like the Islam's not compatible in the West, Islam is being used to slit the throat of America. We need a full moratorium. Islam is taking over the West. We must stand against the united growth of Islam. These aren't criticism of the religion. This is a narrative painting of the religion and therefore of the people that are of that religion.
Necessarily. No, not necessarily.
Right? Islam is taking over the West. Isn't saying Muslims are taking over the West.
It is a very. I agree. It's a very harsh criticism of an ideology.
What's the criticism?
That the criticism is that this ideology has components of it that are antithetical to like their idea of the West, right? And the best example of this, I guess they're going to point to Islam's effect in like Western European countries and how like Islam has influenced like politics there, how Islam has influenced certain criminal behavior there, right? Like they're going to point in that and say, hey, look, like this is we don't want this. We don't want this ideology like propagating and coming into America.
When you say something taking over the West, that is an aggressive language. That isn't charging language.
I mean, again, it's aggressive, but it is towards like it is very specifically like toward. Yes, it's aggressive language. I think it's very specifically towards a ideology that I've got plenty of criticisms of.
When people say fascism is taking over in America,
well, you can criticize actual fascists. That's fine. The problem is like if you make the unfair link between people who are not fascists and fascists, just like by the way, I think it was unfair. By the way, it was unfair when people made the inherent connection between Arabs and Muslims because not all Arabs are Muslims.
But most of them are.
Wow.
But sure, most of them, but not all of them.
But still, the implication is that Muslims are taking over the West, and so therefore we need to that builds what type of narrative against Muslims? What's
Islam?
Exactly. Like
this is
Islam. And who follows Islam? Muslims.
This is what Christopher Hitchens was talking about. This is what Richard Dawkins has talked about this. There's a large academic base that is heavily critical of Islam.
Non-fun. You got to push in sometimes,
and that's fine.
Do it.
You got to establish.
This is like exactly the same thing that like Gitz was talking about earlier, where it's like, oh, these people like say everything up to like the most extreme thing and like try to get away with it or whatever. Like Charlie Kirk like is the type of person that is gonna like say all these like insane things about Muslims because he does believe like America is a white country and should remain majority white, but because he says Muslim, Even though, yeah, like Christian, yeah, it's like we can retreat to like, actually, he just has like the same issues as like Sam Harris. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure Charlie Kirk, even if he doesn't express the most extreme outward examples of it, like probably does sincerely believe. I'm sure we can find clips of him saying at the very least, America should remain a white majority nation, and we should.
Charlie Kirk on the left, just real quick.
The Charlie Kirk on the left.
Yeah,
Corey.
Rachel Maddow.
Who?
Rachel Maddow.
MSNBC.
That's the example I got to think of.
You're going to be completely dishonest with your rhetoric today. I get it. I see it.
You asked me a question and I answered it directly. Like I'm answering questions.
I think you lied.
Okay, I did not lie. I'm telling you that's my opinion. How do you lie about an opinion?
What's the kid that was smashing all the chicks?
Rachel Maddow is a MSNBC political commentator.
What was the man whore guy? That's who Charlie Kirk is.
Alternative to Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Whoever that man whore kid is,
she's like pretty aggressive, but like she's not like
no one knows her. She had no scope of the mainstream. Fucking reach, no ability.
Nobody knows Rachel Maddow.
Harry Scissor, that's what his name. Harry Scissors.
Listening to Rachel Maddow.
More people. I bet you more people know about Rachel Maddow than
Harry Scissors.
I thought you were at least going to say Destiny.
Let's go.
No.
Let's go.
No, Nick Fuentes is closer. Like he's like the right wing version of like Nick Fuentes or of Destiny. Maybe like Sam.
Who the fuck's the right wing version of Hassan or Haas or fucking Hinkle?
We'll take us go.
Is Hinkle really? I don't even know what fucking Hinkle is.
Yeah,
communist.
Kind of.
American Communist Party. What do you
guys? Okay. If you're not half Chinese, like then don't talk. Corey.
I appreciate.
I mean, I'm technically Asian.
Okay.
That might have been offensive, okay? Maybe now someone can take religious offense.
Literally Middle Eastern, I claim Asian.
I'm not going to touch that. So, Lactoid, so I have a question for you. You know, in my vein of, you know, like calling out the right, or like, you know, can the right hold itself accountable? You know, I'm curious. Maybe a little bit of an experiment. So, about a month ago, I believe, approximately, someone on the panel, okay, I think it was Grid One. They said that America is not a democracy; it's a republic. I believe you're a lawyer. Do you agree with that? Would you sign off on that?
It's technically true that we're a republic, sure.
Okay, but it's not a democracy. As in, you sign off on the whole thing. You, as a lawyer, you put yourself on the line. I want you to say it. Say it.
It depends. Depends on what you mean by democracy. Like this is a semantic game that I did not engage in that discussion for a very good reason.
Why not?
Because it's a semantic game. Like, what do you mean by democracy? What do you mean by republic? Technically, we are a republic. We also have democracy.
Okay. So is that? Would you say that is a true statement? Would you sign off on it? Would you actually own it yourself?
Yeah, sure. It's technically true.
Okay. So I want you.
But like colloquially, I would also call it a democracy.
I want you to sign off on it. Then, if you think it's true, would you actually truly? You would put your name behind it as a lawyer.
It's like a constitutional conflict.
With
democracy.
As a lawyer, you would put your name on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the answer that I just said. Technically, we are a
put your name on it,
bro. Calm your tits.
I'm not
calm. Your tits are flapping. They're all over the place. They're smacking you in the face. You gotta calm them down.
You want to go down this road?
Calm down the tits. Calm down the tits. Calm the tits.
You want the
tits, they're flapping. You gotta bra them.
I'll gladly take my shirt off. You want to go?
You gotta get the brassiere. You gotta lock them down.
Let's see who needs the brassiere. You want to go right now? You want to go?
Are you challenging me to a fight? What the fuck's going on?
Please take your shirt off.
So
stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me and let me actually give you an answer. Let me give you an answer. Okay. On the most technical sense, we are a republic, not like a pure democracy. Colloquially, I would say that we're a democracy and that we're a republic.
Okay.
It's not a position that I argue.
Okay, so you don't agree with that assessment. Do you agree or disagree with that assessment?
Technically, it's true, but
so then sign off on it. Put your name behind it. Be a man.
What do you mean? Put my name behind it?
Corey,
what are you talking about?
Corey, are you arguing that it can't be? Are you arguing it can't be a constitutional republic with democracy aspects?
Give me your point.
My point is, okay, what is your name, Lactoid?
Lactoid.
No. What is your name? Because everyone knows my name. What is your name?
Lactoid.
Yeah, exactly. You are a coward. I want you to
Because I'm not doxing myself.
Calls you a bitch.
Yeah,
My name is
exactly.
Gibbs.
Wait. Why you're not giving your name? Why you're not giving your name? Tell me why. Give me the reason.
Charlie Kirk was just shot. This one I tried out me.
So you are afraid, right? Can you say that you are afraid?
I'm afraid of like left wing hacks. Yeah.
Okay, so you are a coward, right?
I don't think being afraid of death makes you a coward necessarily.
So why can I give my name? So then, would you say that I have more courage than you in this context?
Well, you're the left wing.
I will gladly criticize the left wing. I will gladly say that anyone who seriously watches
you're
this
on the
is a
left.
moron. Okay, I will gladly say that.
Oh wow, you called them a moron. I'm sure they're gonna come after you for that.
Yeah. So what is your name? Will you sign off on it?
I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna dox myself.
And also,
what's gotten into you?
I don't even have guns. Okay, Lactoid has guns. That's the point.
Ollie, what the? This is insanity, Ollie. What are you? You cannot sign off on this.
This is not because you treat politics like a game. Okay, you are literally probably using your gamer tag in this political arena.
That's true.
I'm not using my actual name.
I'm actually using my gamer tag.
Yeah, exactly my point. You will not. You will not criticize Grid One. You will not call him out for his BS because you will not sign off. You will not.
You were arguing with him. I just said he's technically accurate, but like colloquially, I don't think it's important to argue about.
Your name.
I'm not putting my actual name.
Oh, because you're a coward.
Justin Gibbs, think that Grid One said correctly.
I don't think
it was a constitutional republic with democracy, like fundamental aspects to it. There you go. How's that? I said my full name and we did the thing. What is that gonna? Does that make you feel better? Like,
you want to give me your name, Gibbs?
Yeah, I just said it. I, Justin Gibbs, believe that the United States, based on all my knowledge, Justin's first name. It's already public. It is a constitutional republic. Constitutional republic with.
You don't know anything about
adopted. There's adopted.
You're being toxically masculine right now, Corey. You gotta tone down the toxic masculinity.
Because Lactoid using a pseudonym because he didn't want to be held accountable for anything that he says.
I don't want to get shot.
So
and I'm willing to put my neck out.
I'm not so tough that I can't deflect bullets.
Exactly. You're not so tough.
We got to move on.
Yes, I don't care how many push-ups you do, Corey. You can't deflect bullets.
We gotta. I don't know.
I can definitely deflect bullets.
Have you seen his pecs?
I haven't.
Yeah, I haven't either. But like, I'm assuming they're pretty good.
I was trying to, but you guys wouldn't help me with getting him to take his straight.
So hey, don't worry. All right, I got Corey. Corey, I got you. Right. So
Corey, take your shit.
What I've just done is I've Googled the most common Canadian names. So Lactoid's name from here on out is Theodore Fournier. Fournier. I'm not sure how to pronounce
that.
This.
That is an insane common name.
Fournier. Theodore Fournier. So Theodore here, right, is being a coward when he put his name.
You give Theodore.
Theodore Fournier. That's his name, right? It's always been his name. He's just been too afraid. I've doxed him.
Wait, Corey, are you brave, Corey? Are you think you're
really more brave than you? Absolutely.
Yeah. Can you please say your social insurance number since you're so brave and your address?
Wait, do you think?
Social security number?
Is this a game to you?
No.
You got to give your social insurance number and your address.
Wait, do you think the person that goes up on stage on a mask, the person that goes up on stage, and the person that's petrified to go on stage, those all represent the amount of fear?
I don't have a mask. You're just asking me to provide a little bit more information. I'm asking you now to provide a little bit more information. What's your social insurance number?
Let's go
address.
Let's go one to one.
Address.
Let's go one to one.
What's your address? What's your address?
I'll even give my postal code. I'll even say
what?
There's enough information. There's enough information on my social media.
Let's just dox ourselves completely.
You can locate me within about half a square mile. Okay.
I don't want your actual fucking address.
Well, exactly.
What's gotten into you?
I'm pointing out that
this is the weirdest point you've ever made.
No, it's
hypocrisy.
Because you don't actually get it. Okay.
It's not. It's hypocrisy because I'm not doxing myself.
Wait. I'll explain after. At least what I think I'm doing.
Wait, you can go ahead and explain now. Nothing actually.
Corey, can I just ask you a quick, Corey? Do you think that the United States is a congressional republic with a democracy aspects? Yes or no?
Gibbs, real quick. I think Corey asked Lactoid about a stance that he knows that you probably more or less agree with, right? And he's asking if
not a controversial stance.
Wait, well, you're not willing to stand by it, even with your like online moniker, right? Even with your moniker, you're giving qualifiers and being like, well, technically this and all Corey's asking is
I'm
like,
giving
hey,
a nuanced answer.
I know. Well, he's asking you for a less nuanced answer, right?
Well,
As
do
in,
you
like,
disagree?
Sometimes answers are nuanced.
Well, I mean,
when did you stop? Did you stop beating your wife, Ali?
No. Huh?
Did you stop beating your wife?
Recently, yeah, she got tired of it.
Yes or no? Did you stop beating your wife? Okay.
Yes, she got tired of it.
Okay, well,
nicely.
Nice meme, but you understand the point of my question. Sometimes questions are more than yes or no.
Of your question, but that's not what he asked you, right?
Did you stop fucking dogs?
Yes, I mean, not so long ago, right? It's still a hobby. Anyways, yeah, like when he's at you know that it's a fairly simple like question to answer. Like, do you stand by the fact that we're not a democracy and
with my real name?
No, he asked you beginning just to see if you'd stand by it, and then as he's pushed you further and further and further to test the fact that you were.
I will stand by everything I say with my own name.
Yeah. To be fair, he went kind of hard.
I'll just record the answer real quick.
This was a test. This was a test to see how willing you are to stand by your principles, considering that he's willing to stand by his principles.
Do y'all disagree? Can I just ask a question?
Very bad point.
Do y'all disagree? Do y'all disagree? Well, do y'all disagree that it's constitutional public with democracy?
Very weak point.
I want to get past that. I want to get past this point. I don't sorry.
Nobody rational is going to look at that and think there's some expectation of me to dox myself.
Everyone means everyone. If you're a person, shut up. If not, then I'm going to oppress you, right? If you're not a person, talk. Then so I can oppress you. You're not a person. Okay, great. So I want to move past this point. Okay, all right. This has been a hard tangent. I don't know anymore.
Wait, I'm just confused. Is that not what the U.S. is?
Right. It's a democratic republic. It's a democratic republic.
Okay, cool. Then we agree. It is a constitutional republic with democratic thing leading. So it could be a democratic republic, constitutional republic. Those are assessed. But it's not. You just said it's not a democracy.
We're a republican, not a democracy. It's a nonsense statement. It's a nonsense statement. We're obviously a democratic republic.
The Lacto will never call it out.
Democracy to call it a republic.
I'm not going to call it whether it's a republic or a democracy.
Yeah, like it's amazing. So
clearly, the most controversial issue of our time.
We will
if it's not controversial, then endorse it.
Prime, are you a coward? You haven't put your real name out there.
Everyone, shut up. No more. We're done with it. Thank you. I'd like to get back to the topic. Dupee's bored. Okay, look at him. Look at his face. He's bored. I don't like it.
Well, because he's a coward. He's a bored coward, Prime. That's why.
He's the bravest frog I've ever known.
In fact, there's only two real men.
Hold on. Okay,
I don't want to hide. No, don't. You're not going to bring this up, please. You're not gonna start. It has nothing to do with democracy.
Okay, I'm gonna bring in something else then. Did you guys condemn the attack in Kyle Rittenhouse?
I'm talking the side.
When do you get
not fun? Not fun. Do you want to say something?
Wait. Yeah. Jared Coughlin would love to ask Theodore a question. Okay, because he is, fearful that the Ukrainian regime. All right. The Ukrainian regime is going to come after him. Do you think Donald Trump has done anything meaningful after this attack to try to tone down his rhetoric?
I'm going to read the last point of my intro. The Civil War rhetoric is dumb. Trump also needs to calm down the shit he says. The right said a lot of bad shit. Stay peaceful and destroy these losers with ideas. No vengeance.
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't think Trump has actually done. You think Trump needs to tone down his shit too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think that it's more meaningful that Trump, who again is president, and Trump, who probably has a unique amount of control over his base compared to any other politician, I think, is being this sort of reckless, I guess would be the word, versus people on blue sky?
I think that given that in my intro, I very specifically called out Trump. I'm not going to say that just because Trump holds the presidency, that this means he represents some kind of significant cultural zeitgeist that isn't represented on millions of people. I'm just going to say millions of people on the left who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. I think that this particular shooting, I don't like Trump's reaction. I really liked his reaction when the Democrats in Minnesota got shot, and he condemned it right away. And no right-wingers, at least to my knowledge, it definitely wasn't a widespread thing. Maybe you can find a couple, okay? But it was not a widespread thing where the right wing was not celebrating this death. I think that when you have like a fuck ton of like the left celebrating this death, like this is, I think, what is pissing the right off a lot. And is it good that they're getting pissed off? Is it good that this kind of rhetoric is developing? No, it's not. And that's why I took the time to add it into my intro that it's not good.
Are these the same deaths, do you think?
Now I was asked a question, right? It's Ask Lag Twitter. That's fine. Tell me, which Democrat politician condemned Rosenbaum for attacking Kyle Rittenhouse?
I don't think that's, first of all, that wasn't like a politically motivated
It wasn't
attack, was it?
The
really?
BLM,
it was like
the Kenosha BLM riots that had been stoked, by racial misinformation about the left-wing media for decades.
Maxine Waters specifically.
And so, hold on. So you have this left-wing misinformation-inspired riot, okay? And when the riot gets out of control and a minor is attacked by a lunatic, did any Democrat politician condemn Rosenbaum attacking Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
Did they shit on Rittenhouse?
I'm sure there were technically some, but there was a disagreement.
Did Biden do it as the president? Did Biden do it?
No, Biden didn't, because there was a disagreement over the facts of what actually happened there, right? And the people who attacked Rittenhouse, were they just loot, or did they actually have a politically like motivated reason to go after Rittenhouse, or were they just looters who wanted to get out whatever car dealership he was protecting?
Okay, so they were specifically like, at least Rosenbaum was not like in the middle of looting something and like Rittenhouse was stopping him. He specifically was chasing down Rittenhouse because he, first of all, yes, he was very aggressive, and there's videos of him like yelling at Rittenhouse earlier in the day. Now, 3/4 of following the trial, following the evidence in which it was crystal clear that Rittenhouse was attacked by this psycho, that was taking place during a riot that had happened because of left-wing misinformation about race and crime and about police interactions with black people, okay? And 3/4 of Democrats thought that Kyle Rittenhouse should have been convicted. 3/4.
Do you think
for defending himself against an attacker, and they didn't condemn the attacker.
Do you think the perception that Kyle Rittenhouse was guilty is more defendable than the perception that the 2020 election was stolen, or the perception that the January 6th was an inside job, or the perception about any number of attacks by right-wingers was an inside job, or a false flag by Israel, or any of this shit you see on the right?
Yes, I think the misinformation, and this is the point that I brought in my intro that I was going to talk about. I think the misinformation has been about specifically like police interactions with black people is like particularly virulent and has caused a tremendous amount of destruction. One of the main inspirations for the BLM riots back in 2020 that caused over $2 billion worth of damage, that killed 25 people, right? One of the main causes of this was this belief that's been pushing the American people that unarmed black men are being hunted by the police. And when unarmed black men are being hunted by the police, this can justify violence, right? There was a study done. According to the far left of Americans, they believe tens of thousands of unarmed black men are being killed by the police every year. According to left-wing Americans, they think thousands of unarmed black men are being killed by the police every year. Even among conservatives, they think hundreds of unarmed black men are being killed by the police every year. The real number in 2019, which is when the study was done, between 19 and 27, depending on how you measure it. So the entire country is under this mass delusion, okay, that unarmed black Americans are being hunted by the police, and this is what caused the BLM riots. And there was during these BLM riots that caused billions of dollars worth of damage, that caused dozens of deaths, and that which Kyle Rittenhouse was attacked by people who are participating in this riot. And did politicians come out and condemn Rosenbaum, this guy who, by the way, since the trial, we learned he was a voracious pedophile who had been released on just horrible person on many different grounds. But no, they don't condemn him. There's no official statements coming out about how Kyle Rittenhouse was the victim of an attack from this mob of like actual like criminals. No, they condemned Rittenhouse. 3/4 of Democrats were saying Rittenhouse should have gone to prison. Even the lieutenant governor in my state condemned the result of the trial as being wrong and unfair. When if anybody who followed the trial, it was absolutely clear that Kyle Rittenhouse was innocent and that he was defending himself against like horrible, violent criminals.
Americans do overestimate like anything that's just commonly in the news cycle. Like Americans vastly overestimate the amount of money that goes to foreign aid simply because, you know, things like the aid we give to Ukraine and Israel are in the news cycle constantly. I think the reason Americans were overestimating the number of unarmed black people killed every year, which I do agree the left bears some responsibility for perpetuating some of that stuff. You know, it's just because broadly that was the thing that was in the news cycle during the 2020s, during the summer of love. Obviously, Americans are stupid.
Okay,
but
I don't politicians condemn it.
I don't think holistically I would say the politicians on the left condemned, for example, the belief that, you know, more unarmed black Americans were killed.
No. Sorry. After the trial, why didn't Biden come out after the trial and say, I accept the decision, I condemn the attack on Kyle Rittenhouse, he defended himself. That was the evidence.
Probably because Biden had a disagreement with the facts of the case. Or Biden didn't feel a need to comment on it because he knew his base had a disagreement.
Probably because we don't want to endorse underage kids going cross the state lines with guns to defend property that isn't theirs. Like probably because we don't want to endorse that type of action that leads.
I think you're spreading misinformation.
Defend himself, quote unquote. What's the
I don't want to do a whole count.
Okay. So when I want to bring up the specific, hold on. This is the point. This is what the current mainstream kind of DGG talking point has been. Okay, like you can't blame us streamers. Look at the president. The president does the bad thing. We can do anything we want because president didn't do the thing that we want the president to do. Okay, what about this very specific example in which the facts are absolutely on my side on this and how Kyle Rittenhouse is absolutely innocent, and anybody who actually paid attention and looked at that trial, anybody who actually looks at the evidence knows that he was unjustly attacked, and the Democrats, both at the establishment level and the 3/4 of the actual Democrat population, shit on Kyle Rittenhouse for that and continue to do that.
Let's ask. Hey, does anyone agree with DGG?
Non-Fawn was definitely making those points multiple times during this discussion.
DGG
about what?
About why are you condemning the streamers? Look at the president.
No. So I think I don't know if that's. I don't know if that's holistically agreeing with DGG. The point is, I think it's probably more relevant. I think it's probably more condemnatory when someone that you voted for, someone who is president of the United States, and someone who I do think has unique ability to control his base, unlike comparable to even most other politicians, is not doing anything significant to lower the temperature. Meanwhile, the issues that we complain about on the other side, although Lactoid is, in fairness, bringing up politicians with Rittenhouse, are mostly people who are unelected leftist on Blue Sky.
I'm bringing up Biden. I'm bringing up my governor. I'm bringing up any governor.
Biden should have been in jail. I know, we agree. But
I disagree with that, by the way. I don't want Biden to get arrested. Okay, just to be clear.
Okay. Well, then you're not going far enough, right? Let the hate flow. Biden should be in jail. We should put him in the hate.
This is the right wing being more conciliatory than the left is, Non-Fun, by the way. I'm saying Biden should not go to prison. The left is saying that Biden should
go to prison. It's not conciliatory that you're scared.
Made to be Donald Trump. So once again, the guy on the left, right, is consistent, right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Prime. Like this is like
so should President Biden, right? There's room for all. There's room for a lot more American presidents, right? How many American
Prime, you want every?
I'd love to find out. Actually, okay.
Right, Prime. You want basically every U.S. president who participated in the war on terror to be in prison, right? That's the motivation.
Yes. Should President Bush have gone to The Hague? Absolutely, 100%. He like our friend Lactoid said. Now, I'm not sure necessarily if this is quote unquote fascist. I'm not sure if I would attach that label to it. I could be convinced, right? But at the very least, Lactoid was right when he lied us into wars. Right, that killed over 1 million people, displaced, destabilized.
Yeah, Iraq was pretty fucked up.
None of those
lied about the WMDs, right?
Caused this invasion of Islam to the West.
People, but also to the United Nations. Yeah, actually, that motherfucker.
I think you'd have
to. The Hague. Absolutely.
I think you'd have to be more specific with what actual war crimes he committed for him to actually go to the Hague, but. I mean, I understand the point. I just think
the Muslim
invasion. There's the fact of the Hague. Right? There's also not the fact that the Hague is a bitch.
With the bombing in Iraq, right?
The what bit?
The invasion of Muslims, right? Like the influx of refugees probably started with the bombing tactics they had in like Iraq and Afghanistan. We bring a lot of refugees over here, and then we complain about this. Technically, like George Bush is the reason we should
Well,
be
hold on. First of all, a large influx of refugees came from the Kurds after Saddam Hussein was gassing them for a while, and they became our translators, and we used them in more. So yeah, I would say it's a little more nuanced than that. But also the Hagans are bitch, so there's why we didn't say that.
Here, to you, non-fan, right? Just type this in. Didn't do any research, right? So if it's incorrect, I apologize. Hey, prompt to Google Gemini: starting a war under false pretenses a war crime. Starting a war under false pretenses can constitute the crime of aggression, which is a serious violation of international law. Though the act itself is typically called a war crime.
I don't think that's I could be wrong. I don't know if that's sort of individually prosecutable, like at the ICC. Like the cases that the ICJ and ICC have tried before are all like people from Yugoslavia who have like they themselves individually like ordered the massacres of people, not like the head of state who has like kind of broadly supported a war.
And they rarely prosecute anyone of any actual power, right? We pick on the African states and one time a European state. But we don't. The generally international law is used against the weaker ones, the weaker nations.
Why is that?
Anyone else? Yeah, whatever.
Why is that?
We understand this about how that works. But let's move back. I would really like to move back to the topic at hand. And okay, so I want to apologize to Selector because I don't want to. I see you were trying to make a larger point. Previously, it's not like you're. Okay, just I know you're trying to make a larger point. But there are other things I want to get to. First of all, hey guys, if you wanted to us to react to any of your comments, if you have something you want to say, want the panel, like you disagree with the panel is saying, or agree, or whatever, got something, consider using a super chat, right? YouTube.com/PrimeKai. Give us a super chat. We'll throw your super chat on screen and we will react to it. So consider supporting the channel that way. Sub to the channel, get bits or give subs. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, all the time. I can never get these right after years. But on Twitch, subscribe. Get bits or give subs. If you want to help us that way on YouTube, super chats are a great way to support the channel. So shout out to anyone who does. Okay, so but back to it. So I wanted to do this a long time ago, but we didn't really. We're all over the place. Okay. I'm not even sure which one I should do first. Let's start with the trans ideology comment that Gibbs made all the way back in his opening statement. Well, before I start throwing accusations, which you know I love to do, Gibbs. Before I do that, I'd like you to expand on what you meant by that.
Actually, that's a really good point here. So when I brought up, so this is the reason I brought that up is because I just did a panel on Saturday, and one of the people was one was a big DGG guy. I don't remember. I think it was Dan was his name or something. He's like works with I can't remember the other guy. Hangman maybe. I don't know. The other guy though, his name is Joey Atkins. He's a lawyer and senatorial candidate for the Democratic Party in Florida. Okay. And so we were arguing about policy, and I brought up like the transgender athletes in sports, right? And this is a policy that some people have pushed on the left, like from the high level. I brought up also the crime thing, and like Badani wanting to push like no crime, whatever. California had under $1,100. It's going to increase crime. Well, if you don't prosecute for that, it's going to lower crime. Honestly, so I brought up Democratic policy, and then when I brought this up, and those are like Doobie said. Factually true statements. I can make a correlation. Yes, these are the policies people on the left have pushed. And then when I said that, he goes, "Oh, that's dishonest and inflammatory phrasing," which I find interesting because in that case, a person who's actually a member of the Democratic Party and running for senatorial office is saying that is incendiary language when we're basically describing a factual policy they have that I can link to the party, which is interesting because in this panel we have had today, we have, and I don't want to go too far back into this, I had direct quotes from Hitler, right? And those were Nazi quotes from King Big Dick Hitler, right? Of the Nazi party, right? And we got over there, and those were factually true statements. So which is it if you're on the left? Is it that some things can be factually true and incendiary, or is it, is it? I'm real confused here. Like, help me out with the double backflip logic you got going on, guys.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the
well,
question.
okay, so why is it in one case it's incendiary and not evil rhetoric. And then in the other case, oh, well, it's fine because it's true, even though they're both essentially the same thing. Y'all can either pick A, it's factually true and not true rhetoric for the one, or it's B, the trans thing, like in sports, is a factually true statement and not incendiary. It's both. It's the both.
The statement that you were making within your opening statement, this was referencing that
came up later.
Had something to do with the shooting.
Yes, I would say, So I would say, arguably, right? We know for a fact that they're in the trans ideology. We know that there is
they are in. Explain what they mean.
You're right.
Like,
so there are in
the trans.
So yes,
ideology.
We know this person was steeped in it. They have bullet casings referencing furry memes. They're dating a trans individual who, yes, that person has worked with the government. However, other trans people in the Discord groups were celebrating this immediately and deleting it, and they were in the groups assessed it. So yes, it does, because this is the people that were cheering him on, and we even know he confessed in these groups right now. We know this. So
how does
was it actually confirmed that they were dating, or were they just roommates?
What happened?
Yeah, we have witnesses that say
they were dating.
We have witnesses that they say they were holding hands, kissing, and whatnot.
Sorry,
multiple.
Hold on, we gotta go through this piece by piece. How does people cheering something on an event afterwards have to do with anything with the event itself?
Well, there's evidence they were cahoots.
The trans people in general were in cahoots.
No, not in general. Not in general. Actually, I think that's a good point. I want to elaborate on. But I am actually very upset about this on the right, because I'm not like a conservative, like Christian fundamentalist, like person that pushes that. I have trans friends. I have friends with LGBTQ, and it's frustrating me because I have people that are liberals, right, and they are trans, and they have told me several times they are worried because people that are extremists that have pushed this ideology is going to cause backlash, violence against them. I think this is an example of what could be happening here. People are vilifying trans people as a whole when it's one small group in this Discord of trans individuals who happen to be trans, but it is leftist ideology based, that they're sitting here advocating. I think the bigger issue is the leftist ideology, but it is a fact that it is trans leaning into ideology involved in it specifically.
Okay, so hon, again, so now it's a Discord group after the fact. They were cheering, and
they were doing stuff before, allegedly. Yeah, they wanted to pick up the rifle.
But they were coordinating with Tyler.
Yeah, allegedly, there's arguments that he was. There's statements that have been made that they might have had foreknowledge. There's groups that were in the area active that deleted. There were trans activists.
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet. We don't have that information.
They're investigating group ties.
But we do have for sure the evidence that this person was a trans. He dated a trans individual who had explicit anti-Charlie Kirk and anti-MAGA beliefs, and we think they were tied together.
Sure, but first of all, not to be anti Charlie Kirk, you wouldn't have to just be on the left, right? I'm not saying that they're not.
True. Sure.
Right. Yeah. Great. Okay. Just wanted to establish that.
But he was on the left, though.
But he was on the left.
Yeah. I'm willing to believe that. Like I said during the WIC panel, right? I'm like, it's more likely than not that whoever did this.
I think you've been good faith about that.
Fair. Okay. So yeah. So as far as I know, fine. Right.
Not with the Christian though.
But still, like, we are working out, like, just like our, because, and this is why I want to bring this back, Lactoid, right? Just like how at the time, right, we didn't know about the shooter's ideology, according to you. We didn't know about the shooter's ideology, who for the Minnesota assassination attempts, right? Like, we now don't know. Right, so like statements are being made, but we actually don't much know.
Well, so there was no Kings flyers that were in the car, and that was kind of I think that lended some credibility to we don't know for sure. When I first saw pictures of the shooter, I thought I saw like a
which one?
Like their screen when they're in their dorm, when this person's in their dorm, there's like a computer monitor, and there's like a on the screensaver, it's like a map. Or I thought it was like maybe a map game. And when I saw the map game, like Crusader Kings or, Hearts of Iron or something, that was massive evidence that this guy was a groiper. And I thought maybe this guy's a groiper, right? But as it was pointed out to me,
Crusader Kings is a groiper game?
If you, I'm just saying.
Bro, you think Deathly Ill is a groiper because she plays fucking...
All else equal, if you're playing Hearts of Iron, you're more likely to be a groiper, okay? I'm just saying. But then it was discovered, like I was explained to me, it was just a screensaver of like a natural like landscape, And then we figured out what was on the bullets. And then, the investigative agencies were coming out and saying that this guy had been like indoctrinated into left-wing ideology. And then we find out that like his partner is, he's actively romantically involved with the trans person, which I mean, I guess right-wingers could be, but like statistically speaking, all the stats are pointing to this person being very left-wing.
So I want to talk about that, right? And one, I don't know if this person is trans, but if they are trans, then
his
I can
partner,
accept that. Yeah, the partner, not the shooter. But okay, so and I want to say again that individual, and Gibbs mentioned it in passing, but this individual is actually working with the cops, right? The roommate, possibly lover, is actually working with the cops. So let's definitely keep that in mind.
Very good.
That's important.
But, sure. But like being romantically involved with a trans person, of course, doesn't mean that you're left wing, right?
It indicates you're more left.
It doesn't necessarily.
Well, Prime, can I ask you a question?
It is evidence at the very least.
Before you ask me a question, hold on. Sorry, I didn't get the point out that I'm trying to make. This is, hey, something I talk about often, right? You've heard, if you've been here for a while, not non-fun, because he hasn't heard me yet say this, but something I've talked about on many occasions is, hey, it's actually quite illuminating when you listen to sex workers, right? The things they have to say. They say a lot of interesting things, right? Trans sex workers make money. They make a lot of money. They make, well, not a lot of money, depends on who you're talking about, but they can make a lot of money, right? And they make a lot of money with conservatives. Conservatives like
who are closeted.
Yeah, so
it was known they were lovers. So obviously they weren't doing that good of a job being closeted.
No, whatever. That's not the point that I'm making. I'm saying that like conservatives, right, can have oftentimes have sex with trans people. Like trans people oftentimes are fetishized, deeply fetishized by the people who hate them. This is a thing that happens in marginalized groups, that the people who oppress them, like fetishize them. That's the thing that happens.
Like Mark Robinson.
So these conservatives,
that must be why I'm into women.
Well, I mean,
this individual who came from a seemingly right-wing family, all the evidence is pointing to a right-wing MAGA family. That doesn't mean that they're not conservative. Again, I'm willing to say that they're probably liberal, right? But
his parents are conservative.
Yeah. So I'm saying I'm complicating. I'm complicating this narrative, right? Like, hey, like the reason why people are unsure in this moment, in this case, is because there's conflicting information, and it seems, especially by what he was writing on, but especially it seems like what he was writing on his bullets, right? That this guy is a serious a turmoil online, like Reddit or 4chan type of person, right? Like with the Helldivers reference, and then the Bella Ciao, which seems to be, well, one is in the Helldivers games, is what I'm being told, but also it has been an anti-fascist song, but it has been ironically adopted by groypers, and I forget what the other ones that he put in there. Oh yeah, if you're gay, if you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO, right? Like this type of individual, like whether this is like politically motivated in that way, like it seems like brain rot, right? And I think like people are reading into things that don't necessarily even have a meaning, right? This is just like deeply like layers of irony poisoned messages that we're getting out of this individual who is alive, luckily, and can still talk at some point, hopefully, right? So I'm saying that at this moment, again, and I'll keep saying it, I'm very much willing to believe that this is a left-wing motivated attack, right? That there was, he had maybe to defend his trans lover. That could be a thing that happened. But people are making positive statements. The governor's making positive statements. The governor of Utah is making positive statements that we don't know. And then like people online, a lot of commentators are making positive statements that we don't know. And these statements, right? If we're talking about an ideology, if mentioning that ideology is dangerous, well, then mentioning trans ideology would also be dangerous, right?
Well,
that would be a dangerous thing.
Well, probably,
if I can't mention fascist, it would also be dangerous.
well,
right? Gibbs.
Oh, well, here's the thing, though, right? I guess I got two questions for you, right? So, one, let's just go through your logic. I'm gonna start with the smallest like point of contention that I think you can agree with first. Is part of the reason we think Gen Z is the most conservative generation in a long time. A, yeah, Charlie Kirks work, but B, it's kind of that like rebound effect where people rebel. And if he was raised by a conservative family, would you also agree, since you said they're fetishized, the idea of rebelling against your family and espousing views that are against them? Well, no, would you agree that it's a possibility? I know, you didn't say this. Okay. Would you agree that it's a possibility that instead of what you're just saying, where it's like it's an undercover thing, I know you're not saying that, but just like the positive of this idea, it could also be the opposite, is that he has taken stances opposite of his family and is openly living with them in a like state of rebellion. You would agree that could also be a possibility, right? Okay, cool. So I think we're on the same page here. The issue that I'm having, right, because like I said, I'm really concerned for some of my trans friends now, because the right wing has taken it's all trans ideology, all the trans are bad, and that is very concerning to me. But on the flip side, I think the problem people on the right are having is and you haven't done this, so I'm good on you for this. The problem I'm seeing is when people have posted and they've like not quite said they're a groiper, or not quite said they're whatever, let their audience underneath say this, and then there's no evidence that there's any trans motivation, and then it turns out, oh, this guy's actually dating a trans individual, and there people are like on the right receive, where is the right's apology for this, when it's like, okay, yeah, the guy wasn't trans, but he was dating a trans individual. Would you and I agree that's like a 1 degree separation? It's kind of like ticky-tack, like...
I'm sorry, the right doesn't get an apology for constantly...
Sorry, well, I would say, in non-fun, okay, so, non-fun, if you want to respond, I'll respond after you. If you want to say something quick, then
sure. Yeah, the right doesn't get an apology when after every single attack ever, they conspiratize about how it's all the left's fault and how it's all trans ideology and how it's all because people don't have a family unit and don't have a Christian, and then one out of every 100 times they turn out to be 50% right. No, you don't get an apology.
That's not what I said. So literally, this is what happened. I'll use an example because I know he's a big boy and he can defend his stance as he wants to. Because I'm talking to him later this week. But Wick posted a status, for example, and he said, "Oh, where are the right wingers apologizing when it came out this guy was from a conservative family?" And a lot of people on the right said, "Well, hold on. There's clearly leftist Antifa messaging, or it seems like, and there's arguments that the arrow thing is not a Helldiver reference because it's also a reference that Antifa and other movements have used, that we've seen that yes it is. You can argue it, but we have evidence all the way back from 2018, which predates Helldivers. And so then on top of that, and that's not even the strongest, but the point is when they say, oh, we deserve an apology, this guy wasn't a trans shooter, y'all were totally wrong, and then we find out, oh, actually the guy was dating a trans individual. Do you see that like not as a bait and switch when someone like Wick does something like that? Like, and once again, Wick's a big boy, and I'm not saying but it is this 1 degree of separation kind of problem, and that's the one that's coming to mind now. I saw other people saying similar things where it's like, oh, there's nothing to do with the trans, and then it's like, oh, well, the guy's actually dating a trans individual. Even Prime sat here and just said, oh, well, it could just be a personal thing where he wants to defend his trans lover, and guess what? Even then, if it's even just that's still something tied potentially to the ideology, and it feels dishonest when you go, there's no evidence he's trans, we deserve an apology, he's a right-wing conservative, then it finds out, oh, well, he's actually dating somebody that's trans.
No, I agree, it could have something to do with the fact that he wanted to defend his transgender girlfriend or whatever, but you don't get an apology when you, prior to there being any evidence, conspiratize about this stuff, especially when there's so many people on the right, like who is the whatever Christian nationalist on Tim Pool that was like, oh, transgender people are ticking time bombs to kill Christian children.
But
like, oh my god,
I didn't ask for an apology. Your side asked for the apology from us, saying that it's a right-wing conservative,
I understand,
and then we see it's exactly or close to exactly what the people on the right were saying. You don't see an issue with that?
It's not close to. I don't see a big issue. No, I see a bigger issue of people conspiratizing before any evidence comes out about whether this person is transgender, especially when, as I mentioned, so much of the rhetoric. Yes, even if the conspiracy is right, or even if the conspiracy is 20% right. No, you don't get credit for like saying that, for having this unhinged conspiracy theory that like transgender people are evil and fucking.
I mean, that's not
going to kill Christian children. And then after the fact, if some of it is confirmed, you don't get any credit for doing that.
What if it does become it was a trans terror cell, and even if they were extremists, what if it does end up that there were 4 or 5 people in cahoots, like, and they were like helping him plan, or we're going to pick up, and they were all trans or trans adjacent? Would you then say
a terror cell now?
I mean, well, honestly, if you got 300 people total in your whole terrorist organization, and you spread them out, hold on, and terrorist cells are small.
It just means fucking.
Hold on, how many people like hold on? How many people were? Hold on, okay, let's pretend the conspiracy aside. How many people were alleged in the 9/11 hijackings? Like 11?
From a group of how many?
Hold on. That would be a cell, right? That'd be what, 9? Okay, a 9. That would be a cell, right? So if we find out 9 or 5 people in that range, would you call that a cell?
Breaking off from Al Qaeda. From the idea is that they broke that.
Wait. So you can't be a cell unless you're a part of something else?
It wasn't 11 people. 11 people aren't Al Qaeda. 11 people are a part of.
Yeah, a cell, right? A cell of Al Qaeda, correct?
Okay, so these are 5 people who are a cell from where? Is there a terrorist fucking trans group?
Well, you could be in a terror cell and not be affiliated with any group. We saw ISIS do that all the time. They would radicalize people, and they would be lone wolves, and they would be trained by people that were actually in the group. That's still part of a terrorist network or a terrorist cell, even if they themselves are not part of ISIS.
I mean, you would assume there's a network, right? If you're saying there are cells, there's a network.
Equivalent of ISIS, then.
I mean, sure. Well, okay. There is a group that today was I'll find the link. It's in my Discord. But they basically deleted their profile today after it was open that they were going to expand it, which is a militant trans organization, guns right organization in there. So, maybe it's total coincidence, but hey, in my mind, I mean, I haven't seen any evidence leaking them. Well, however, it is a coincidence. If it turns out they were linked, would you then argue that's a cell?
Are you guys gun rights now?
No, that's not what I'm asking. Stop changing it.
Hold on. That could be the case that it was some weird transgender terror cell again.
Okay, exactly. It could be, and I'm not saying it is.
Yeah, exactly. But there's no point, or there's no like organized network between like every single transgender person.
That's not necessary for a terror cell to operate. You don't have to be part of a network.
I know, I understand, but you're saying obviously a terrorist cell typically is going to be part of a larger terrorist network. Like, for example, what you mentioned with ISIS or whatever. There's no equivalent to ISIS on the transgender side or whatever. But typically, if you are transgender right now, you kind of should be freaked the fuck out because there are a bunch of people on the right blaming you and your quote unquote ideology for all these killings, and they want to take guns away and they want to do a bunch of insane shit. So
the reason
you should
why,
be freaking the fuck out.
I'll answer your question directly, right? About at least what I think is your question. If I'm not answering, then I apologize. Should the right have to apologize over not quite getting the story right and saying that the shooter was trans, but it turns out their lover was trans. If that indeed,
I mean, it just feels like duplicitous 1 degree of separation bullshit, and we're being asked to answer for it, and then when it turns out it's like 1 degree, they're like, well, we don't hold no responsibility.
Well, guys, right? Here's the thing, though, right? I want to half agree with you, right? Like to say, oh, well, you're saying like trans, like this. Like, I just use the term trans ideology, even though I don't like that term. But I'm
sure, yeah.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
It's not a gotcha. That's
Yeah. I'm not an attack to you either. But trans ideology, like to say that trans ideology wasn't involved at all to them when turns out they have a lover, like that seems like a disingenuous statement, right? Okay. But on the other side, let's remember the timeline of what happened, right? It was just last week, right? We can all remember this. Immediately after this happened, we didn't have I don't think we even had a picture yet of this motherfucker. Immediately after this happened, it was blamed on a trans shooter. Immediately, right? We have people on the right talking about this. We have politicians discussing, hey, shouldn't something be done about these trans shooters? They're a danger, right? Trans people are a danger to us. There was a lot of that happening immediately afterwards, right? And we had no evidence at all, right? And so doing that type of thing, right, which is Charlie Kirk engaged in, doing that makes things more dangerous for trans individuals. So when people were saying, well, I don't want to speak for all these people because I'm not all these people, right? But I imagine what people were saying is like, no, we're not going to give you an apology. Is that the right literally likes to fearmonger, and I think you actually agreed with this, Gibbs, already, right? is literally been fear-mongering against trans people, right? They have reason to be afraid, which is what you said about your friends, right? They should be afraid. So that's what that's what I imagine these people are saying. I could be wrong about that, but like I imagine they're saying, hey, yeah, you are saying that trans people are directly after that. They're out to kill you, right? And I think this happened before the Charlie Kirk assassination, but I could be wrong, right? But someone's proposed within the White House, they were proposing the legislation of banning trans people from owning guns, right? Like Latcho and I had a discussion about that.
Well, I would be against that, but I'm glad they did it because
I am against that. And
but guess what it did? It caused the liberals to suddenly understand 2A is important. So I mean, maybe it was a good
I guess take the W's where you can.
Yeah,
but I think one of the ways I think to combat this, because I agree with you, Prime. I am concerned that the administration is going to, especially maybe not now, but I was concerned that they might capitalize this to try to push like the trans gun ban or something. I think the best way to combat this is just to emphasize that the trans one is the one working with the FBI.
That's big.
Like, that is the person that's being cooperative. The killer is not, but the person who is being cooperative is the trans. Like, what more do you want? I mean, that's what
would you also have said that it would have been better if the governor had not revealed their gender identity?
Would it be better? I don't know. I think that having information is good. I like that the FBI emphasized that the partner was in full cooperation with the FBI and being very helpful. I think that it'd be responsible to emphasize that a lot. And I'd be okay with the FBI taking kind of special care to really emphasize that this person has been particularly helpful.
Sure. Does this put the person mentioning their gender ideology in this moment in time? Do you think that makes it more dangerous for this individual? That it might. I don't think it'd be particularly hard to find this person's name. The media won't say, of course, but like I don't think it'd be particularly hard to find them.
We already have their name.
They live in the same house, right? Or
we have their
apartment. Name. Oh, you have their name. Okay, great.
Who dropped their name? Was it the FBI?
I believe so. Or a source within the FBI gave it to somebody.
So do you think that makes it more dangerous for them? Just not the fact that they're a roommate, but specifically trans.
What I would have done, here's what I would have done. If I was the FBI, if I had control, and by the way, I could be more competent than Kash Patel, honestly.
Easily.
Sorry.
I'm sure you could be.
If I was in charge of the FBI, I would release that the partner was trans. I think that's important to counter certain narratives. I would highly emphasize that this person has been cooperative with the FBI and not a problem. I would not drop their name and definitely not a picture of them. I don't know if the FBI actually did that. It's, to me, probably equally likely that some crazy 4chan people could have done that too. I don't know. I don't know exactly who dropped the name for the first time, but if it was the government, I don't like that. I would not have done that if I was in charge. I would not have had this person's personal information put out there, especially if they're working with the FBI. Like, they are currently an active witness, essentially, and collaborator with the government. We probably shouldn't be, announcing those people for obvious reasons.
Okay, we're almost out of time, but sort of complete. Well, separate.
Wait, do you think the news should be allowed to give out their name? Because say that FBI, I don't know how they released it. I'm guessing, but you said it wouldn't be that hard to figure out, right, Prime? Do you think the news is justified if they go and they find out independently this person's name? They go, oh, we find out this is the roommate. Do you think they should have the ability to do that?
I don't know what the newsworthiness of knowing the name. In this moment where people are looking for someone to blame, releasing the name of an individual close to a mass shooter, that seems like they would put them in danger. Now, if we found out this individual at all worked with them or encouraged them, that's a different story, right?
Yeah, I agree with Prime here. Yeah.
Yeah, if they were just in close proximity, fuck no. I'm sorry, there are a lot of fucking crazies out there.
The other way to look at this, Gibbs, and maybe this can convince you, Gibbs. This person is actively working with the FBI to put the killer in prison. This killer's got a whole bunch of fans on the left. the partner might be in danger from the left too, right? From certain aspects of the left, right? Because this person's like, working with the pigs, quote unquote, right? This person's working with a snitch.
I mean, that's absolutely correct. I think the problem I'm having is you also have to remember at the time that you said, remember the timeline, this person was on the run. They did figure out who the person was before he got caught, right? And then it's like some people, this information was already quasi out there about this individual. So it's like if you are asking the public to assist you and part of that information is his roommate's identity and it's like something people need or looking at, I don't know that you like in the case where it's an open manhunt and this person comes out that it's like, oh, we can't release it. Like that might have been pertinent info to catch him potentially if the public had to help catch him, like the Night Stalker or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like it's like this catch.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand that.
So okay, Mike. Okay, there's an open manhunt. They've asked the public to help. They've got whatever, and so then they find out who this person is, and part of it. Like the information is like, okay, well, how should we be finding them? Well, they might talk to their significant other. So keep your eyes on it. Who's your significant other? Their significant other is this individual. So like, it's maybe like that's something people would do. It's because like, say their significant other hadn't been cooperative and had decided to run. Oh, and they were gonna like flee together and meet up somewhere. And then it would be useful to know who that person was and watch for them on like.
Story,
well, right, but that's like, not what happened. But they had asked before they found out they caught him for the public to help, and we did know who this person was. So it's kind of like if they do release this information, that could be a tool in order to help catch you. And now it turns out the trans individual ended up helping the FBI instead of running off with him. But it could have been a very real possibility
even if
they
didn't help, right? Let's say like, hey, I'm going to
abscond with the murderer.
Constitutional right of not speaking to the police, right? If they decide to exercise that right, and like the fact patterns of the case, as far as we know, understand right now, is that the roommate had nothing to do with this, right? If that holds to be true, can't be sure, right?
Yeah, we don't know.
If that holds to be true, but in this universe, they decided, hey, I'm going to lawyer up, right? I'm going to hire Lactoid, and I'm not going to say anything. We would still not release their name, correct? Even though they're not cooperating.
I agree with Prime. There's no reason to release a person's
name.
Hold on. I can't think of a reason.
Okay, I can, right? I gave you one. Okay, would you agree? Say I was married still, and I killed somebody. Okay, and it was like a high profile, like somebody, and they were on an open manhunt, and they know that I have money, and they don't know how they're gonna track me, but they know it was me. Okay, or they know or whatever, and so they go, okay, well, we're gonna release other potential associates of him. Be aware that they might be with this individual. And my wife has decided, and my wife has decided at the time she's going to meet me. So someone sees her at the airport and talking to a dude dressed funnily. Like, oh, I have like a big nose and glasses on. Would you agree then that would be useful in catching me if they could recognize my significant other?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, so then you agree.
Well, hold on. In this very limited circumstance where it's like we got to find the person and we know that
that's what was happening.
So here's, I don't think that's what was happening.
Yes, it was. He wasn't a manhunt. They asked the public to help.
Wait. The time period matters here. Did they release because I'm pretty sure they released the name and the picture of the partner after they caught the guy. Am I wrong on that?
I'm not 100% sure, but it was within a very short period of time around both. Well, there was questions of whether or not they caught him or not, because they caught three separate fake people. Well, okay, but if they caught the wrong person and they want to look at other person's interests, like are you still? You're like excluding them from being able to do this.
No, Gibbs. If they caught the wrong person, they wouldn't know who their partner was.
Listen, I understand that, but if you release 6 names that are persons of interest, right, or you release 3 names, because they had the first guy, it's not him, based off evidence. They caught a second person, it's not that guy, based on evidence. If they go, okay, we do know for sure it's this person's a person of interest, these are people, they're known associates. Have you ever had a problem with them releasing the information on known associates of mob enforcers?
Gibbs. If they have the guy, because I'm assuming that this guy, they only knew the partner because the partner was the partner of the guy. If they have the guy in custody, even if they have the wrong guy, that the partner wouldn't have anything to do with some other suspect out there because they are the partner of the guy that they have in custody.
And would the public be able, say this partner has, let's just say the partner wasn't cooperating, but like with them, right? Would you say that it would be useful for the public to be like, oh, I haven't seen the killer, but I have seen their partner at these XY things buying this gun or buying this ammo. Would you find that as useful information that could be given to the police? So there's a bunch of different scenarios then where you need the partner.
Okay, hold up, Gibbs.
And I thought it was like 10 seconds. I guess stick to lawyering. Don't be effective.
Brother. If if the person wasn't cooperating and they had some reason to suspect they may have been involved in the crime, that could be a reason.
Oh.
But as far
What
as
if
we
they're
know,
cooperating
this
but giving
person,
lies?
as far
But Your Honor, I came
Oh
up
my
with these.
God.
I mean, these are just
This
this
is
is
like-
3 and
it's
30
just
seconds.
under
where it's-
10 seconds,
So hold on.
Your Honor.
Lactoid said at the beginning, you could find no idea. I'm giving you 3 and 30 seconds where it's plausible
you got me,
reasons.
Gibbs.
I'm just saying, like if you're in the hold on, if you're in
the only owl of the night, and it came from a fellow conservative.
No, you know what's really crazy though is you're framing this like, hold on, you're framing this like somebody has it like, okay, let's look at Tashiki 69. I mean, this is gonna be a great example right here. Tashiki 69 was involved in crime, and guess what? Yeah, whatever his name, yeah, whatever. And he decided he was gonna turn on it. I guess whatever. Tahiti 69. Oh yeah, Taka Waka Waka, you know, whatever his name is. Listen, he snitched, right? Okay, and he was involved in those crimes. It's not unheard of for people that have snitched and like reported several other crimes to not get busted, then get busted later after it finds out they were involved in other crimes or a partner. Like if we find out, okay, this guy did admit to this, helping because they're afraid they're going to get caught and be wrapped up as a conspirator. Guess what? Okay, maybe they get amnesty for that bullshit. But what if we find out they were actually plotting stuff later on? Like there's a ton of reasons to know who this person was.
Let me give you, but fair enough, okay. But let me give you. I don't find those. I don't think a lot of those possible scenarios that you described are
highly possible scenarios.
Situational here. I think in this situation, this person's highly cooperative, giving evidence doesn't seem to be like a lot was gained by like putting out their information. But here, we're going to weigh the potentialities, the potential benefit that you just described. Let's weigh that against what I think is a massive detriment, which is, I have information on the killer, but I don't want my name and face plastered on TV. So I'm not going to come forward now and talk to the FBI. I would be much more worried about that.
Okay, wouldn't the opposite be
withholding
true
evidence
as well? Wouldn't the opposite be true? Say you are the person. You might want your name and face out there because guess what? I'm the trans person that turned him in. You can kill all the other transes, but don't kill me.
Then you can come out and say your name.
I mean, maybe they did. Do you have any evidence they didn't tell the FBI to release their name to prove their innocence?
I don't.
I'm just saying. We're all speculating. You don't have any evidence.
I don't.
You don't.
This is right.
Absence of evidence isn't evidence of that.
2 L's from the conservative every time. Like, oh my God.
Yeah. Do we know that the trans person isn't a jihadi working with Hamas?
I think we do. We do know that because they don't like.
Do we know that they're not jihadi?
No,
what have they said about Israel?
I mean, we know they like
Antifa.
Can I just take a moment? Just like,
is America a republic or a democracy? Has the trans person been asked this?
Thank God the shooter wasn't Muslim. It was a great day. It was a great week to be a minority. Just let it be known.
Well, what happened today, though, Ollie? What happened? Hold on, Ollie. What happened today, Ollie?
What happened to this? Something happened?
Yeah, a Muslim individual tried firebombing someplace.
Oh shit!
In the name of the trans.
Yeah, but Charlie Kirk is
shooter.
more important, so it's okay. We'll cover that up.
I just read this story a little while ago. But yeah, from their last names, I don't know if they are Muslim, but they have Nasir as last name, so I don't know. And they put an incendiary device under a news van.
In Salt Lake City, Utah.
And it didn't actually set off. And the bombs got rid of it. But anyway,
so it's a Muslim trans organ.
So anyway, come on, guys. So I want to ask you something. So on this note, and then we can wrap this up here, and I'll move on for our lives. So Gibbs, right? I think part of the problem. One, I don't know if, and I'm saying I actually genuinely don't know if it is like routine for police to release known associates, right? And to combine that very loosely. Like when I hear known associates, in the movies, one, I think like known associates like as part of crime. Like, these are the people, like this is another, like this, we're looking for a drug dealer, and these are other drug dealers that he is known to associate with. One, I don't know if they actually release that on a regular basis, because I'm not sure how useful it is to do that, especially if those known associates might necessarily be informants or work with the prosecutor later on, right? I don't think that's a thing, but I could be wrong. On that. But two, especially when we're talking about a nationalized, sensationalized crime, right? That is especially offensive to the public. Right? Let's say we're talking about a child molester, right? And we're looking for the child molesters out there, right? And you just did something terrible, and we're looking for them. And we let the public know about his known associates. And by that, I mean his roommate, right? Hey, have you seen a known associate of a suspected pedophile? Hey, what do you think people in the public, what kind of conclusion might they draw about this individual? Just a roommate. That's all we know about them, a roommate, known associate. Let's release their name to the public, right? Like that invites problems. Like it invites a violence or retribution against these individuals who might not necessarily deserve it at all. I mean, vigilante, they shouldn't be doing vigilante violence in the first place, but still, like it primes the public, right? It primes the public to think this person is a problem, is somehow related to the situation as well, and it makes their lives more difficult. And you can't take that back afterwards, especially if you have the wrong guy too, right? Especially if the suspect is completely wrong, then this person, whoever they are, their roommate, is now forever linked to a pedophile case. Like, would you understand how that might be a big problem?
No, I mean, maybe. I mean, there's all sorts of things. I think that this is somewhat.
I actually don't think we know the name, by the way.
Of what? Of the person?
The trans person. A picture has been floating around, but I'm not trying to find the name. I can't find the name.
Yeah, I mean,
people are able to find their TikTok and stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know. We might not know the name, but we know some of their social media.
I think it's Lance Twigs is what the person's name is.
Well, don't say it.
Well, it's not doxing. It's already public knowledge. I mean, this is
I know, but like,
no, I know.
It wasn't to me.
I mean, well, that stuff's tough titties. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say it when it's being reported by national news. Like, sorry, that's not like.
I mean, what are they? A coward?
Yeah, what are we, cowards? We literally just had a whole panel at this thing. In fact, are you? They're not a coward if they're working with the police.
We can discuss it.
You know. If I put my name out here tonight, then we're gonna be saying
he just called me fat.
You brought it up initially, not me.
Okay.
I will gladly go toe to toe to you anytime.
I bet he will. Like this was, I've never seen Corey be as toxic.
I like it.
He's on tea supplements.
I have no problem saying that. I don't treat politics like a game like Lactoid does. And I will absolutely die for all of my convictions. And I'll stand by everything that I say. Lactoid will not.
Oh, let him know. Let him know. Oh, yeah. Right? He said pry his convictions out of his cold, dead hands. What do you think about that, Lactoid? Huh?
Yeah, he's on the tea's making some progress. He's getting very masculine, very aggressive.
All right. I'm not gonna say anymore because I don't want Corey to be mad at me. So what we're gonna do here is
I encourage it. Having that wrath thrown at you, kind of sexy, man.
Let's wrap things up. Hey, audience, if you've enjoyed this content so far, consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Right? If you haven't done so already on Twitch, right? Support the channel that way. It's a huge help if you do. Thank you for anyone who does. Resubs also are very helpful. We appreciate our resubbers. Ad-free viewing and our emotes and whatnot. And on Twitch, sorry, I can still never get it right. On YouTube, thank you for people who super chatted, who supported. You also be a YouTube member. That's a help. So consider supporting the channel or following. You haven't done so yet, right? Like follow the channel, however you can on whichever platform you can. Follow the channel. If you found this entertaining, because we have big fights like this constantly. So we have an outro to all these wonderful, amazing, beautiful individuals, right? Sorry for our friend Lactoid. Thank you, Lactoid. You and Gibbs were carrying the mantle. I invited more people to be conservatives. They dropped out, right? They didn't want to face us on the battlefield.
They didn't want to face Corey.
But Lactoid, probably a good idea. Corey would have taken someone's limb off, especially with Scott. Oh man, Scott would ask for it. But Lactoid, battling a sickness, right? He didn't let that stop him. He decided, I'm going to be a part of this. I've got a conservative point to make, a bad one. Nothing's going to stop me from doing it. So, Theodore.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. I wrote it down so I don't forget. Don't worry. This will be coming back again. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Look, I appreciate the invite. I appreciate everybody who talked to me. I'm just gonna, I guess, reiterate something that I wish would just sort of be in the public consciousness to just say, which is that this murder was horrific and inexcusable. I'm like many people. I saw the video and like that. I've seen a lot of shit, right? Because of my job, like I've watched a lot of people die, a lot of gory accidents and stuff. That was particularly kind of jarring, and the like anybody who can watch that and then afterwards just be like jumping for joy and doing TikTok dances. I mean, I think it's despicable. And even if you don't, which you should, but even if you don't, this I think at the very least kind of paints a very kind of scary picture about the current political polarization of this country, which I have consistently brought up on this panel, how it's really bad right now, and it's probably close to the worst has been since the Civil War. Not as bad as the Civil War, of course, but bad. So let's do what we can to move away from that.
Agreed. I can 100% agree with everything our good friend Lactoid just said there. I was going to say something else there as well. But yeah, I forget it. But anyway, we'll go to our friend Gibbs. Thank you, Gibbs, for coming on again. I wanted you to have more backup on this, but as always, when Gibbs is excited about a topic, hold his own. So appreciate you for being here, Gibbs.
Yeah, I appreciate you always having me on. It's always good. I always look forward to it. Monday is my favorite night of the week when I can be here. Secondly, yeah, Lactoid's not the only one battling the sickness. I'm battling this sickness. I'm sick and tired of all this baby back bullshit that the fucking left keeps doing with this dishonest language and dishonest framing where they're playing piddly dicks with word games and thinking that nobody's catching on. That's what they're doing. They're playing piddly dicks. And it's fucking bullshit. It's disgusting, and they need to stop. They're actually worse, in my opinion, the ones that are doing that, than the people celebrating. Because the people that are buying the Charlie Kirk 3D printed thing and selling it around, the people sitting here putting their name on this bullshit, they at least have the balls to come out and say and own this evil position, and so we know who the enemy is. But these other people that are these perfidious word games where they sit here and are duplicitous and have this plausible deniability, they're much worse because they're bad faith actors, and we should call them out, and we should call them out by name. And that's exactly right. Corey was right about that. For example, it is a little bit cowardly to be afraid to not put your name on something. I come on here, I came from a whole different sphere than politics. You can thank the leftist crazy ideological agenda for me being in politics, because it got so bad that I came in here and stopped doing what I was doing in streaming and started doing this pretty much as my main content. And I'm not afraid to put my name on shit. And it's crazy to me that we're going to sit here and have this conversation about, oh, we shouldn't put the names of these. It's wild because they're sitting here doing this every day. And I'm sad, I'm disgusted, and I'm sick of it. Listen, if you want to continue this conversation, we're going to be continuing Thursday with a large panel of people at 7:30. And it's going to be exciting. I'm sure it's going to be more heated, especially as more details comes out. I don't see this issue going away anytime soon. Charlie Kirk won the debate. We are Charlie Kirk now, and the sad part is that we beat him. We are Charlie Kirk. Y'all couldn't beat him, so you killed him. And Blacktoid may be worried about putting his name and face out there. I'm not. You're gonna have to kill me to shut me up. And it's gonna get worse, and there's gonna be more of us. I'm just, y'all thought he was the radical one. Wait till you see who else is out there. And I do have concerns about that. And I encourage my right-leaning brothers and sisters to maybe don't embrace the evil extremist on our side, because that is a concern. But come back and fight for your actual beliefs and stand up and speak your beliefs loudly instead of letting an evil group take over his name and run with it. That's what you should be doing on the right wing. On the left, stop being so goddamn evil and playing these duplicitous games. And thanks as always for having me.
So two things. One, we can all agree on both sides of the aisle that Lactoid's a coward, but not telling us his real name. Luckily,
typical socialist.
So you don't have to worry about that. Theodore Fournier. All right. Look him up.
There's no way Theodore is actually the most popular name in Canada, is it really?
It wouldn't surprise me.
I looked up a list.
Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that?
Yeah, no, I'll tell you.
Ted makes sense. Ted being the most popular name in Canada makes sense.
Yeah.
Baby names. Yeah. So in 2023, it was the third most popular name in Canada for baby names, Theodore.
Yeah.
There were others, but they weren't as funny as Theodore, so I picked that one instead.
That's a pretty Canadian name. Yeah.
So, okay. Well, shouts. Lactoid. Also, just one more thing, Gibbs. One day, will you tell us the rules of Piddly Dicks? You always say people are playing it all the time. I like to. Is it like it's like hopscotch? Like what is it?
It's like you know, the rules of Piddly Dicks is you're playing some bullshit ass game. It's like kind of like my dad used to say, when you're bored, you get your hands like this and you throw your thumb this way, right? And then when you get really bored with doing that, you go the opposite way. That's playing Piddly Dicks. You're sitting here cockfighting instead of coming out here and doing anything of substance. That's what it is.
Okay, understood. Piddly Dicks.
Piddly Dicks.
Got it. All right. So I appreciate you, Fred.
That was the most Texas thing you could have described.
I mean,
all right?
Listen, they come in cattywampus. We got to explain it to them right.
Cattywampus. Okay. Another time. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey. That was intense, right?
Sure.
Like, we expect that people don't expect anything better of me, but like Corey, like you're
courageous Corey, actually.
Yeah, courageous Corey, who's got his name out there, right? And in case you don't know, I mean, like, you can say your name, but
yes,
like,
you can look me up. I don't care.
Okay, well there you go. Thank you, Corey, one way or the other, for being here. We like all sides of Corey that show up. We haven't found a bad side of Corey yet. Actually, I might disagree on this one, but like found a bad side of Corey yet. But thank you, Corey.
Thank you for inviting me. And again, I find it again a little bit strange or interesting that Lactoid essentially said, why can't just all the left or the people just condemn the violence? But like, so here's the difference. I can do that. I can say I condemn all political violence. Corey Campbell. I condemn all political violence. Lactoid TV. Okay. Wow, such impact, such courage. Okay, and the difference is I tried to pin him. To just one position that he knew was nonsensical. But he can't actually attach any sort of name to it. Either his pseudonym, he can't say, I'm a lactoid, I'm a lawyer, and America is not a democracy, it's a republic, because he's a coward. And he has the ability to do that because he can remain anonymous, okay? And he's gonna say, well, I'm afraid, okay? I'm gonna get shot. I'd be curious to know who do you think is more in danger? Someone like Destiny or someone like Lactoid, okay? Where I'm pretty sure Destiny, who is banned on Twitch and pretty much denounces all Marxist-Leninists, I wonder if he received death threats. I wonder if people know where he lives, okay? And like Lactoid, do you consider Destiny a cuck?
Literally a cock, or
sexually, literally.
Okay, so you would agree that Destiny the cuck is more brave and courageous than you. You would say that.
Let's go.
kind of based.
You're gonna say it? You're gonna say it, Lactoid?
The Destiny's the cuck is more courageous than me.
Stephen Bennell the third. His name's out there.
Stephen Bennell the cuck.
You know where he lives too. At least about area.
You gonna say it?
We also know Nick Flynn is where he lives. Yeah,
he's probably more courageous and more reckless than me.
Okay, good. For once, you can say something.
Especially with other people's stuff.
Yeah, or just politically, because yes, my beliefs are. If you want to be in the political arena,
he is bold politically. If I could give him one thing, I will give him that. He is bold politically.
Yeah, you would agree. Destiny the cuck is more bold politically than you are, and braver than you are, right?
Hitler was more bold than me as well.
Okay, yeah, sure. And you're definitely making a great equivalency there.
Am I wrong? Was Hitler more bold than me, Corey? Yes or no?
Yeah, I would agree. He is more courageous than you.
And braver
absolutely.
than you too.
Hitler was more bold than me.
Even Nazis, right? Like, when does the Lactoid even ever get a win? It never happens, right?
Literally, Hitler's even more.
Lactoid will take him a long time to grow a backbone. Okay, and I find it also hilarious that he invoked my tits. Okay, again, I will gladly take off my shirt.
Please,
yeah,
please.
You want to go? If I do it, you promise to do it too, Lactoid?
Yeah, Lacto, both of you take your shirts off. Take your shirt off.
You're gonna do it?
Lactoid's defense, right? And Lacto, you can correct me if I'm wrong, right? I feel like you weren't actually make a comment on his, like, your physical appearance there.
I know the overall sentiment, but still, you want to take me up on that offer?
Hey, you want me to go shirtless on cam?
Yeah. Go.
Push up contest
for a donation for a sufficient
no.
Yeah, I would do it. Yeah.
But it's funny. Okay,
$10 to the charity of your choice.
I think just
charity of my choice.
$10 to the shrimp
$50 to Prime Time.
$10 to the shrimp.
I think just last week, Lactoid was pointing out how Gibbs was mogging me. Am I mogging you yet?
Mogged.
What was the context of Gibbs mogging?
Yeah, you don't even remember that. Okay, I'll pull up the later on. Exactly.
I don't
remember the
joke. But anyways, like I sort of suspected, the conversation was not all that productive to me. And Lactoid, no courageous, and I think he's largely a weasel. But this was a pleasure. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. That is my name. Okay, there's enough information on my social media that you can know my city, you can know my province, okay? Because yes, I will absolutely die for what I believe in and say it. But Non-Fawn, always a pleasure. Ali, always a pleasure. Doobie, always a pleasure. Gibbs, always a pleasure. And Lacto, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Thank you. And wait a minute. $50. Hold on, no. $50 super chat
to you. That's not to me.
It is not. It's not. Yo,
no.
Super chat. Come on.
Sounds like
Shirts off.
No.
Do it for the meme.
Shirts off.
No. I'm doing a shirt off for $50 to you.
To me.
You're a scammer.
You do your shirt off for your money to you.
You scam the audience.
They want to see.
I said a sufficient sub for me.
The audacity of you to scam.
That's right. Nice word choice.
If I take my shirt off, because I've done that before on stream, that was years ago. If I take my shirt off, will you take it off as well? And Corey, all three of us.
Absolutely.
I would need some kind of sub for me, and then I
get a black chest in there too. Awesome.
Like,
look at the courage on display.
This is going to be a very exciting porn. Let me tell you.
This $50 does come to you because it helps me do the reverie, right? And this is your favorite night of the week, right? Like,
reverse Oreo. Let's get it.
You really enjoy being here, and I appreciate the fact that you enjoy it, right? The $50 helps make that happen. Thank you, Audacity.
Look, I don't want to take my shirt off, but like I said, I will do it with sufficient donation to me. But I don't want to.
No, you're just saying sufficient. We don't even know what that means.
How about I said sufficient?
How about I do it with you? Will that make you feel better? I'll do it right now with you. I'm the fattest one here. I actually have tits, and for free. Well, they already gave 50. I'll do it with you right now. Hold my hand, Lactoid. Come on. Let's take our shirts off for these men together.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do it.
Well, what Corey? Will you still take your shirt off?
Yeah, of course.
1 second.
Yes.
1 second.
No. It's Lactoid. My deal was
Lactoid
just calling out Lactoid.
For the love for the boys.
Standing offer on my channel, you donate $20 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, and I put the shrimp costume on. That's what it's for.
Only if you
take your link. Your link says it's full, by the way.
Strip club stream.
I can be naked under the shrimp costume. How about that?
Not fine. It said earlier when they did it that it was full. I don't know if you fixed it.
I think he's just confused because we reached the original goal.
Shirtless. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Right. Prime more bold.
Absolutely
than
more
Lactoid,
bold.
Apparently. Again, Audacity, I do apologize. All right. Even though Lactoid is always here, like all the labor I put in for Lactoid, he doesn't want to show his appreciation at this point in time. Okay. All right. Lactoid doesn't actually want to follow through. Very cowardly. Like Corey said. Okay. Corey, do you want to take off the shirt?
Very anti-libertarian of you to put out a contract and then break it.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Not living by your
God,
libertarian values.
Corey, fuck.
Wow.
Corey.
Look at Corey.
Those traps, they tell the future. He wakes up, he looks at his traps every morning, goes, "What do you guys think?"
We love to see
He's ready.
Whoa, look at those shoulders. Oh my God, very sexy.
Corey, you should just start doing the shows like this. I think that
I just do my workouts.
Okay. All right, there you go.
Okay, Gibbs, you said.
Lactoid, you want to do it? You ready, Lactoid? Come on.
Come on.
I've said.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
What a masculine
man. He's gonna. Non-Fawn. I believe you're quite young.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
take notes.
Doobie,
Okay?
Doobie
Whenever
losing
listen
his
to
mind right
anything
now.
about
Yeah.
Mascoid,
Yes, Mascot is glory.
We're gonna earn it. Okay.
Come on, Mascot.
All right.
You ready? Yeah.
Now, our friend Ali.
What happened?
What happened?
What do you guys
Ali,
want?
Right? Come on. We need those
This is really gay.
It's only gay if you look him in the eyes.
Yeah, we need those Lebanese chest hairs. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Look at that. Look at these men. These champions, right? Here with their chest out. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of
That's how
men
we
slapping
do it,
me.
all right? Yeah, we love to see it. We love to see it. Real men. Okay. That's non-fun. It's hard to make a request for him because he's new.
$5 for the shrimp welfare project. I'll do it. Anyone in chat or one of you guys? Okay. $5 for the shrimp.
For the service of providing the revelry to you, and you'll be invited again, non-fun. I think you're doing a great job here, non-fun. Can you take off your? Would you be so willing to take off your shirt?
Like I said, $5 for the shrimp, buddy. That's all it takes.
Oh my god! Come on. Hey, we don't know what we're gonna do. Come on, non-fun. You can do this. You can do it. Don't be a lactoid.
I have some obligation
Yeah,
to try to raise money for the shrimp. All right.
He's stand up business for his cause.
All right. So, I mean, we can clearly separate the boys from the men here. All right. There's a clear denomination. Yeah. All right. And if our friend Doobie could, I know from personal experience, he likes to send.
Lactoid doesn't have an excuse now. He just got a bunch of donations.
Ooh.
He has to do it.
Oh,
Was
did
it
you get a bunch
50?
of donations, Lactoid?
You got,
Yeah, someone
you
gifted him a lot
got
of subs.
20 tier 1 gifted.
Oh,
How much
20
money is
tier
that?
one
That
gifted.
is
20 times 5?
20.
That's 100, right?
No, it's gonna be 20 times 275.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they Twitch 6
How
a
much
cup.
is that?
Yeah.
Hey.
Is that 50?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, it depends on the game.
Yeah, it should be
Yeah.
close to it.
Yeah.
You said 275 each?
That's what you should get in the revenue. Yeah,
Yeah.
not counting the benefit you get from the
Lactoid.
promotion.
All right.
Yeah.
Is the
There
cam
we
going
go.
off?
There we go. All right.
We don't get
All
the
right.
show, Lactoid? I thought usually when you're at the club you pay for the show.
That's right. Yeah, I gotta do the dance.
Well, I think someone gave me 10 subs, which I will
Oh,
guess
honor.
donate to the shrimp on behalf
Okay.
of them. So
It's time. It's time. All right. Hey, ladies, this is what we provide, right? Normally we have email audience. We barely have any. But
That one of you
ladies,
out there.
So Audacity, thank you for setting this off. I do appreciate you for the $50. Awfully kind of you, Audacity. So shout out to that individual. Oh, okay. Hold on. We're gonna take Audacity's thing down for a second. Oh, we gotta get more of that skin. Oh yeah, we love to see it. We love to see it.
Good on you.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God. Yeah. Okay. We
I've said.
provide.
Oh, another sub got gifted. Here you go.
Okay. Yeah. Any subs to me? Any subs to me? No. All right.
We do have a shared hype train, level 7 right now.
What is that? I don't know what that means. Does that mean I get any
Yeah.
money?
You get different emotes, and then it makes you more likely to promote you to like other stuff, for like the Kappa trains that you get, which give you something specific. So like,
Okay, so I don't get money. That's okay then. Never mind.
it
and
needs some
then-
more money.
No,
That's
I
like free advertising.
said earlier that you guys are getting like really gay with the fashion shit, like, all the labels and shit. And at the end of the stream, you guys were all shirtless. Like I don't know what the fuck's happening.
More comfortable with. Hey, listen.
No labels, bud.
If Fabian was here, he would tell you this is part of becoming in a fraternal society where men can be men.
Or men can be men.
Yeah, that's what
how
this
it's
is.
done.
I'm not bashing it. Okay, you guys want to get naked with each other? That's fine. Go for it.
Yes. Okay. Well, we provide. So we'll continue out with the outros here. All right. This is
My shirt's going on now.
Okay. No. Why? Hold on. We can wait till the end. Come on. Wait. You're not cold there. You're good. You're good. Put on a blanket. Okay. Put on a blanket. You're good. Okay.
Oh
All
Lord.
right. We're almost done. So,
Yeah.
Doobie, thank you for being here. Thank you for stripping, I guess. And thank you for being you. Doobie.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Doopy. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. And yeah, you'll find me there.
Always underwhelming, but I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Let's go to our friend Ali. Ali, thank you. All right, thank you for sharing those beautiful Lebanese chest hairs. All right. Thank you for joining in, being part of the crew, right, and not having to be harassed into it, like Lactoid. Thank you for coming through and being part of the whole panel conversation.
Yeah. So I was thinking about it, and it's I think you guys are being honest, Lactoid and Gibbs. You guys are being honest in your perception that you guys do think Charlie Kirk is a moderate, and you do believe that the Republicans see him as a moderate, so on and so forth. But then I think that's the issue, right? If the issue on the left isn't dishonesty, but it's perception, to the point where like you see Charlie Kirk as a moderate, and then when I ask you, you think the alternative to Charlie Kirk would be a Rachel Maddow, someone whose name isn't going to be as known as recognizable as Charlie Kirk. When I went out last week, the local vape shop, people were crying about Charlie Kirk. There were like random aunts on Facebook that I saw, like just going to like memorials in Michigan about him. This guy's name was like pretty fucking out there, and he had some pretty strong influence. And the influence was further right than what I guess we perceive as moderates, right? Because then my argument back was, well, then Hassan is a moderate if Charlie is a moderate. And no, your comparison was Rachel Maddow, which I thought was dishonest, right? But I believe you. I just think that perception is fucking insane. And so that if your perception is that like Charlie is moderate, then all the criticism of Charlie that you've seen this week would have been the moderate left. It wouldn't have been the crazy or radical left. These are the response to his rhetoric. So these were the people he was battling with, the far right versus the far left.
Okay, thank you so much. And finally, non-fawn, right, also needed to be harassed.
Yep.
And cajoled.
Only a little.
Only a little. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. Much appreciated. Handsome guy, handsome bastard. Sean, thank you for gifting membership on YouTube. Awfully kind of you. Thank you, as always. But yeah, thank you, Non-Fawn, for joining in, for being part of this. We actually did this one time before. Just putting it out there. We just kind of did this one time before. We had like way back when I first started this channel, we had like a bunch of people on screen topless. Even some people who may not have shared my gender. Anyway, I don't know. I didn't look at their genitals, so I wouldn't know. I can't be sure. But in any case, that was an exciting day. But anyway, thank you, Non-Fawn, for being part of the whole thing.
I mean, I know I don't always come here, but I'm glad I had the opportunity to show up to the ones that I'm more interested in. You should check out my YouTube channel if you enjoyed anything I had to say. I've been busy defending the glory of capitalism to all those people who are on the Jubilee video with Patrick Beck-David who are arguing against it.
Jubilee therapy by Non-Fun.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to like 7 of them at this point. I think I have one more lined up to defend capitalism too. But yeah, that's what you can find all that stuff on my YouTube channel, where I also stream, and I multi-stream to Twitch, Twitter, and Kick at NonFun420. You should come check me out if you want to help me do an IRL stream at the Unfuck America tour.
Okay, love to see it. Much appreciated to everybody. We're gonna raid out. All right. This has been we got a lot of viewers. Got shout out to our friend Gibbs, who made us do the link.
Promote you more.
We got a lot more viewers. Hey, you haven't done so yet, follow our channels. All our individual channels are part of the shared group chat there. Follow me at Prime. I'm not sure how that works. How can you follow individual?
Yeah, they'll be able to click your channel and follow you.
Yeah, it shows all the different people in the share together.
Follow me, Prime Kai, right? I put this on. It's a lot of fun. We do these things. If you found that at all entertaining, come back in the future. We'd love to have you, right? Follow our friend Lactoid. Follow our friend Gibbs. And everyone else here, including Corey, Non-Fawn, Doobie, go to his Discord channel, and our friend Ali. I am going to rate out to, let's see if we can find a woman. Let's see. Woman, is there any ladies out here? Okay, there's this woman who's just laying down and doing literally nothing.
Nice.
With 1,000 viewers, I'm sure.
Seems like the right person to write on out into.
Does anyone have a suggestion? I'll do it.
No, that's the proper.
Yeah, you could raid enemy Charlie or why not?
Oh, okay. Charlie. What's her name?
Enemy Charlie.
I said
enemy. One word. Okay. Enemy like a foe.
Yeah. Okay. 451 people. Okay. Yeah, she's got a lot of people. All right. We'll raid out to enemy Charlie. Again, thanks everyone for being so kind. And we will be back in the future. Go.
All right, guys. I gotta go as well. Bye. I'll be good.
Okay.